Oh my god. Hello đăng đây đây. Miền xô đăng đây. Ngày ní chiết ngày pi sen ngày vẹn semi final VSHOPKH rematch ជាមួយនឹងPhilippines អូខុស fun fact មួយសិនដល់នេះបើខ្ញុំខុស fun fact លោក Facebook មួយគេបដិចឃើញ talent គេបដិចអត់មាន pro sport ទេវើយឃើញគេ talent prediction អត់មាន pro sport ទេខ្ញុំអើយ SRG គេលើកពៀនមកណា pro sport ហ្នឹងនៅកលៀនជាងមកណា Good luck GXP yeah good luck guys ថ្ងៃនេះពាក់អាវបែបខ្មែរបរយអាវដឹងអាវអើដឹងពាក់អីចាំខ្ញុំបាន record អាហ្នឹងនេះអូ record ទុកសិនខ្លាចគេសួរចាំតិចខ្ញុំ record ទុកមួយសិន record voice មួយដល់នេះចាំឡែកថ្ងៃនេះក្រុមកម្ពុជា Galaxy Phoenix ប៉ះជាមួយនឹង NAVI PX វគ្គ semi final VSHOPKH លេងនៅម៉ោង 5 ចាំឡែកបិទលេង record មួយសិន record ទុកតានេះមានអ្នកសួរឯងចាំឡែកថ្ងៃនេះក្រុមកម្ពុជា Galaxy Phoenix ប៉ះជាមួយនឹង NAVI PX វគ្គ semi final VSHOPKH លេងនៅម៉ោង 5 ថ្ងៃនេះក្រុមកម្ពុជា Galaxy Phoenix ប៉ះជាមួយនឹង NAVI PX វគ្គ semi final VSHOPKH លេងនៅម៉ោង 5 យើងrecord ទុកឲ្យហើយភ្លៀងទៀតហើយខ្ញុំពងរកភ្លៀងណែហ្នឹងមេឃនេះពងលឹមអត់ record ទុកឲ្យហើយការពារហ្នឹងការពារភាសាខ្ញុំព្យាបាលម៉ោងរៀនធ្វើម៉េចចាំមើល replay ណាគ្នាចាំមើល replay បណ្ដោយគីឡូគាត់ហើយពិបាកយើងទៅមើល replay បណ្ដោយនេះខ្ញុំអត់ផអានេះមួយសិននេះអានេះអ្វីដែលខ្ញុំចង់ផុសចាំឡែកអូខេនេះ alright តោះយើងសុំចុចមួយអូខេនេះខ្ញុំចង់ផុស Facebook មួយផុសលើ profile ខ្ញុំនេះ profile ខ្ញុំអត់បានផុសលើ page ទេfun fact ចុយ fun fact ចេញស្អីគេ collection ហ្នឹងណា MWI 2026 3 Falcon No 3 Falcon Fall at around top 8 What did top 4 knock out stake had 3 team from group B ក៏ group B មក 3 team NAVI Galaxy Vitality ចុះណាបាត់ហើយនេះអាហ្នឹង fun fact យើង fun fact យើងត្រូវផុសដល់នេះបើតែ fun fact គឺ3 team Falcon ធ្លាក់អស់តាម top 8ធ្លាក់ខ្ទេច team Falcon ធ្លាក់អស់លេង top 4 knockout stage គឺមាន 3 team top 4 knockout stage had 3 team from group B នឹងសេត្រូវអត់ទេ grammar ខ្ញុំហ្នឹងអានេះវាមាន auto correct ចឹងចុះបើយើងដាក់នៅក្នុង Google Translate វា correct ឲ្យយើងអត់ rồi nhung sao sao lệ tới tạ ná là thế ý gì đi lối vậy cho này cái chai ăn lễ mới chui ở đây là cru ăn lễ anh cho này bắt này đắng à khó sẵn fun fact cho nên mày chanh à này nhỉ eliminate thấy chiêng này vì với anh vậy nhưng mà chẳng sẽ à piễn anh nhầm nó khơi này ra tại vì với anh vậy cho mạch bạn về chanh này eliminated này eliminated at top 8 chẳng mà đó à thì pha con đại không bay nữa mấy con xe vật chanh á này anh chui vậy đi pha là tê ấy bong dùng dây lên tê nó cái này chê cái này đằng ấy tê
អរគុណសូនហ្វានីតសម្រាប់បុកលុយ25សេន Fun Fact បងកាកា repost ឲ្យគេជេ D Fun ហាហាហា
trời ô khờ man nhom lốp ta nhom lốp bắt đây nhom lốp đi phô đang bắt ta nhom miền đi phô nè nó lấy từ mới TikTok nhau nhom miền đi phô đang tê nhom đo đi phô đang chào bạn hay nhom thơ lên nhá thơ pleo nhom lốp liếm nữaนี่มาเมื่อกี้อัดมีนเดี๋ยวยมลบเจ้ามาเนี่ยสวัสดีพ่อเนี่ยอันนี้คลิปหรือมนเนี่ยให้เนี่ยนี่สวัสดีพ่อเนี่ยได้กดบ้านคลิปปียมเต้ยมรีพอร์ตทั้งอ๋อรีพอร์ตพองแอดสตอรี่พองโอ้จอยมารีพอร์ตจังอาจยักเลี้ยรีพอร์ตจังงัวไปใช่กระโดดปลายช้าไม่ได้ดิอ่ะมาชมมือกระโดดปลายช้าไปจอยใส่เก้เอ้ยอันนี้แกViệt Tây ẩn thốt trời ồ anh ơi anh Superman ơi mấy trăm cây cú đang đằng cáo đấy còn coi trăm cây đá nào đấy à bóng nạ sầm lên nâng tơi nhom control pro dương xua rồi hột ui dương nạ sầm lên tét đây sầm lên hô cho miễn nó này nhóm đã lấy hô trong môi mà đó nè mới là hay chui nó đã lấy hô mất vào về tận nó chia ô bật smart đây cái lá smart đấy cây là smart đấy đây cây lá nó miễn cái lấy nè mình cái lấy hô đó nè tôi chỉ biết là bật ấy cái này miếng lấy hồ pha miếng đó nè pha cái này đến gần lôi này bật ấy cái này miếng cho copyright nhưng remove chào bật ấy cái này miếng này hả bật ấy cái đẹp bật ấy cái bật mày vậy ôi tao bật cắn có đây cùng chê có là nát có không trời smart đây cái lá bật ấy tiết là dân đã tới vì đi trời chú hỏi nó clear quá trời cái đó cheering vì sơ lôi trong trong man sẽ lấy hồ môi nơi cả ba to đó bật ấy kia được này cha mặt bật ấy cái tiết xử lý smart đây cái lá này bỏ ai bị ná cái bong trời rồi căn chân thì phan thế tại vậy là trong có cứ trong khơi không ai này nó dễ tới chứ cùng khăm kia mà à trời ơi cùng biết là cùng chuốt đi ai mà trời bật vặn nè bật vặn nè đuổi vào đây copyright mà play đang đánh like rồi mà mình đây mấyบอดไอ้แก่ได้เมียนโฮเลยคุณพูนซอราสำหรับบกลุยมาเพย์พรามเซนเอาก็เพย์พรามเซนบอดไอ้แก่น่ะเหรอบอดไอ้บอดชีดิฟิตบอดไอ้ lady ណាបាត់បាត់របៀបយើងឈៀរីណាស្មារតីកីឡាខ្មែរតែមួយហ្នឹងអត់ដឹងទេនេះហ្នឹងមែនដូចអត់ទេបាត់នេះបាត់ផ្សំសតទេហ្នឹងអីទៀតណាអ៊ីណូណានេះដាក់សលេងបងស្រែកទៅអូយអ្នកនរគ្នាសួរអត់មានបានចេញមកបត់ទេនេះទៅចេញណាអ្នកចំបាំងកីឡានេះចុយមកអ្នកមានប្រចោលជាងគេប្រចាំ stream ខ្ញុំនេះ what if history អើយអ្នកនរគ្នានេះចាហ្នឹងស្ទៀងមួយស្មានេះចុយខុសនេះngoài đó lại cái hồ lại nó mình sẽ lấy cái hố cái ta thoát lại cái hố cái lá khơi vậy miếng này anh á chặn lại chấm băng trời chả nó nhóm mẹ biết ốm á nhóm khơi cái thoát lạc lại nhưng bồng lên bắn cái hố này gặp miếng này trời legacy rồi bắt legacy mà bắt trời anh sẽ cái gì mà trời bỏ bà mày ơi bỏ bà mày ơi nào cái đi mày cá ra bọn ní đạm mắng đạch like vô mà sợ là bắt chi thì biết ba mấy giờ há này admin call này like với mà nè khác cái copyright tờ video này mà đây cái lá này tay vẫn miệng lấy hô rồi nè chồng băng mấy gặp này chất cây la trời đưa cho nó đất chất cây la mình mé đi đó nắng mày nè tôi nắng ấy nắng 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 ấy này nè miếng dao vậy tập chất cây la ơi ô con trai nhưng nắng này trời con xài mấy cái pôn chuồn mấy phá cái đi chúng mới ra trong riêng thôi mà chụp nè bong bọn nó nè bong nó không nắng nè bong ấy nè bong đã có phe gì bao chuồn lại khô lại tôi từ bò lên ghê con họ này cái play thì tính sáng lại dương kha đó cái pop đây lại cái lối này đi khơi lấy lại đi chọc trong hồ tông xong đạp tông nè mày anh đi đọ tránh này chăm tích ấy cái đồn này đã hao cho chẳng bị chọp nó không đi thêm lại cái đồn này vào
con nói King Scammer សម្រាប់បុកលុយ25សេនថែម4 32បង
អូខេអូខេអូខេ
មួយនៃសង្គមដែលប្រទេសជាតិកំពុងត្រូវការកម្ពុជាកម្ពុជាសង្គមដែលប្រទេសជាតិកំពុងត្រូវការ
early វិញ32ចាំតិចវា early តិច432ហើយ32ត្រូវម៉ាច់មក
ប្រទេសជាតិកំពុងត្រូវការ
នេះចាំទៀតនេះវាខកឡើងហ្នឹងមួយអូខេបានទេប៉ុណ្ណឹងបានទេយកប៉ុណ្ណឹងបានទេចាំមើលខ្ញុំចុចអាហ្នឹងទុកធ្វើអូយ៉ូយើងចុចហើយចុកអាហ្នឹងបានហ្នឹងមកអូខេទោះមិនក៏ដោយអានេះលើកទឹកចិត្តគាត់ហើយថ្ងៃនេះលទ្ធផលមិនក៏លើកទឹកចិត្តគាត់ដែរ Free Fire ពងលេងនេះអាបាន stream Free Fire ទេអ្នកនេះចែក4 10នាទីអានេះអត់តឡាយចឹងអញមករកឃើញអើយទឹកចិត្តកីឡាស្មារតីកីឡាអ្នកចម្បាំងកីឡាចូលមកច្រើនពេកខ្ញុំភ្លេចអ្នកនេះភ្លេចឆឹងមកហើយមកឃើញអ្នកនេះដាក់ស្មារតីកីឡាហើយទឹកចិត្តកីឡាអីទឹកចិត្តកីឡាមិនហ្នឹងទឹកចិត្តកីឡាមានស្មារតីកីឡាទឹកចិត្តកីឡាអ្នកចម្បាំងកីឡាអូយរត់មួយម៉ាណាមិញរត់ចង់ឃើញនិយាយទៅគូយើងលេងម៉ោង5តែ4កន្លះគេបើកហើយបើក stream ហ៎ឡើយពងចាំគេបើក stream នេះដឹងកាលនេះ stream ខ្ញុំពងចាំគេបើក
អរគុណចាន់សូវ៉ាន់ឌីសម្រាប់បុកលុយ50សេន
អរគុណសវណ្ណឌី50សេន Hello ជំរាបសួរអ្នកគ្នាអូផ្លេចនេះថ្ងៃនេះក្រុមកម្ពុជា Galaxy Phoenix ប៉ះជាមួយនឹង NAVI PX វគ្គ Semi Final Best of 5 លេងនៅម៉ោង 5 ថ្ងៃនេះក្រុមកម្ពុជា Galaxy Phoenix ប៉ះជាមួយនឹង NAVI PX វគ្គ Semi Final Best of 5 លេងនៅម៉ោង 5 ហេចុចតែម្ដងមកយើងអង្គុយចាំគេហ្មងអតិជនពិតចឹងហ៎បើអរគុណ10សេនពីរដ្ឋាអតិជនពិតយើងមកអង្គុយចាំចឹងអត់មានដល់ម៉ោងឯងមិនមកឯងបាទយើងធ្វើជាគំរូល្អយើងត្រូវតែអង្គុយចាំមុនបាយ Pro Esport មានអីទៀតនេះខ្ញុំផុសមុនហ្នឹងនេះ prediction អត់ទេ prediction តែវាជា prediction ខ្ញុំមកចង់ឲ្យអ្នកគ្នា take it serious ទេណាគេចូល Discord នេះ is a prediction អត់ដឹងណាមិញណាគេចូល Discord ចេញវិញបាទនេះគេ predict Athena មិន Athena Athena បាទគេ predict Pro Esport របស់យើងចាញ់ SRG ធ្លាក់មកក្រមិនមែនចាញ់ Onyx ហេដល់ពេលគ្រប់ A Miracle គេ predict Pimani Vitality Team Spirit Famous និង Falcon ហើយគេ predict ហ្នឹងក៏យើងដូចគ្នាដែរចាញ់ដូចគ្នា SRG Liquid Onyx និង Aurora Leo និយាយទៅអានេះខ្ញុំប្រាប់ជំនឿជាតិគាត់ Athena ជំនឿជាតិឥណ្ឌូ Miracle ឥណ្ឌូ Leo នៅហ្វីលីពីនក៏គេអត់មាន predict យើងដែរGradient Q Malaysia ក៏គេអត់មាន predict យើងដែរអស់ហើយប៉ុណ្ណឹង Yeah that's it ម៉ោង5កន្លះហ្នឹងទេ6កន្លះហ្នឹងពេករបស់ហ្វីលីពីនទេម៉ោង5មិន6កន្លះ5ឆែកនៅក្នុង EWC ក៏បានចុយ EWC អ្នកគ្នាយើងអាចមាន schedule មើលនេះ schedule Free Fire ទេអានេះ Alright schedule check the schedule ថ្ងៃហ្នឹង MWI playoff នេះម៉ោង12ម៉ោង ម៉ោង10ម៉ោង12បានន័យថាយើងអញគេហ្នឹងខុសគ្នា5ម៉ោងគឺម៉ោង5នេះម៉ោងដល់គ្នាមើលឃើញអត់គេដាក់ម៉ោង12ថ្ងៃអញ្ចឹងគឺយើងខុសគ្នា5ម៉ោងគេដាក់យឺតជាងយើង5ម៉ោងអញ្ចឹងយើងម៉ោង5គេម៉ោង12ថ្ងៃដល់គ្នាអូខេ guys តិចទៀតបានគេ live schedule ដាក់ម៉ោង10តែឃើញ live នេះ MLBB Sport សង្ស័យត page EWC ចឹងតែនឹងតម្លៃ live ទាំងពីរជឿ
អរគុណកងកាកដាសម្រាប់បុកលុយ25សេនចាញ់ឈ្នះវាជាកីឡា We keep support they are
អូល្អចាញ់ឈ្នះវាជាកីឡាទេការប្រកួតតែមានចាញ់ឈ្នះចឹងណាគ្នាMWI EWC final day no MWI day 4នេះ day 4 4 5 10នេះ4 5 10អានោះ4 10ឥឡូវអា4 5 10នេះក៏អត់ live ដែរឥឡូវ Free Fire គេពងប្រកួត Free Fire អន countdown សាំមែនណានៅក្នុង page EWC ដាក់ម៉ោង 4:15 page MLBB Sport ដាក់ម៉ោង 4:10 តែឥឡូវហ្នឹងម៉ោង 4:20 ឥឡូវអត់តន់បើក live ទេយេវាអញ្ចឹងដែរណាយើងមកអង្គុយចាំមុនអ្នកនេះអតិជនប៉ិតគេមកអង្គុយចាំយកបងតែគេដឹងកន្លែងគេមកអង្គុយចាំអីមើលអ្នក comment ជេរទៅ how long do they delay ពេញហ្នឹងនោះអ្នក comment នៅក្នុងការចាំreal supporter never join their team និយាយទៅខ្ញុំនិយាយក្នុងនាមជាអ្នកគ្រប់គ្រងយើងមិនចាញ់អារម្មណ៍ជាអ្នកគ្រប់គ្រងទៅតោះឥឡូវអង្គុយមើល podcast មកមិនមើលទេអា podcast មើលគីឡូថាខ្ញុំដុតកម្ដៅរឿង defang អីចឹងណាខ្ញុំ share លេខទេខ្ញុំនិយាយលេខទេលោកអើយណោះនេះគុំតែប្រកាន់គាត់ឲ្យកុំជេរគាត់អាណិតគាត់ផងមកបាទសុំនាំគ្នាលុបបំបត្តិការជេរ defang ទៅកុំធ្វើបាបនេះពេក
អរគុណរតនៈហាំងសម្រាប់បុកលុយ 1000 រៀល
បាទអរគុណរតនៈសម្រាប់ 1000 រៀល 10 សេនពីបរិត Hello ជំរាបសួរអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាកុំភ្លេច like
អរគុណថាវូធីសម្រាប់បុកលុយ25សេន
ថាវូធីអរគុណ25សេនតោះឥឡូវខ្ញុំពាក់អានេះទៀតអានេះគឺ connect ជាមួយនឹង app ចង្វាក់បេះដូងខ្ញុំអាហ្នឹងគេពាក់នៅដៃនេះពាក់នៅដៃអញ្ចឹងហើយខ្ញុំបិទអានេះសិននេះពាក់នៅដៃហ្នឹងអានេះយើងចុចវាបើកតែវា load បើវា load ហើយយើង connect ជាមួយនឹង app នេះ app របស់វាលឹបពេញគេអត់ចាញ់ចង្វាក់បេះដូងមកឲ្យណា PS5 អូអត់តន់ទិញទេចាំមើលមួយរយៈទៀតចាំរត់ទិញទិសោថានេះទិញថោកឯងលវីសទិញបានថោកចាំមើលចាក់ស្ដែងហ្នឹងទេយើងថ្ងៃនេះខ្ញុំមកគ្រប់ត្រូលទេខ្ញុំអត់មានមកវិភាគអីច្រើនទេដូចខ្ញុំជម្រាបជូនអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាអញ្ចឹងណាខ្ញុំជា co-streamer មិនមែន analyst ទេចំណេះដឹងក្នុង game អាចនឹងមានខ្លះថា 10 ទៅ 20% ប៉ុន្តែ restream គឺជា reaction គេការទស្សនាជុំគ្នាពិភាក្សាជាមួយគ្នានឹងអាន comment អ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នានិយាយទៅ chill stream ខ្ញុំ
អរគុណចាន់បូរិតសម្រាប់បុកលុយ25សេន
អមកថ្ងៃនេះក្រុមកម្ពុជា Galaxy Phoenix ប៉ះជាមួយនឹង NAVI PX វគ្គ semi final best of 5លេងនៅម៉ោង 5 បាទដាក់មួយហើយកុំឲ្យអ្នកគ្នាផ្លិចណាTK ទិញ
អរគុណថាវុធីសម្រាប់បុកលុយ60សេន
អរគុណវុធីសម្រាប់60សេនអរគុណមិត NAVI ឥឡូវ NAVI ទៀត so you all ណោះ defang មកអ្នកគ្នានៅក្នុង comment នេះបាទនៅយើងផ្អាកជេរ defang ហើយយើងទស្សនា Queen Legend តាកុំជេរគាត់អត់ដឹងអីទេអ្នកគ្នាជេរគាត់ថាអីគាត់បង្កើនមីតកាយើងមើលទៅសូមអាណិត defang ផង please release defang from
អរគុណកងតាវ៉ាន់សម្រាប់បុកលុយ30សេន
អាយ៉ាតាវ៉ាន់អរគុណ30សេនចុះយូរមែនតា4កន្លះហ្នឹងខាង sound record សូវលឺចុំថ្ងៃនេះក្រុមកម្ពុជា Galaxy Phoenix ប៉ះជាមួយនឹង NAVI PX វគ្គ semi final best of 5លេងនៅម៉ោង 5 defang with peace ត្រូវទៀត NAVI នេះលើកមុនផ្្លត់មកយើងនិយាយទៅគេមើងងាយយើងនិយាយឥឡូវអានេះខ្ញុំនិយាយបន្តិចចោះបកបន្តិចជាមួយនឹងការប្រកួតដែលយើងឈ្នះជាមួយនឹង NAVI នៅក្នុងក្រុម stage វគ្គទី1គឺគេ underestimated យើងយកមកមើងងាយយើងភាសាខ្មែរមើងងាយគូសត្រូវសំបីតាំងពីការអន្តរជាតិសំបីតាំងពីការលេងគឺចាញ់យើងទាំងអស់យកមកអញ្ចឹងថ្ងៃនេះទោះជាយើងធ្លាប់ឈ្នះគេក៏យើងត្រូវតែប្រុងប្រយ័ត្ននិងបង្កើនសមត្ថភាពបដូរយុទ្ធសាស្ត្រថ្មីដើម្បីលេងមួយគេដែរព្រោះនៅពេលដែលយើងប៉ះជាមួយនឹងសេតាក៏យើងចាញ់ចំណុចខ្សោយគួរសមសង្ឃឹមថាថ្ងៃនេះពួកគាត់ធ្វើបានល្អលើកទឹកចិត្តពួកគាត់ប្រឹងប្រែងទាំងអស់គ្នាលេងនេះគឺលេងដើម្បីជាតិលេងដើម្បីខ្លួនឯងលេងដើម្បីគ្រួសារមកគាត់មួយនេះគឺធំ
អរគុណហ្គេមសម្រាប់បុកលុយ$1អាមេរិក
អូយមិញបត់មកណាគេ Lauren មែនអូអញដាច់ live ឡើយអញសង្ស័យនិយាយថាសុំអ្នកគ្នាបត់បោះបាមីបត់ប៉ាន់ដាយកុំសែនមកអ្នកគ្នាដាច់ live សាហាវណាបាមីនេះគ្មានការលើកលែងលើពីណាគេទេបាទនិយាយទៅបាមីនេះអ្នកគ្នាបត់ស្ដាប់បានតែខ្លួនឯងកុំចាក់នោះឡើយ strike សាហាវណាស់អ្នកគ្នាណៃកើឥឡូវកុំតន់និយាយខ្លាចនិយាយទៅវាកាត់រឿងផ្សេងឥឡូវមានអត់បានមិននិយាយទៀតទេព្រោះនិយាយអាចតែកាត់រឿងផ្សេងអាចទៅមានរឿងដល់ណៃកើទៀតឥឡូវទៅគ្មានណាគេចេះទៀតទេគេអស់ត្រឹមហ្នឹងទេគេឈប់ចេះហើយថ្ងៃនេះក្រុមកម្ពុជា Galaxy Phoenix ប៉ះជាមួយនឹង NAVI PX វគ្គ semi final best of 5 លេងនៅម៉ោង 5 អូខេអរគុណច្រើនអាម៉ាញ់មិញ$1ដើម្បីទីទៀត stand ហើយអូខេវរណៃ10សេនពីសុកសុកណាឃីនស្ដាប់បត Sunday ទៅអញដោះឲ្យអាឡាយចាំដោះស្អីឲ្យរៃមួយមកអរគុណ
ថាវុធីសម្រាប់បុកលុយ$1អាមេរិក
អរគុណ$1ពីវុធីមិញ900រៀលពីម៉ាកូមកការចង់ឲ្យក្រុមណាធ្លាក់ថ្ងៃហ្នឹងបើខ្ញុំវិញចង់ឲ្យឥណ្ឌូធ្លាក់នៅក្រុមហ្វីលីពីនអូយើងចង់តែតែយើងចាំមើលសមត្ថភាពសិនអ្នកនេះវាយវលីម solo វលីមមែនចាំតិចខ្ញុំស្រែកឲ្យវលីមmấy cái low ដល់គ្នាសលេងខ្ញុំមែនអីទេសលេងខ្ញុំតិចឬក៏សលេងអីតិចសុំម្ដងទៀតមើលដល់នេះតឡើងសលេងដល់គ្នាតិចសលេងខ្ញុំ boost 300%និយាយមែនទេណាសលេងខ្ញុំ boost 300% goal over 106ហើយដូរ goal មួយសិនផ្លេចដូរអើយងាប់អញហ่าដូរ goal សិនអត់ទេ goal ណា goal tracker អូខេ goal tracker អញអានោះវា complete ចឹងហ៎đâu nữa đâu rồi ok đô gỗ lên ha mình thảo thơ ấy lại đô gỗ flick bắn $1 pi một thi mày con heo mày ngày đi dân mà control pin nhầm hưng control pin nhầm hưng control pin nhầm hưng control pin nhầm hưng cái lên ngày nó bên lơ cá đây này skate chúa kẹm nghĩ lớn champion pi slot ở bong bờ sân chỉ năm ảnh nó to dễ chả mơ cam cốt rất là cái sông chlong cắt ở lấy trái đà sầm núa ảnh trắng trắng sông chlong cắt cam cốt 200 prap này គេលេងមកម៉ានអូឡាយនេះក្រុមកម្ពុជា Galaxy Phoenix ប៉ះជាមួយនឹង NAVI PX វគ្គ semi final best of 5 លេងនៅម៉ោង 5 ឡាយអានេះឡាយគេឡាយនេះថ្ងៃនេះក្រុមកម្ពុជា Galaxy Phoenix ប៉ះជាមួយនឹង NAVI PX វគ្គ semi final best of 5 លេងនៅម៉ោង 5 ឡើយខ្ញុំបូសសលេងនេះមួយទៀត desktop 150ឲ្យរៀងលឺតិចចាំមើលថ្ងៃហ្នឹងដឹងហាត់បេះដូងចង្វាក់ឡើងដល់ប្រហែលទេអ្នកគ្នាអើយភ័យជួយម៉ែខ្ញុំនិយាយខ្ញុំភ័យទៅហើយមានអារម្មណ៍ថាចង់ដុកដាក់ដាបដែរនេះ
អរគុណកងកាកាដាសម្រាប់បុកលុយ25សេនប៉ុន្តែខ្ញុំចង់ឲ្យកម្ពុជាឡើងទៅវគ្គផ្ដាច់ព្រោះដើម្បីបំបីកំណត់ត្រាថ្មីស៊ូ
គាត់បំបែកហើយអ្នកគ្នាគាត់បំបែកហើយតែគាត់ថាយ៉ាយ៉ាចិត្ត 40k អ្នកនេះ 40k subscriber នៅខាងលើនេះខ្ញុំនឹងធ្វើការ live ដាច់យប់នេះ 39,160 ហើយបើ 40k ខ្ញុំ live ដាច់យប់មាន website អត់ដឹងទេអាហ្នឹងខ្ញុំមិនដឹងពូមើល reaction នេះមកហ្វាអើយចាអូយេជូតស្លាប់ក្រុមសេតាហ្នឹងអត់រំពឹងឥឡូវខ្ញុំនិយាយចេះណាមិនសមមិញខ្ញុំតែមិនយល់ថាហេតុអីបានសេតាហ្នឹងយំក្រុមហ្នឹងអត់រំពឹងឈ្នះយើងទេអ្នកនេះអត់រំពឹងណាឈ្នះយើងទេអត់រំពឹងឈ្នះយើងទេឈ្នះបានមួយហ្គេមហ្នឹងយំបណ្ដោយនិយាយមែនទេណាហើយគ្នាភ័យវិញភ័យខ្លាចធ្លាក់វាយបានចុយអត់ដាក់សលេងវាយបានណារ៉ូណាល់ដូ comment ទេដែរអញទៀតហើយមកមិន page Queen Legend ដាក់ម៉ោង 7 យប់ចឹង Queen Legend មែនអត់ដឹងដែរមែនតើមែន Queen Legendម៉ោង 17 ដែរម៉ោង 5 ដែរអូអ្នកគ្នាស្គាល់ម៉ោងសកលខ្មែរយើងអាម៉ោង 24 ម៉ោងហ៎ម៉ោង 17 ដែរអូពីឡាមកដល់
អរគុណសុងវីសុតអែនមាសភូមិផាសម្រាប់បុកលុយ$2អាមេរិក
បាទអរគុណសុងវីសុតនិងមាសភូមិផាមកសម្រាប់$2បាទ account room គ្នាបាទនេះគេហៅ account room ម៉ោង 17 ម៉ោង 5 អ្នកគ្នាអូយព្រះអង្គអអង្គអញអើយ10សេនពីវធីមកមានអ្នកសួរថ្ងៃនេះក្រុមកម្ពុជា Galaxy Phoenix ប៉ះជាមួយនឹង NAVI PX វគ្គ semi final best of 5 លេខនៅម៉ោង 5 ចេះតែថ្ងៃនេះអ្នកគ្នាបំភ្លេចរឿង defense ចោលហើយយើងចិត្តកុំទៅជេរគ្នាអីឥឡូវយើងមកផ្ដោតអារម្មណ៍ជាមួយនឹងការប្រកួត MWI របស់យើងវិញអូខេចុយមួយថ្ងៃទៅបាត់ចាយប៉ារីសឆឹងចាយប៉ារីសបាត់ឆឹងមកហើយអត់មានមួយឡាយមកអីទេបាញ់លុយទៅតាមណាមាន QR អូឈប់សិនមកនេះចាំខ្ញុំប្រាប់បាទអូអារឿងបាញ់លុយនេះគេមានវិធីគេអេមណាចង់ដាក់ QR បានចាំតិចខ្ញុំដាក់ឲ្យតែឥឡូវនេះគេមានវិធីពិសេសមួយទៀតតែអ្នកគ្នាមិនធ្លាប់ឃើញពីមុនមកយកមកបាទកម្មវិធីនេះគឺជាកម្មវិធីលុយអស្ចារ្យមហាលូតផ្លាស់ដែលបង្កើតដោយ
អរគុណអាជួយជំរាយសម្រាប់បុកលុយ 2000 រៀល Defense Jet និយាយត្រង់សោះថាឲ្យគ្នាដែរដល់ fake ដូច iPhone បានគេចូលចិត្តចិត្តចេញឲ្យបងតិច
ចុយមិនចេះចឹងអេអូយអញអើយអញស្រីមអញនាំរឿងហើយស្រីមអញនេះអ្នកគ្នានេះចុចអា link pin comment ហ្នឹងអ្នកគ្នាវានឹងចេញអានេះមកយើង scroll report មកនេះកន្លែងនេះគឺយើងអាចដាក់ទឹកលុយបាន$1ឬក៏4000រៀលឬក៏គ្នាចង់វាយខ្លួនឯងក៏បានដែរ like 4500 4200អីចឹងណាអ្នកចង់វាយប៉ុន្មានក៏បានដែរតែបើគ្នាដាក់4000ទៅវាមាន link YouTube អ្នកដាក់បានហើយវា pop up YouTube ចាប់ពី4000រៀលឡើងទៅកន្លែងនេះគឺដាក់ឈ្មោះកងធនាគាររបស់អ្នកគ្នាអានេះឈ្មោះខ្ញុំគឺឈ្មោះកងខ្ញុំហ្មងណា
អរគុណនិផាគីមសម្រាប់បុកលុយ25សេន
អរគុណផាគីមហើយកន្លែងនេះគឺជាឲ្យវាអានរីម៉ាកចាប់ពី1000រៀលទៅឬក៏25សេនវាអានហើយវាអានសារអ្នកគ្នាសរសេរអញ្ចឹងណាដូចពូកុយចេះអីចឹងទៅឧទាហរណ៍ណាតែបើសិន$1អាចដាក់ nickname បាននេះ nickname កុយចេះអញ្ចឹងទៅអ្នកដាក់ nickname មកវងកញ្ចក់2បិទវងកញ្ចក់2ហើយ$1ហ្នឹងមួយខែបានដូរបានបើចង់ដូរភ្លាម$5 ហើយបន្តមកនេះចុចទូទាត់ទៅវានឹងចេញ QR code ដល់នេះ scan ឯធនាគារណាក៏ scan បានហើយដល់នេះ donate ហើយវាមាន top នៅក្រោមដល់នេះមើលនេះលេខ1របស់យើងនេះសងវិសុទ្ធហើយនឹងមាសភំផាលេខ2យើងមានថាវុធីលេខ3យើងមានជីមីអីចឹងណាមានទាំងអស់ចឹងតើយើងមើលចឹងទៅ right មិនដែរលុយបាត់ថេបខ្លះបើកវិញប៉ះហើយដឹងហើយមិនខ្ញុំ skip អត់តន់នេះឆាតនឹង skip អត់តន់នេះបើនេះទេបាញ់តាម QR នេះក៏បានដែរ QR ខ្ញុំបាទ QR ហ្នឹងពេលឆ្លងធនាគារ remark វាអត់ចេញទេតែបើសិនអ្នកបាញ់តាមអា link pin comment ហ្នឹងទោះជាធនាគារណាក៏បាញ់បានដែរជើងឯកនៅក្នុងការប្រកួតនេះគឺប្រាក់រង្វាន់សរុប$150,000នៅក្នុងការប្រកួតនេះហើយលេខ2គឺ$90,000លេខ3 50,000លេខ4 30,000ហើយអ្នក top 5 ដល់ top 8ហ្នឹងគឺ 20,000 9 12ហ្នឹង 15,000 13 16 10,000 ជួយ$10,000ក្នុងដៃអូតូលុយមែន$10,000លោកអើយចែកគ្នាបានក៏ម្នាក់ 2,000 ឯដែរថ្ងៃនេះក្រុមកម្ពុជា Galaxy Phoenix ប៉ះជាមួយនឹង NAVI PX វគ្គ Semi Final VSHOPKH លេងនៅម៉ោង 5 ថ្ងៃនេះក្រុមកម្ពុជា Galaxy Phoenix ប៉ះជាមួយនឹង NAVI PX វគ្គ Semi Final VSHOPKH លេងនៅម៉ោង 5 ម្សិលមិញមើល NAVI ដែរ
អរគុណ King Scammer សម្រាប់បុកលុយ25 សេនយើងកុំបំភ្លេចរឿងបងដេហ្វាងយើងបំភ្លេចគាត់ហ្មងទៅហាហាហេហេហាហេហាហេហាហេហាហេហាហេហាហេហាហេហាហេហាហេហាហេហា
អរគុណឈៀតរាឈានសម្រាប់បុកលុយ50 សេន
អរគុណរាឈានសម្រាប់50 សេនខ្នើយ King Scam 25 សេន
អរគុណថាវុធីសម្រាប់បុកលុយ$1អាមេរិកចង់ឃើញក្រូលើកពីនបង
ចង់ឃើញខ្មែរលើកពីនទៅ AI ហ្នឹងអាន
អរគុណសាមសមលីសម្រាប់បុកលុយ25 សេនខ្ញុំខ្សោយណា
ចុយខ្សោយគេអូសូម៉ាលីបង25 សេនវុធី$1និយាយដល់អ្នកបាច់ទៅសេខ្មែរសេកម្ពុជាមកតែអញ្ចឹងវាអានចេញស្អីណាឈួតចុយមក AI បងចិនចេះអីអាមេរិកចេះស្អីគេតាណាបាត់ហើយពងមើលមិនបាត់
អរគុណញួចបានផេងសម្រាប់បុកលុយ$2,000ខ្ញុំសាកល្បងទេ
អរគុណប៊ុនផេងសម្រាប់ការសាកល្បងមកដល់នេះចង់ដាក់ nickname ក៏បានដែរ$1ឡើងទៅដាក់ nickname បានដែរចង់ដូរភ្លាម$5
អរគុណពៅសេថាបុតសម្រាប់បុកលុយ4រៀលកម្ពុជាឈ្នះបាញ់ឲ្យ$2អាមេរិកទៀត
ជួយ$2អាមេរិកអរគុណសម្រាប់4,000រៀលពិសិដ្ឋបុតបាទនេះអានេះតសេកម្ពុជាអញ្ចឹងណាឬក៏ GXP មកនេះបើតសេពាក្យខ្មែរវាអត់ដឹងមិន AI អានចេញក្រអត់យល់តែឥឡូវយើងបិទវគ្គរឿង defense សិនណានេះtopic បាត់សិនយើងបដោតទៅលើការប្រកួតរបស់យើង
អរគុណគីតៃហុងសម្រាប់បុកលុយ$2,000
អរគុណតៃហុង
អរគុណសុកលីសម្រាប់បុកលុយ$3អាមេរិកសង្ឃឹមថាបានទៅលេង Grand Final World Cup
បាទអរគុណសុកលីសម្រាប់$3បាទអរគុណច្រើនសង្ឃឹមនៅ Grand Final ខំដូចគ្នាដល់គ្នាdefang អីគេបងតាមអត់តន់defang រត់ស្នាតនៅវត្តភ្នំនោះនេះ
អរគុណហ្វាសម្រាប់បុកលុយ$1អាមេរិកគុំពុនស្រឡាវកុំប្រដៅមនុស្សភ្លើ
ចុយហើយមែនចាំមើលសាមិញខ្ញុំឲ្យមើល
អរគុណ King Scammer សម្រាប់បុកលុយ25 សេនថ្ងៃនេះតើបងកាកានឹងបាសជើងម្ដងទៀតដែរឬទេ
អរគុណស្អីវ៉ាន់ឌីសម្រាប់បុកលុយ$1,000មើលហ្គេមកុំធ្វើមុខស្លន់ខ្ញុំភ័យ
អរគុណខ្ញុំខ្សោយណាស់សម្រាប់បុកលុយ25 សេនជួយអញអានច្រឡំ25 សេនតាមពិត$25សោះ
ចុយ ធ្វើមែន
អរគុណវៃសតលើកពានសម្រាប់បុកលុយ$1អាមេរិក Prediction Pro VSHOPKH
Pro SRG មែន 20 នេះអាពេលខ្មែរទេណាគេសួរ
អរគុណអ៊ុកសេវីសម្រាប់បុកលុយ$1000 រៀល
មើលបេះដូងមើលបេះដូងដល់នេះមើលបេះដូងខ្ញុំ
អរគុណណាំសោកមានសម្រាប់បុកលុយ$1អាមេរិក
មើលកន្លែងគេវាយផ្ទះមើលកន្លែងគេវាយផ្ទះអរគុណ$1អាមេរិកអញវីដេអូគេណា
អរគុណញ៉ែលប៊ុនរងសម្រាប់បុកលុយ25សេន
អរគុណគុណធាឌីណាសម្រាប់បុកលុយ25សេនយើងវៃហើយថ្ងៃនេះ
អរគុណសេនហ្វីរុនសម្រាប់បុកលុយ1000រៀលហ្វីលីពីនចេះអីឥណ្ឌូនេស៊ីចេះអីកម្ពុជាលើកនេះមិនណោដើរហើយក៏មិនណោរត់គឺហោះយកតែម្ដង
អរគុណជន់វីហ្វូសម្រាប់បុកលុយ2000រៀល
អរគុណយតសេងអោសម្រាប់បុកលុយ1000រៀល
អរគុណថុយសូបលសម្រាប់បុកលុយ25សេនចិនចេះស្អីអាមេរិកចេះស្អីជប៉ុនចេះស្អីកម្ពុជាដើរទៅមុខមួយជំហានទៀតហើយ
អូម៉ែ162យោ what the fuck បេះដូងខ្ញុំ162ណានេះ what sao nó zoom á nè 162ណានេះអរគុណច្រើនណាស់គ្នាអរគុណសេងហួរដែរអរគុណច្រើន162ណាគ្នាសួរខ្ញុំភ័យអត់នេះ162 what the heck ឥឡូវបេះដូងខ្ញុំជាធម្មតានេះកៅជាង100ហ្នឹងគឺធម្មតានេះកាត់ទ្រឹតខឹងហើយចុយគេកាត់ទ្រឹតខឹងសាលាខ្ញុំកាត់សក់ពេញសាលាខ្ញុំសល់មួយឆ្នាំងដៃគាត់តុកសេចពេកចុយអានឹងមិនដឹងអានឹងគ្រូណាគ្នានេះ162 Oh my god ណាសួរខ្ញុំភ័យអត់ភ័យណាមានសម្ដែងណាមែនតើណាដាក់ចង្វាក់បេះដូងឲ្យមើលយកអានោះអាចសម្ដែងបានទេអ្នកគ្នាអាចសម្ដែងទឹកមុខបានតែមិនអាចសម្ដែងអានេះវាវាស់ជាមួយនឹងចង្វាក់បេះដូងយើងនេះវាស់នៅដៃយើងហ្មងនេះមិន fake ទេណាបង subscription មួយខែ$6
អរគុណឈីវរ៉ាឌីសម្រាប់បុកលុយ$1អាមេរិក
ចុយ define ណានេះអេហ្វាយោបត់បាមីអើយបត់បាមី copyright បត់បាមី copyright define សុំ link ថ្មីអាវីដេអូរបស់ភាច្រើនឲ្យតចម្រៀងរបស់បាមី copyright ដាច់ឡាយយកហ្មងសាហាវណា
អរគុណហ្វាសម្រាប់បុកលុយ25សេនអរគុណលោកអុកញ៉ាលេងណាវ៉ាត្រាសម្រាប់បុកលុយ$10000អេហ្វាសម្រាប់បុកលុយ$10000អេហ្វាសម្រាប់បុកលុយ$10000
លេងខ្ញុំតិចចាំ
អរគុណរតននរិនសម្រាប់បុកលុយ30សេនសង្ឃឹមយប់នេះគ្មានបញ្ហាបច្ចេកទេសចុះ
Cô nó thời rồi lấy những bút hai mà kìa ok lười đó nào thế bạn đang lười bạn đang lười ok bạn đang ok bán ok bạn đang bán bạn đang lứ hạt bịt bò cá tư bà hai số chết 10% វាយសតលើកពីវាយហ្នឹងដល់នេះកុំបាញ់គ្នាពេកអើយកុំបាញ់គ្នាពេកបាទទុកផ្លូវគ្នារស់ផង3នាទីទៀតដល់គ្នាចូលហើយ3នាទីទៀតចូលហើយខ្ញុំបានឃើញព្រះពុទ្ធជាម្ចាស់ចុយស្អីគេហ្នឹងអញស្អីហ្នឹងលើកទឹកចិត្តខ្លួនឯង mạnh lên nè cùng lên bếch bài bể đâu អាយ៉ាឌុកដាំង5សេនពីតង់ហេងបាទមិញមានច្រើននេះមើលអរគុណគ្នាយើងសារឡើងវិញហ្នឹងណូរិនរតនៈ30សេនហ្វា25សេនរ៉ាឌី$1តៃហុង1រៀល25សេនពីសបុល1000រៀលពីសេងហួរឈឿនវិភូ2000រៀលពីរុន1000រៀលគុនធាឌីណា25សេន25សេនពីប៊ុនរងសុកណាន់$1សាវី1000រៀលសេងហួរ500រៀល$1ពីវៃសុតលើកពៀនចុយដាក់ឈ្មោះចឹងដែរចុយប្លែកមើលអើយបដិក SRG មួយ Pro 20 SRG ខ្ញុំសើចណាស់25សេនអូខេអស់ត្រឹមហ្នឹង
អរគុណ POV សេងហៃសម្រាប់បុកលុយ25សេន
អរគុណ25សេនពីសេងហៃ
អរគុណណៅថលសម្រាប់បុកលុយ50សេន
អរគុណ50សេនពីថលចុយធ្វើដំណើរគេណាអែមខានតំបន់គេណាចុយខ្ញុំខំអានមកកណោតខ្ញុំអត់យល់ទេនេះ Robbie goal អាចលេងបាន Robbie experience ឡើងចំណេញជាងនេះ goal រៀងបាក់ react វីដេអូបកស្រាយផងចុយអូវីដេអូ defang បកស្រាយមែនមែនតើមានបកស្រាយអ
រគុណអេងវ៉ូអានមង្លាំងសម្រាប់បុកលុយ25សេន
អរគុណមេងឡាំងសម្រាប់25សេនតើយើងមកមើលវីដេអូវាយសុតតា champion
អរគុណក្រោកឈរបងសម្រាប់បុកលុយ$1អាមេរិក
អរគុណ Fair Kim Sran សម្រាប់បុកលុយ50សេនតោះ All in Galaxy
មានគេជេអត់
អរគុណវៃសុតលើកពៀនសម្រាប់បុកលុយ25សេនលើកពៀនហើយ
អញមើលខមមិនដាច់សោតចុយបើ
វាយសើលើកពៀនអូខេគ្នាយើងខ្ញុំឃើញប្រតិកម្មពាក្យខ្ញុំច្រើនវាយសើលើកពៀនហ្នឹងអ្នកខ្លះដែលមកថាខ្ញុំហ្នឹងពេលខ្លះគាត់អត់ស្គាល់ការប្រកួត MWI ហ្នឹងមិនផងសម្រាប់ខ្ញុំ head poll ដែលខ្ញុំនិយាយហ្នឹងដោយសារតែគ្រាន់ជាការ prediction របស់ខ្ញុំការទូទាយរបស់ខ្ញុំឯងមិនប្រកាសថាការទូទាយខ្ញុំត្រូវឬខុសឯដោយសារតែទី1ដោយសារតែពេលនេះគាត់ទៅប្រកួតហ្នឹងគាត់គឺថ្មីពេកអត់ស្គាល់ប្រវត្តិ vitality ទេគឺក្រុមនេះមិនដែលចាញ់ក្នុងការប្រកួតMWI នេះគ្រាន់ជាការទូទាយសម្រាប់ podcast ពេលខ្លះវាមានការបញ្ចេញបញ្ចូលពីខាងកម្មវិធីដូចគ្នាអត់ពេញចិត្តខ្ញុំចង់រិះគន់ខ្ញុំអីអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាអាចរិះគន់បានតែគួរតែទៅស្ដាប់ podcast ពេញសិនថាខ្ញុំនិយាយគេខ្លះនៅក្នុងហ្នឹងហើយខ្ញុំបានលើកសរសើរក្រុមនារីយើងអីគេខ្លះដូចគ្នាប្រកួតនារីតាំងពី Queen Legend Season 2
អរគុណអារុនសុនទេពមូនីរិតសម្រាប់បុកលុយ$1អាមេរិក
ខ្ញុំបើនិយាយអាចជាបងពួកគាត់របស់បានគាត់ថាខុសអាចរិះគន់បានហើយមុននឹងរិះគន់ហ្នឹងអ្នកទាំងអស់គ្នាជួយទៅមើល podcast ពេញហើយអ្នកទាំងគួរថាខ្ញុំនិយាយឡើងហ្នឹងខុសឬត្រូវតែប៉ុណ្្នឹងឯងទេខ្ញុំនៅសារអក្សរអង់គ្លេសស៊ីងខ្មែរ live
ចុយមានពាក់ព័ន្ធអីអង់គ្លេសស៊ីងខ្មែរហ្នឹងវីដេអូពេញអានេះមកវីដេអូពេញ
អរគុណអាចុយមរាយសម្រាប់បុកលុយ1000រៀលតាក្រលើកពៀនចាប់ឌីហ្វាងវាយពីក្រោយហើយ
ខ្មែរលើកពៀននេះនេះនេះវីដេអូពេញនៅនេះអញមកមើលបាន
And four ladies' dreams of making it to the grand finals ended. It was Team Ray Young, Seda Esports, and both Falcons rosters of Falcons MENA as well as Falcons Indonesia. But let's celebrate the fact that they made it to the knockout stage. A massive accomplishment, not only for their region, but also for their organization. But we have four powerhouse teams of NAVI versus Galaxy Phoenix. Who will rise above? And on the opposite end, it's going to be Vitality versus Geltech Cyber Team for who rolls the jungle. It's the knockout stage, semifinals. Let's get day 4 of the MWI started.
The third day of MWI at EWC 2026 was
អរគុណ
legendary
សងសា
as
អូ
we
ន
saw
ប៉ះសម្រាប់បុកលុយ
advancements
1 ដុល្លារ
and
អា
knockouts
មេរិក
happened on the same day. Four sweeps opened up day number 3 with Falcons and Indonesia moving forward and Seta, representative from China, making it to the knockouts by qualifying with a sweep as well. And of course, in the next series of matches, we got to see Falcons Mena also move forward, while NAVI took down a rival in Gen G with a sweep.
Then we move on to the knockout stage. Brutal knockouts, brutal eliminations already. Starting off with Galaxy Phoenix shutting down the Seta run that had everybody engaged. Then we had heartbreak for both Falcons ID and Falcons Mena, sent home by home turf advantage, Vitality, and also Geltech
អ
Cyber
រ
Team.
គុណក្រាប
Final
ឈរ
match of the
បង
day, it was
សម្រាប់
the
បុក
only
លុយ
sweep
2
with
ដុល្លារ
NAVI
អាមេរិក
Philippines
មួយសេន
getting a top 4 finish. Yesterday we found out the best of 3s. Today we'll find out what best of 5s are in store for us.
អរគុណអ្នកសូវណ្ណរិទ្ធសម្រាប់បុកលុយ 1000 រៀលគាត់សុំទោសឲ្យឈប់ជេរគាត់ទៅវាយសុទ្ធលើកពៀន
I got into esports with Vitality. I started supporting Vitality on Counter-Strike back in 2020. So I get into MWI when Vitality just got their team, especially when EWC has been created. When you see esports, you just need to see it as a normal sport. There is teams, players, organizations. They just one thing is to win.
Dina's already down.
Là
Now the
si
base
win
is
the next
went by
round là.
Chao. Spatial migration combo.
Nghe đi.
Already falling into the
Bài
hands of
offside.
Vitality.
Bẹ cần
That
đao
is what
tạch
you see in
ruột.
a world
Để đặt
class
trên hàng lái tới
series
grand
here.
final.
And that's how I got curious about
ថ្ងៃ
the
នេះយើង
club,
ត្រូវតែ
about
ទិញពាក្យ
its
មួយបានហើយ
values,
ក្នុងសំណួរនិងចម្លើយនឹងការនិយាយរបស់អ្នកគ្នា
I
គឺ
just
ពាក្យថា
felt like it was my club. It
នេះ
wasn't
នឹង
even
វគ្គដាច់ព្រាត់
a choice. I just felt like it was my club.
អរគុណសេតាបុតអរគុណយើងថ្ងៃនេះលើកទឹកចិត្ត all in កម្ពុជាឈ្នះកម្ពុជាឈ្នះ
Oh, today is serious here in
Let's
the Allianz
go, let's
Vaults.
go,
More
Galaxy
teams will have
Phoenix.
potentially their
Let's
dreams
go,
crushed. They don't want to play
Galaxy
for third or fourth.
Phoenix.
No,
Let's
they
go,
want to play for
Galaxy
gold
អរគុណ
first
អោន
and
សា
second, but
កា
they've
ដា
got to win
សម្រាប់
one
បុ
more
កលុយ
series just to get to
25 សេ
that
ន
point. Welcome into the
I've got
studio.
25
I'm Taylor
cent.
Reflections Noble, joined by the wonderful Rinmar
Hey,
and
Dada.
Miracle. Good to have you boys. How you feeling? Man, we're here, semifinals day.
Yeah,
Ôi,
good to
phải
be
hai,
here.
phải
Very
hai.
excited to be at this spot on Stream A. Now the only stream that we got after how many
Nhóm
days
chào
I
đám
spent
phải hai
on
bóng
Stream B,
bóng.
but very happy to be here and excited.
Nhóm chào đám
Happy
phải
to have
hai
you guys. Miracle, you've been crushing it over there on the cast, though.
Thank
And
you.
we have a lot of
Hey,
great
you mom,
moments
okay?
to
Oh my
look
God,
at. Let's just reminisce
Yeah,
of
I
what
got
has taken place, especially yesterday. We crushed 4 of those keys, Miracle. Walk me through 'em.
It was fantastic, man. Again, started off with Seta, unfortunately having the run crushed down by Galaxy Phoenix. And honestly, coming into this tournament, I don't think a lot of people
អរ
had
គុណ
in
ខុន
their
សុខ
cards
ខេង
Seta
សម្រាប់
and
បុកលុយ
GXP make it to the
25 សេន
quarterfinals. The fact that they did
បែរ
go
អ
through
ហ្វាយ
their
អ្នកគ្នា
own
បែរអ
runs,
ហ្វាយយើងឈ្នះ
and
3 មិនឈ្នះ
my
អរគុណ
goodness,
25
អរគុណសងសាអោនហ្វាសម្រាប់បុកលុយ 25 សេន ខំប្រឹងលេងណាស់បងគាំទ្រពីចម្ងាយ
They expected to go all 3 games against Seta, so it's always surprises every single day.
Yeah, and I think GXP needed to suffer that one game loss to Seta. At least now they know what they need to work on. How
អ
do
រ
you
គុណ
handle the
ថា
mid-waves,
វុកជា
especially for
សម្រាប់
key
បុក
moments,
លុយ
whether you're
1 ដុល្លារ
pushing or
អា
whether
មេ
you're
រិក
playing around the objectives?
Oh, but this one was a banger. It was Vitality
Well,
against
I lose
Falcons
weight.
Indonesia.
Oh, I'm not
And let's celebrate the fact that, of course, Falcons Indonesia taking a map off of a team that has beat them hundreds and hundreds of times. Ultimately, they win the series. Vitality, of course, but it's
ភាសាហ្នឹងវាលឺពេកចឹងយើងដាក់សលេងវាល្មមមកណាប៉ណ្ណឹងអូខេហ្នឹងទេ
It to the grand finals for either of these two
But
teams
okay.
in the running for club championship points. Team Vitality, they've expanded their attempts in making sure that they get the club championship trophy, and even just making it to the grand finals would be great for their run.
Absolutely. The club championship race is well underway. After all, this is only week number 2. Trev, give me the updates.
Big storylines are emerging for the club championship today in MWI as Team Vitality continue their miracle run through the knockout bracket. At the moment, NAVI still sits on top of the club championship leaderboard, thanks to Dark Angel last week in Fatal Fury and their MWI team cracking the top 4 yesterday. Team Falcons had 2 teams.
Kun Consokeng សម្រាប់បុកលុយ25សេន ឡាយមិនឌឺ3មិនឌឺឡាយធ្វើអីណោះអត់បងការអូនណូ
It becomes our
ឡាយ
super
ឡាយធ្វើអីចុយ10សេនពីបេងតុង
Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
ចុយជាប់សលេង Telegram ឯណា
For the
ប៉ែមែន
update, we'll be keeping you updated as this tournament goes along. After all, we have 2 more days left, but let's take a look at our schedule for today. It's going to be 2 wonderful best of 5s. And again, what is up for grabs? A grand finals spot. We're going to be starting at the top with Galaxy Phoenix versus NAVI, and then move to Team Vitality versus Geltech Cyber Team.
ផ្លេចបិទសលេងអានេះទៀតអឺយអញអើយ Wait.
This matchup is going to be great against NAVI Philippines, just because they are the complete opposite. Galaxy Phoenix love to go for the brawls. They're mechanical, and for NAVI, it's all about the discipline and macro advantages to play with.
Absolutely, and I'm going to love to hear you guys break down each and every map of our best of 5. We take a look at the emotions from the players on stage, and I love seeing the smiles. I really do, because when I see the tears, it absolutely breaks my heart. Because tears are going to flow. Nobody wants to go on that stage and lose.
Yeah, some of the exit interviews I had to do yesterday were heartbreaking. I'm a little bit of a crier myself.
I'm a soft guy too, yeah.
I'm a softie, just seeing the women because of hearing their journeys, what they had to sacrifice to get through here, and then that heartbreaking loss that they had to experience. Man, it's tough.
And it's even more brutal here at the Esports World Cup, because you literally get to see your keys, your dreams crushed in front of you by your opponents.
That's right, but hey, for all of you out there, your journey can start now with the Creator Program. And it is a great program. What's up for grabs? All of those things on your very screen.
គុណ Consokeng សម្រាប់បុកលុយ25សេនអូនខ្លាចជារបស់ខ្ញុំស្រួលបួលមួយខ្ញុំតិចអាប់កាច់ហេ
ចុយ
អរគុណសងសាអូនហ្វាសម្រាប់បុកលុយ25សេនទឹកមុខអូនពោពេញទៅដោយធម្មពលដែលបងផ្ដល់ឲ្យ
អេអមយ៉ា
អរគុណឌ្យាក់មុនយុដុមសម្រាប់បុកលុយ50សេនសូមជម្រាបសួរបងប្អូន love you love you love you
Absolutely
ទាំងខ្ញុំដែរ
អរគុណណាស់ចំរ៉ែនសម្រាប់បុកលុយ1000រៀល
They were getting off the bus walking into the venue. Rose, who did you
អរ
walk
គុណ
into?
ច្រើនអ្នកគ្នា Oh, player walk in.
We managed to get half of the Galaxy Phoenix girls. So, you know, we're going to have a little bit of a chat with Winnie. Winnie, how are we feeling for today's semifinals match?
Like, I'm so confident.
Wow. Trời, giấy chăm bánh
I'm so confident. Like,
so confident.
We're so ready for the match today.
Okay. Why are we confident though? Let's talk about that, because you guys will be going up against NAVI, and you know, people say NAVI is a title contender. So, where is the confidence coming from, Galaxy Phoenix?
Well, we've been training a lot, so yeah, we trust our skill, our teamwork and stuff. Yeah.
Do you think you're going to the grand finals?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh my God! Is there anything you want to say to NAVI?
Just good luck with your match.
Okay, girls, good luck. I hope to see you guys slay the game later. That's it from us. Thanks, guys.
អរគុណខនសុកហេងសម្រាប់បុកលុយ25សេនស្អីគេណាគេសង្សារអូនបាទចង់មិនក៏បានក៏បែក
ចុយ ចុយឈ្មោះគ្នាតាមរយៈ donation
អរគុណឈូឈៀសម្រាប់បុកលុយ25សេន
អាយគឺបើមែន
Thank you, Rose, as always. She's all over the venue, getting the players' opinions, not only after the matches, before the matches, before the day even starts. She's a hard worker, Rose. We appreciate you. Let's get into our crunchy story of the day. And it's all about our semifinals. And the question is, who will, in fact, be the queen of the jungle? We've
Story
been
of the
asking
day,
that ourselves
growing
throughout
the
the
queen
entirety
of
of
the
our
jungler.
broadcast because we've got a lot of great
Jungler
junglers.
game,
But the
jungler
question
game.
is, who is the queen?
Well, I mean,
អរគុណបរិសុទ្ធលើកពានសម្រាប់បុកលុយ25សេនហ្វាជារបស់ខ្ញុំទេកុំមកបាក់
Our very own Casey and Navi, it's a Filipino.
Oh,
Has
at
been
the
fantastic. He away the ice
Ready
queen.
to rise
So many great
above
junglers
only
in
the
MWI.
rich.
And look, this
The
match is
MWI
all about
grand
who is
final.
ready to rise above. Only one team can make it to the grand finals. Let's hone in on NAVI, who has been phenomenal. Now, NAVI comes into this 3/5 of the roster, you know, of course, won way back in the day. They're looking to get back into the championship circle. Have you been impressed with the run so far?
I've been impressed. I think I was a bit disappointed at the group stage performances, especially for NAVI, you know, dropping a
អរ
single
គុណ
game,
ជូន
dropping
ដា
that
វីត
series
សម្
against
រាប់
Galaxy
បុក
Phoenix.
លុយ
I think left a lot of
$2 អាមេរិក
people, especially the Filipinos, wondering if NAVI Philippines are as good as their 2024 counterparts, because obviously there were some roster changes here and there. Now for NAVI though, it really seems like it's a classic Filipino run of losing early but then adapting and learning through those mistakes and getting stronger and stronger. Heck, they're the only team to get a full clean sweep in the knockout stage so far.
Yeah, the run of NAVI can only be described as, oh, the first day, some of us, this is a first-time appearance here on this kind of stage, but then they got better, they improved, they got
អរ
sharper,
គុណ
they
សាន
reclaimed
លីង
a
ឡា
little
រ៉ា
bit
ក់
of
សម្
their
រាប់បុក
old
លុយ
form, and I
1000
love
រៀល
what I've been seeing
អរ
from
គុ
them
ណ
so far.
100
You know,
រៀ
they're
ល
a talented
ហ្វា
roster for
ហ្វា
sure. They
ហ្វា
might have
ហ្វា
started off
ហ្វា
slow, but that 2-0 victory over Team Ray Young last night was dominant, and they never lost control.
It was
អរ
fantastic.
គុណ
That
អូន
win
លីង
was
រ
just
បោះបងសម្
they
រាប់
were
បុកលុ
able
យ
to
$1
dissect the
អា
game
មេ
of
រិក
Team Ray
ស៊ូ
Young,
ស៊ូអូនលីង
completely neutralizing it and then closing it out so well by just playing it slow and disciplined.
Absolutely, but opposite of them is a team that is not going to go down without a fight. It's Galaxy Phoenix, and this roster has been on fire. Again, we question Queen of the Jungle. Fa is a great representation of that. She's been unstoppable.
The Cambodian playstyle has always revolved around fighting, and as the years pass on, teams from Cambodia improve managing minions alongside when they fight. And still somehow get deadlier with fighting. It's the antithesis of the Filipino playstyle. They're aggressive and they aren't afraid to take risks.
It's all about taking risks, right? It's all about living in the moment, playing chaotic, and sometimes, yeah, it doesn't look like the cleanest MLBB. Sometimes you throw a big lead, but that's just the style of play that they get. Even in some of the moments where I was casting, I was like, all right, maybe it's time for Galaxy Phoenix to slow it down a bit. Wait for the Lord. 80 seconds for the Lord. We see usual team just play in the base, play it safe. Galaxy Phoenix dive in the base, looking for that fight.
អរគុណវ៉ៃសុតលើកពានសម្រាប់បុកលុយ25សេនហ្វាសួរ
At this point, is it a
ចុយដាក់ឈ្មោះបណ្ដោយ
លុយ King Scammer សម្រាប់បុកលុយ25សេនកំសត់ម្លែកបងកាកាអត់មានអ្នកជួយ share like អ្នកមើលជួយ share ម្នាក់មួយតែចាំខ្ញុំជួយ report ហាហា
the competitiveness of it all. So to see their women make it this far and potentially even making it to the grand finals, it's insane.
And Miracle, I was hearing that this is now a true dark horse run. Is that the case?
I agree. I think it was a battle between Seda and Galaxy Phoenix. They met luckily in the first round of the knockout stage. So right now we have the dark horse. Galaxy Phoenix. Can they beat NAVI Philippines, make it to the grand finals first, and show the world that every year of MWI it's going to be a surprise?
That's it. And I like surprises. Now, NAVI doesn't want any surprises today, though. They just want to move forward, and they want a chance at the championship once again. I mentioned the club championship points. Trev did as well. Now, NAVI is currently in first place. That is a big deal. Last year, they finished in fourth. So NAVI making it the grand finals not only increases the amount of club championship points NAVI will be getting by default of just being guaranteed a second place. The first place would be 1,000, which is quite significant
អរ
for the
គុណថន
NAVI
វីរៈឧត្តម
board.
សម្រាប់
They're
បុក
making
លុយ
on this win,
$1
but they
អា
gotta
មេរិក
get through Galaxy
68
Phoenix,
សេ
the
ន
dark horse roster who is looking to make history. Let's face it, they already have made history. Now, Winnie gets a lot of attention as well. Why is
អរ
Winnie
គុណណន
such
ពឺ
a big
សម្រាប់
talking
បុក
point,
លុយ
specifically
20
for
រៀ
the
ល
goalie?
Well, for me, it's because she's literally only played 2 heroes this entire MWI. It's her very dependable Claude, and the fact that her Harith is also great too. We were talking about it behind the scenes. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. It's so dependable, and NAVI need to find a way to answer it. But it's an awkward spot. You don't want to ban a Claude.
Yeah, it's just a really, really awkward spot right now for everybody involved, right? I mean, for Winnie, it's like, all right, if you keep on leaving the Claude open, I'm going to pick it up. But the fact that we've seen NAVI deal with the Claude, pick it up themselves as well,
It's big.
Yeah, we're about to head to the stage in just a moment's time to get the ladies on the stage, get them ready to go, and then head into map 1. Again, it is going to be a best of 5. We've spoke a lot about the king of the jungle and how good she's been. We've been praising her name since day one.
សម្រាប់បុកលុយ$1 អាមេរិក
Hey, but is she truly going to be the queen of the jungle? Let's find out. Hey, the stage is set. We're ready to go. Let's bring the competitors up there.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for day 4 of MWI here at the
អរគុណ
Esports
វ័យ
World
សត
Cup.
លើកពាន
So
សម្រាប់
we have
បុក
seen
លុយ
the
$1
highest
អា
levels
មេ
of
រិក
play, but we are done with all of that 2 out of 3 as moving forward everything is going to be 3 out of 5 in our 2 semifinals matches. It is about to be a movie. Damascus, what do we have today?
Rob, it's an exciting day today. The semi-finals are about to be played. We're about to kick off the first semi-final of the day. Listen, it's time to welcome our first team qualifying out of Cambodia. Team Galaxy Phoenix!
Galaxy Phoenix!
Galaxy Phoenix has proven to be an absolute powerhouse in their first international appearance. Imagine making a splash like this and letting it be known that even going up against the best, they refuse to be shaken. Now we'll see just how far they'll take it. Let's send things over to our interview.
Now, girls, this is the best showing for Cambodia yet. You have already done your country proud. Anything you would like to say to your opponents?
បាទអញ្ចឹងយើងមកនាំមោទនភាពដល់សរុបខ្មែរតើមានអ្វីដែលចង់និយាយទៅកាន់ប្រកួតប្រជែងរបស់យើងគូប្រកួតប្រជែង
សម្រាប់គូប្រកួតប្រជែងចង់ប្រាប់ថាថ្ងៃហ្នឹងពួកខ្ញុំសុំទៅ Grand Final មុនណា
What the fuck
I want to say that to our opponent that we're going to make it to the grand final today.
Yo!
And we wish you luck. Please head on over to your battle station.
Oh man, they try to punch that ticket in the grand finals, ladies and gentlemen. The pressure does not get higher than this, but our next team is accustomed to it. Please welcome to the stage, NAVI!
Qualified out
Yo,
of the Philippines. They have the
EWC,
strong start,
MWI.
and they unfortunately could not get the first win. But they've been
What
to
the heck,
trenches,
bro?
and we're gonna
Yo,
the only
that's
team
new.
going for the clean sweep yesterday
Mate.
over Team Ray Young, led by Anot Ayanami, absolutely on fire. The Filipino team comes to the stage looking for a title that has eluded them since 2024.
Look at Asmarai in this exact same position yesterday as I interviewed you as a winner. Now, anything you would like to say to your rising stars, the opponents, Galaxy Phoenix?
We'll just do our best now and win this game.
In this game, you shall. Please take your seats at your battle station. So yes, yesterday, we have seen some really interesting things unfold. Right now, stakes are high and hunger shows. We've opened up the knockout stages, seeing our top seeds with an unblemished run go the full distance. And with a surprise flip in the script, NAVI PH actually took down the opponents to be here today. But as Marai mentioned yesterday, deja vu? Could this be their miracle run again? Let's see here, because in this matchup, who are they facing? The very foe that put them in this position to be crawling out of the brackets. This is a rematch of day 1. Over to you guys at the casters, and welcome to the knockout stages semi-finals.
It makes sense.
Cheryl, Damascus, Hollywood, Rob TV, looking phenomenal up there, and so are our competitors. The ladies have taken the stage, and things start to get real. It's the knockout stage. It's semifinals. Winner moves forward to grand finals. The loser's not done just yet, but they won't have a shot at the championship title. Boys, let's break it down even further. We've talked about story.
It's the best. Let's send things over to our interview.
You have already done your country proud. Anything you would like to say to your opponents?
បាទអញ្ចឹងយើងមកនាំមោទនភាពដល់សរុបខ្មែរតើមានអ្វីដែលចង់និយាយទៅកាន់ប្រកួតប្រជែងរបស់យើងគូប្រកួតប្រជែង
សម្រាប់គូប្រកួតប្រជែងចង់ប្រាប់ថាថ្ងៃហ្នឹងពួកខ្ញុំសុំទៅ Grand Final មុនណា
I want to say that to our opponent that we're going to make it to the grand final today.
And we wish you luck.
Yesterday, they needed someone in the XP to deal damage. They wanted to play utility jungle just to take away from their opponents straight up. They are able to understand, to read the game so well, and it just takes away the weapons from their opponents. So right now, I think finally they get some time to read Galaxy Phoenix. The first time they met, it almost felt like it was a NAVI from last year. Up against Game and Gladiators, where they lost as well, where they just weren't expecting some of these weapons to come out. Now that they're fully aware of it, now that they've gone through those reviews of the VODs, I think they'll know exactly who to target. Fa on those assassin jungles, and maybe punish Winnie on that hero pool that we were talking about.
Yeah, I got to talk to Coach King Silman. He did admit that the ladies did have a bit of nerves after they got through that. They regained their confidence. It was like that moment from The Lion King, remember who you are. And they remembered who they were.
Sometimes the nerves get hit for the best out there. That's what I want to see today. Smiles on the stage, but both teams can't smile, of course, because one of the teams have to lose. Now, for Galaxy Phoenix on the opposite side, going back to Fa, she is absolutely unstoppable. Fun fact, she has a 100% win rate with Ling. So if Ling is chosen for Fa, ooh, I don't know, you might be in a little bit of trouble. Sora's also, of course, quite powerful, but Ling, at least for Fa, is great. So on the opposite side of Fa, you got Keshi. Can Keshi truly counter Fa? Because she clearly needs to step it up in her lane today.
Yeah, actually, after the loss to Galaxy Phoenix, NAVI doubled down on the Filipino playstyle of picking the tank utility junglers. A lot of Bakshas, Akais, heroes that can actually threaten an assassin-centered jungler like Fa. So I think Galaxy Phoenix needs to pay extra attention to protecting their side of the river, because if they don't, then Fa cannot get fired up.
អរគុណរដ្ឋតៃមីងសម្រាប់បុកលុយ$1 អាមេរិក
She's really good on assassins as well, right? So if you're talking, all right, you want to neutralize their game through objectives, you go for those tanks, the utility jungles. But if NAVI want to turn it around, just flip the script, they could be the ones to pick up the assassins, go 50-50, especially in a best of 5. Try to read your opponents in, maybe get that morale advantage in game 1, game 2, and then maybe go for the head quick. Clean sweep. They've been the only team to have done that so far in the knockout stage.
You know, these teams have history. They've met before. Sometimes Galaxy Phoenix gets the best of NAVI, and then the opposite way around. The biggest note, though, for Galaxy Phoenix coming into this is they really have already proven themselves. They've already made history. They were the dark horses coming in, and my goodness, they are making a championship run. They are officially in contender territory. So for Galaxy Phoenix, they haven't had anything to lose from the start of the tournament to now. I say get loose on stage, feel good. You've already made it this far. Maybe you can go a little bit further.
Yeah, I think that's why that's the vibe of Galaxy Phoenix. It's they know that there weren't a lot of expectations for them. They weren't expecting a lot out of themselves, but everything that they have done has just been so natural. Their free flow style, not always the cleanest, but it's entertaining, and a lot of I think MLBB players can relate to how they play the game.
It's something we don't see in the men's scene anymore. You know, it's always just a system. You need to follow the meta. You need to do a certain play style to win the game. Here, we see a lot more of team identity, what their strong suits are, and how to utilize it in the game. And it starts in the drafts.
Let's get the first draft started for our semifinals. It's a best of 5. This is just map 1, but nobody wants to fall behind. You want to dominate your map 1, end up ahead. It makes you feel a lot more comfortable. Trust me, especially if you don't have to be forced to come back. Boys, let's break it down.
All right. Firstly, Flying Clouds. So far already, I think this is a pretty good map choice for Galaxy Phoenix. They're getting what they want. That aggression early on, fast pace, trying to join the team fight or rejoin the team fight depending on the situation as fast as they can.
I don't know how to feel about these first 2 bans by NAVI, because these are the 2 picks that messed them up in their first meeting. For those 2 games, Galaxy Phoenix rushed the Belleric and rushed the Guinevere. NAVI had difficulty against it. So instead of trying to see whether or not they're ready to deal with it now, they just said, nope, we want to take it out. So GXP will also take out the Baksha that we mentioned earlier, and will take out the Harris, meaning that we might end up seeing a return to just a trade between the Claude, Carry, and Moskov in the gold lane.
Yeah, could be the juice in as well here. Depends on what they want to try to prio, right? The Akai still comes up. When we're talking about NAVI Philippines, they've been able to dominate that neutral objective game through picking up the Akai. Great flex pick too. something that a lot of teams here in the knockout stage have been utilizing. The Paquito will be banned out, despite, I think, the Esmeralda rising in popularity. The Paquito is just too oppressive still.
And it's a difficult choice for Navi. You have Marcel open, Freya open, Esmeralda.
Anh lên cái 100% lên
so 3 picks now that most likely Galaxy Phoenix will be able to get 2 of them on the swingback.
So let's just see. What do Navi prioritize here?
I don't want to see a juice in priority. There they go for the Marcel. I think that's like the most stable out of the 2 because at least now there's a little bit more choices for Galaxy Phoenix. That I think on the swingback, Navi will have some open picks for them that are power meta picks.
And what's different though is that Navi, I believe, usually runs a Boxy, or at least she has, and she's found high success with that. How do you think she's going to do with the Marcel? What's the difference in the Marcel and the Boxy pick?
I mean, well, for Mirai on the roam for the Marcel, I think that allows Mirai to get into the river and keep getting tabs onto where Galaxy Phoenix is. Because we've talked about it. If you want to read Galaxy Phoenix, you need to know where the jungle is. If you are letting Fog get to where she wants to go without any information, it's not a good time for you.
Not at all. Claude, though, gets picked up, Winnie. Again, only played 2 heroes, and we'll stick to it. With the Harith banned out, there's only 1 hero in her pool. The Atlas comes around as well. Great choice, but to answer that question as well, I think it's also partly the speed, the tempo difference. Whenever Navi go for the box, they want it fast, they want it quick, they want to get those invades early to control the neutral objectives, get those early ganks. But on the Marcel, it'll be a delayed approach. They'll try to bait those resources out from Galaxy Phoenix first.
Actually, this was a tough choice for Navi. With the Atlas on the other side, with the Marcel on your side, you have to think about whether or not you want to pick up a Valentina for you, just so you can get that utility, and you don't get the chance to give the golden hour to Galaxy Phoenix if they want to pick the Valentina. So they said, you know what, let's see if we can give it difficulty at the center of the map. We'll pick up the Lilia instead, and they get the power pick in the Esmeralda.
And I understand it, you know, on the Valentina, you deny it away from Galaxy Phoenix, you don't give the golden hour away, you get a Fatal Links to play with as well if you pick up the Valentina. But I think right now it's all about survivability. That's why they build on the Marcel. They're doubling down on sustain, on delaying fights, and playing the long game. Just because they know the Galaxy Phoenix tendencies, assassins. They want to go on assassins. They want to get in, get out real quick. If Navi can lock them down in a team fight for a long period of time, this looks like the comp to do it with.
No junglers yet for either side. Let's see if Galaxy Phoenix will pick it here. And yeah, they do. They'll pick up the Akai. And might not be the best pick right now. I feel like the Valentina would have been much better, even though the difficulty would provide with the roam mid. I like the idea that they have the golden hour with them. That guy could have been something else, but let's see.
So going so far from what I'm understanding, the side of Galaxy Phoenix, they want a quick game. They want to finish this strong and fast. Now for Navi though, they're okay with postponing the game, keeping it long. They want to play the slow game to counter the aggression of Galaxy Phoenix. Now for the last 2 heroes to be picked though, could that change up?
It could. It really comes down to picking up the CC in the XP, but the thing is, Navi were the first ones to do it, right? We see the Marats getting banned out as well, just taking it away from Keishi. It really feels like they've kind of swapped their playstyles. Galaxy Phoenix now have gone for the early approach, going for the neutral objectives with the Akai, and I agree with you, Redmar. I'm not a big fan of these picks, not because it doesn't work, but mainly it's because it's just so not Galaxy Phoenix.
There's something about it right now. It's like, are you trying to show them that you can play the same playstyle as them? But that's going against how you made it so far here in MWI. You showed off your own playstyle.
But also, is there a chance? Hey, it's semifinals. Grand finals is right there. They're knocking on the door. Have they been holding out this entire time?
I think if there's a time to show it, it should be now. It's a best of 5. You can come into the series slow. You don't need to go in guns blazing with your best picks. You could try to maybe get a win on some of the uncomfortable picks, you know, frustrate your opponents, deny some of these win conditions away. But again, for Navi, it's the CC ban straight up. They do not want this Esmeralda to lose out on the lane.
Yeah, with them taking that out, the gold lanes for Rian are slowly getting taken away. You still have the carry available, seeing that there's an Akai on the other side. I think Navi has to consider banning out the Farsa of Sophia. That was one of the picks that gave a lot of difficulty. But then if you're going to be stuck with a carry, you have to consider, do I also ban out the Eve? It's a pick your poison type of deal, whether it's the Eve because it's better for the team fights or Farsa with the overall map presence. It's Navi's choice, really.
I'm thinking Eve right now. They need to get that carry, man. So many tanky boys here up for Galaxy Phoenix. They banned the Valentina instead. Something that can still be good. Get a golden hour, but I personally would take that risk going up against a Valentina, just giving the carry a little bit more range, because the golden hour, if taken by Galaxy Phoenix, could hurt them. They have an Akai and an Atlas. It's all about one moment. If they just mistimed the golden hour, miscoordinated that golden hour, it'll be quite tragic.
Yeah, right now it's like Navi said, we don't want the choice, we'll give you the choice. You pick between the Eve or the Farsa, and they do go for the Farsa of Sophia. This is the pick that I saw with how she played it. It really stopped Navi from being able to rotate around the map and take control of the river, so I understand why they would want to prioritize it. We did mention that the carry would be one of the best picks that Navi could go for right now. It's not an Eve, but it's still going to be really difficult because now you have a choice. Are you going to go for the Flicker or are you going to go for the Purify? You pop your Purify against the Atlas, and Sophia still has the Feathered Airstrike. It's almost GG for the carry.
It looks a bit too good right now for Galaxy Phoenix. It doesn't look like Navi have an answer, but we'll find out. Do they go for the Assassins? We mentioned it. Keishi can play the Assassins. They kind of need it right now. A little bit more damage to the backline or something. They can threaten the back. Thing is, they don't have a Moskov anymore. The Clods are right away from them. They go for the Alice. We saw this in the jungle just yesterday, and it's a Bruno in gold. Not that carry. A little bit more versatility, and I guess I don't know. It's not really the best of lanes nowadays. Gets the job done when we're thinking about the main win condition, which is long team fights. You build up on those stacks, get the crits all over.
This is going to be a really demanding game for the Bruno. We talked about the carry and the difficulties it would have against those picks. Bruno even more so.
Yeah.
So now is your time to shine, to show off that you have gotten so much better since MWI 2024. You've improved over the years. GXP on the swing back, they have an EXP, I think. Oh, with the Alice, I think they also picked up the Alice later on, because I think they were thinking maybe a Yuzhang might pop up in the EXP lane. A lot of lane matchup, but they did show it.
Really good. I like the Arla here with the Akai, with the Atlas, with even the Farsa. Everybody can really proc that vengeance. So comes down to how they'll play it. It is all about execution.
It's Galaxy Phoenix versus Navi. One team has been in the championship circle before. The other, a dark horse, looking to make history, surprise everybody, and make it to the grand finals. Who is truly ready to rise above? It's Galaxy Phoenix versus Navi. It's the knockout stage semifinals. Who's moving forward? Who's dropping down? Brigida Gideon, let's find out.
Thank you
so much, Reflections. Here today, MWI is going to continue in the semifinals, is not going to disappoint here. We're kicking off this best of 5 immediately right from the get-go as we head on into the Land of Dawn to show you who is going to be the best. Both competitors
let's go.
And I don't know about you, but I was leaning over to GXP with their performance, and I know you're leaning into Navi, but one of these teams are going to go home.
I really want to say I'm leaning into Navi, but based on the performance that GXP has been showing us, I'm just pretty sure that this is going to be a tough task for them to overcome, to make it back into the grand finals. We're taking a quick look at the emblems right now. Definitely, I have my eyes on the Farsa since we don't see it a lot, but this is looking like a very aggressive type. Even based on the flight paths that Sophia's been showing us on the Farsa, there are just times where she plays it so aggressively, and that's nice to see.
Personally, for me, it's really nice to actually see Farsa kind of come back into the meta. Yes, she has the relevant damage, but it's that range that makes the marksman's lives difficult. So far, Rian and Winnie are going to have a very difficult game here. Overall, Remar put it the best, right? It's going to be so mechanically demanding, and also taking Master Assassin as part of the emblem set really goes to show that Rian, from beginning to end, wants to dominate.
Yep, and this is going to be such an interesting take two in the team fights, because they're all on Purifies apart from Keishi. So you know how difficult it is going to be because of how overwhelming the crowd control GXP actually has.
And that's actually the thing I wanted to talk about, right? When we're talking about ups and downs, pros and cons, Navi for Purify sounds like a great idea. Who is going to be the one who engages? And I think they've only got one real answer for those long engages. First, as we see, level 4 about to start, I want to see whether or not Keishi can make that up, because you're going to need Aya and Navi to join in on those engagements if they want to play the push and hold.
Yep. Because I think even the panel mentioned how extended team fights would be the go-to for Navi. Would they even allow that? Would they even fight back? They tried to steal away that orange camp, but they don't actually take away from Fa. Doesn't have the retry though, but Navi are still gonna get in this fight. That's the heavy spin. Keishi secures the objective already. There goes the feathered airstrike as well. Not Ayanami, not looking good. Gets brought back with the final shot, but is still alive. Sophia says no though. Fa right now looking like the next target, and she goes down in the hands of Mirai. Lemma trying to go for the stun, but is not enough to save Fa. And it seems like Navi have somewhat equalized the kills in terms of that fight.
So close, yet so far. Sophia finds the first trade, can't get the second, keep them in the profit zone. Right now, we're back to the neutral state 1-1 with a slight goal lead on NAVI, and that's exactly what we were expecting, especially since GXP are the ones, hey, we have to be reliant. We have to depend on our big wombo combos. NAVI, yes, they've got combos, but they can kind of fight forever and ever and ever.
Yep, we were asking if GXP were willing to take that on, because it seemed like they were very ultra-reliant. They had to really wait for those setups, those timings. But NAVI, even before the objective, really tried to force a reaction out of them just by visiting that orange jungle cap. So now, we see the rotations from GXP, but NAVI, I think the way they've been managing their sides, they won't fall into any traps that GXP will be setting up anytime soon.
Because so far, I think GXP has also understood, you know what, as much as we want to be the aggressors, technically, if we absorb the damage, especially from Kenshi and not Ayanami, that means Sophia can get a free feathered airstrike. And if that first interaction, first fight of this game looked like that to a 1-to-1 trade before Sophia has items, I can't imagine once we start getting into the 8 minutes, the 11 minutes, when she's going to one-shot some of these targets.
Which is exactly the time you expect Rian to also join, right?
And just pray, just please.
Just hope that it doesn't land on her. Because that's going to be, I think, the biggest problem if Navi decides to switch up their playstyle a bit and decide to play around just creating space for Rian to either find the objectives and the targets. Because really, honestly speaking, I think it's just Rian who could pull off all these structured takedowns at this point, looking at their lineup.
I think it's really difficult as well to deal with not only the Akai, but the Atlas, because you're thinking, all right, at least with Akai, you can buffer the flicker to kind of get out of awkward scenarios. But unfortunately, with the Atlas, it kind of gives you that guarantee. So now you don't have a choice of battle spell options. But we see the fight now starting to progress in final slashes. Golden Hour is out.
And the feathered airstrike too, as Keishi secures the second objective of the game. But look at how the heavy spin and the fatal links have been used at the same time. Pinning down two, but the follow-up doesn't seem to be there. GXP are just trying to run away, but Fa doesn't find that route.
That's exactly what NAVI wants to do. Break them apart. Make sure that they don't have the key components to this wombo combo all in the right spaces. That's why you're seeing, hey, trying to get the final slash out lane, but most important, the golden hour doesn't necessarily have to land. It needs to influence position as the gank onto Ling commences.
Honestly, because even Lemma, I think, wanted to go for the back lines, but that golden hour meant so much. Ling up against two really tanky members. Can she actually handle this? There goes the stun from the feathered airstrike, but Keishi might go for the chase. Doesn't care about the feathered airstrike. Fortunately, dodges the throne of ruin.
Yeah, really unfortunate there, but hey, you know, Alice without that flicker can't make those big plays just yet. But here comes the re-engagement from NAVI's side. So far, Sophia has been doing some phenomenal damage in the early stages of the game, but look at the mid. She's been stuck up here for a while. Somebody needs to cover that.
And Lemma has been struggling so far to just actually get those targets, or even just be a bully overall as the Atlas, because Mirai has been phenomenal as well. I think this is what you expect when the Marcel is open, which makes it really annoying at this point, and surprising to see. Actually, the first turret down bot has been already taken down, so this might allow Navi to move a bit more around the map.
Oh, Sophia! Yo! What is that, Sophia?
Coming here, they even drop. Oh, they pull it back with a fatal links outside of the golden hour.
Oh my god! Yo, what the heck is that?
Insane run, because with 10 seconds left on the clock, the turtle is going to show up. And right now, if Keishi can steal it, that's great. But I don't think this is a contestable scenario anymore.
Just as we were talking about how they could move a bit more around the map, GXP were the ones first to move and anticipate that rotation and switch from Rian as well as not Ayanami. What better way to set up for this upcoming objective, but Keishi as well will be nearby.
Oh, the Purifies are already out. for Mirai alongside of Rian. And now they're going to 5v5 once more.
All right. Not NAVI trying to zone. We don't see the setup come in from GXP just yet. Lemma with a perfect pair, but there goes the final slash onto Mirai. He's trying to run out, but the throne of ruin coming in from Keishi, just going straight for the back lines alongside not NAVI, forcing Sophia and Ling out. Trying to deal with a P, now able to fight.
Cho nhúc bắt đây nè. Chơi. Internet anh thấy chứ đó.
Trying to deal with a P, now able to fight.
Trời, tẹt vô không?
Alice, who also is your jungler, your main retribution user, you don't want to be the one who has to not only sit on top of the neutral, but I'm the only one who can actually stop the feathered airstrike. Somebody else needs to be in position, and unfortunately they don't have enough tanks to do that. GXP making the high-level decision. If I just break the ankles of Mirai, then not NAVI will have to reveal themselves, because unfortunately, Alice, very linear hero. You know exactly when she's going to engage.
Yeah, there was nothing stopping GXP from just staying in the fight when they already popped that Purify from Mirai. And it's not like they had enough time to reset as well, because they had to deal with the threat of GXP just going straight for the objective. But this is a very fast rotation down bot. Not NAVI and Keishi sense it, but I believe that'll probably create a bit more of space for Winnie, who's kind of struggled here in the bottom lane for the longest time.
Yeah, but at least, you know, in terms of EXP, she's not too far off, right? They're still level 10 to level 10. I mean, obviously there is a depth in the end, but on that top side, they're not slowing down. Navi's using the macro well, and even making sure they're soaking up EXP and gold in the mid lane.
Oh, the damage coming in from Winnie is actually starting to hurt. Feather's right in the face! Right in front of these members of NAVI. They were very unafraid to actually show themselves like that.
Yeah, I mean, it does mean that not NAVI has to go for a recall here, but they can look to recontest the position. Now, and I love the fact that they're trying to show information in different ways. Like, oh, hey, we actually want to put a lot of focus. Wait, hold on. Was that the final slash already being used? No, Ling still has it. There is going to be a moment sooner or later where we're expecting GXP to start attacking structures. And the one that I'm looking at, mid-tier 1, that's such an important turret to get rid of.
Purify đã chết ngột. Và chạy hay, admin team phải lực khỏi.
NAVI, the way that Sophia has been untouched despite all their attempts, despite Keishi's attempts, and unknowingly GXP taking advantage of that to also cover other areas across the map. So it seems like NAVI at this point, you don't really know who your attention should really fall onto. Is it going to be really Winnie or Sophia, who's been winning out huge on this early game and been very dominant in terms of her playstyle? Because as much as Mirai gets the information, she's just too well protected on the far side.
Yeah, I have to agree. And they don't really have too many ways to kind of break them out of it. I'm trying to think of what would the order of the fight look like in order to get an upper hand against GXP. Either they get massive value out of Keishi, but I think for now, it's up to Rain. And if Rain gets blasted every single time by the Feather Airstrike and forced to fight early, it might not necessarily be good. Oh, this engagement!
There's no golden hour left. GXP are just gonna go for it. The heavy spin hasn't been committed, but the Throne of Ruin stuns too! Ling falls down, the Expulator is gone, so is the Roamer. It's a double for Keishi. The best possible setup before this first Lord.
That's exactly what we were looking for, and Rain able to find these really big assists, making sure those boomstacks are nice and high, just like eating away at the members of GXP's front line. That's what we want to see here, both Navi and GXP now finding solutions to the problem, but with Lord spawning in Navi's favor, this 2.2k lead is only going to extend further as Mirai, unfortunately here, has to back away. But Winnie, can they capture her? I don't think they have enough damage to intercept her midway.
Yeah. She will get back safely. They have to deal with the Lord marching up top too, but as you mentioned, GXP, they're just really holding on to this turret. That's so much map control that NAVI could actually take for themselves if ever they let that go. But things are looking very favorable for them. It's leading to an almost 3k gold lead, and GXP have to split themselves up, but you would expect them to just really take advantage of their teamfight potential, but at this point, NAVI are not fighting them head on in terms of that.
Yeah, I think This is pretty good from both sides. GXP doesn't have full information on where Navi is, so they're trying to probe and prod around to figure out where they are. And Navi purposely denying them that information, hoping that Sophia tries to use a feathered airstrike in a predictable area to clear those waves. Now GXP looking to take that space back in hopes that maybe Navi's just a little sloppy, but both sides have been very, very clean. They back away nicely, and despite the score being 4-5, 4.9k lead is pretty good for someone like Rian.
Yeah, but it's a bit more time for you to expect GXP to actually be much more equipped to fight back against Navi. I think earlier on though we saw Winnie sort of already start to shred majority of the HP from Keishi and not Ayanami, but the thing is, they don't really have enough time over to Winnie to just deal with these targets one by one. If she ever does go in with a blazing duet, she has to be sure that it's perfect. But Navi are the first ones to go in. The heavy spin catches Mirai though. There goes the vengeance coming in from Ling. They try to take them out one by one, but Keishi, does she go in with her response? Another final slash coming in. They drag Keishi back under the turret, but it's actually Mirai who finds or who is the target.
Yep, and this costed them a lot of battle spells. This isn't over just yet because Fa's going to be the next one to fall down here with not much of an issue overall. This was how many flickers? 3 flickers. The Fatal Links comes in. Final Slash is going to pull them under. I don't think they're going to... Wait, hold on. The Feathered Airstrike might be good for something as they walk out even with the wishing lantern.
The damage from Sophia can be felt, but the abilities, the escape tools from Navi are also just a bit too much to deal with. They're just using the wings by wings to move around. Ling trying to go for a re-engage, but that's going to be Keishi immediately making her way out.
Communication a significantly role in this game. Rain making sure those front lines wanting to do the exact same thing Sophia does without having that same backline. They're attacking Fa. If they too far, then you know they're trying to go for a full-on counter-engage. But let's look at the items because again, Ling playing with the War Axe of all things, trying to make sure that she's more of a bruiser in these fights rather than a dedicated tank. But on the opposite end, the infinite scaling of Mirai here, that Thunderbelt is going to stack up fast.
The Rose Gold Meteor even for Ling, like the way she's just probably after those setups and being one of those members to dive in and be in their face, but Navi are trying to already put down this lord. The waves up top too have to be dealt with. Oh, but Fa actually finds one. It's gonna be Keishi, the best possible target. Golden R used just to stop them momentarily, but Winnie has her eyes set on this target. Blazing to it already committed, and they find the jungler for Navi. She also finds Mirai. It's only 3 members left, but the BMI brings her back. Now they're able to actually regroup, and Rian will at least find one, but Winnie still trying to find all the damage from Sophia!
Nice!
It's too much to handle here. Rain looking to actually try and turn this around, but I think honestly they should not fight Feathered Airstrike as well.
Oh, Rian actually still won this fight. Was it actually worth it?
This was not worth it. They should have called off the fight at that point. They already traded equally. They didn't need to overextend even further, and this now ends up to be a +1 for GXP. I get it. The mid lane looks like it's about to start crashing in, and if you just delay the fight any longer, it would have been good, or maybe an end game scenario. Right now, everybody's Sophia currently with the highest amount of damage. They have to be aware that the Feathered Airstrike is the new option.
Honestly, even her first 2 skills already deal massive damage, even to towards the tankiest members of Navi. So I guess it's a small win for them that they finally actually got that mid, but GXP are still going to be confident enough, especially with Flying Cloud, to keep moving out of their base and around the map to make sure that the wave control doesn't get as bad.
Speaking of wave control, we can already see that GXP, they don't want first position on this lane. They want Navi to sit on top of it, but this allows Rain to actually start setting up those globes. They're rushing it fast. Makes the attack.
Actually make it in time, though. Heavy spin already coming in. The retribution, the Lord falls into the hands of GXP, and now they're just after the counter. They find Sophia. It's finally a shutdown. Ling takes down Ayanami. Keishi's a bit too tanky to be dealt with. And Ling is just trying to run away and survive.
Ling
is coming very
Ling
here. Look at
Ling doing it. Ling doing it.
Try their attempt to slow down these waves. Again, it's a wet noodle fight. Nobody can really hurt each other. The main damage dealers on both sides are by far the most important players.
And that damage dealer from GXP doesn't care. They just really want to even out the map. That's why we're working on the outer turrets that are left. Keishi, well, we did expect her to make it out of that. She just walks back to the turret. Still have a Lord to deal with. And possibly GXP could really even out the map at this point.
I'd be interested to see the items in just a little bit here, but for now, GXP
không up một mình không hưởng mới trên khi đâu mà ra được
Interestingly enough, we're seeing that Sophia actually opting to go for a wishing lantern here on top of everything else. I would have imagined that the lightning truncheon would have been any Athena shield just to armor's maximum or oracles for the side of Navi.
Alright, they still have waves coming in mid. But Navi too are prepared to take this on. All purifies will be available, but the airstrike is already enough to zone them all out. Fortunately, their wave clear seems reliable enough because they have the Lilia, they have the Bruno, so they're able to push GXP out and they don't get any base turret.
I'm surprised that they didn't want to try and force something. Their composition with the Farsa is particularly good at sieging against their targets, right? They could use that spin to kind of push them away. Maybe, you know, have Ling stand in the corner and make it look like, oh, I could flicker and pull you guys back into the team. Just their presence alone should make Navi nervous, right?
Yeah. So far, at least, too, I think Navi, we don't really get to see them utilize the golden hour differently, in a sense that it's more onto certain targets rather than them just creating space, or as you mentioned, maybe just breaking formations. And maybe at this point in the game, that might be a bit of help, because it's either they just really want to block off certain entry points or want to add to how they don't get to further chase, which I feel don't make it as targeted in terms of approach.
I think the hard part about it is because before this we had like multiple outer turrets, so it's easier to kind of like funnel them into the jungle. But now that we have a little bit of a free form on the map, GXP, they want to play their traditional front to back while still having potential flankers like Ling. Navi, on the other hand, I'm not so sure because Mirai's position is very flexible overall. They don't have a dedicated anchor, and I think the closest we can get to that quote-unquote dedicated anchor is Rian, because even Rain with the black shoes, where are they going to end up? Right next to Rian.
Yeah. So we're setting up for this next objective, and I believe this is an evolved Lord. Can't believe we're almost 20 minutes in.
Hey, these girls, they don't want to lose just yet. They want to show the best possible performance in a best of 5.
You have to, especially as you're already in the semi-finals. So we'll see how they deal with this. Waves definitely have to take priority first, especially in the far lane. But Keishi and Rian, I think they will be trying to start things off a bit. They do get a bit of vision for not. Is that why they're forcing everything now? But Vi starting to feel a brunt of the damage. Gets caught in the golden R, but gets to walk away. Mirai now has to purify out, but Keishi as well as everybody else are trying to go in. They finally find Fa, one of the best possible targets, and look at not Ayanami dealing with Sophia. And Navi just clear out the front lines one by one.
Oh no, they missed out the opportunity. They forced it a little too hard, and now Ling will try her very best to just delay.
She's the vengeance of the Lord. Sophia repositioning out, but Rian has 2 minions by her side. Keishi will be here too. Mirai goes down. They don't want to risk it.
Oh no, she just used her cooldowns. The next wave is already here. It's too late.
And now it's Navi taking game number 1 after 20 minutes of back and forth.
Man, this was a high-level game. Both sides really taking everything into account. From movements to body language to most importantly, I think that they need to start memorizing Purify timers, how long they actually are. Even if there are 3 seconds left on that cooldown, you can still force that fight. It's moments like these where the lines get thinner and the level of execution must be high.
Navi After
អរគុណ Warsawan Broset សម្រាប់បុកលុយ$5 អាមេរិក
really seems to be on their
$5
side.
It really looks good. And personally for me, I don't know if any one of these teams are going to need that extra motivation, that extra push. But this is only our very first game, and it's this intense. It's only going to heat up from this point onwards. We're going to be throwing it back soon over to our studio as our ladies are going to have to go back to the drawing board and figure it out for game number 2 right after these messages.
ការ gameplay ល្អដែរគេក៏ល្អដែរមិញគេអង្គុយឆ្កឹះយើងគេឲ្យយើងធ្វើកម្បោចេញទេព្រោះបើចាញ់ងាប់ vibe out ហ្មងតែចាញ់កម្បោហ្នឹងងាប់ vibe out ហ្មងហើយកម្បោហ្នឹងតអាលីងហ៊ានលេងទៀតមិនលេងបាននិយាយទៅតអាលីងហ៊ានលេងមិនលេងបាន
តែមែនលីងគេកាក់ជាប់ហ្នឹង
ណាលីង SV កាក់ជាប់ទៀតនិយាយទៅយើង midland យើងfocus backline damage ចឹងអត់បានចាប់បាយអ្នក front line.
Game number 1 for this great series has concluded. It's Navi getting a big win. They now lead 1-0 in this best of 5 series. Welcome back into the studio. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, Mirko Rinmar. Let's break it down, boys. Rinmar going into it, the hero selection was a big talking point. So we knew that they were differing styles. Now, on one side, for Galaxy Phoenix, they wanted to go in hard and heavy. They wanted to fight aggressively. For Navi, though, they were okay with...
Well, it worked out well for Navi early on, but again, because they got their... I'm talking about Galaxy Phoenix here. They still look pretty much within their realm of comfort. It's just that you can see the moments where they miss the explosiveness of Fa. Something that allows Fa to be a little bit more of a damage dealer and a carry.
Yeah, that's why I'm going to go the opposite route and say Galaxy Phoenix, it really looked like it's just not a composition they're comfortable with, right? Because, all right, we do have some components where they're doing well with. Winnie on the Claude, obviously up top as well. But Fa on the Akai, not even a neutral objective win is, I think, a big miss for GXP.
Well, a lot of great moments throughout this game. In fact, it was a long game, 20-plus minutes. Let's take a look at our first moment, and this is right before the Lord. The first Lord ends up spawning up. We have an engagement between the two. You can tell, obviously, it's very close in score, but at this moment in time, I believe it's Galaxy Phoenix with a slight lead.
Yeah, again, the way that they initiate, it really seems like they're trying to build an opening or get an opening for Fa to walk up. It's still that. It's still that storyline that we have to go back to, and I think right now, even GXP know that. They are starting game 1 in this best of 5 with a gamble. Can they utilize Fa on the utility jungle? Because if it worked, now it'll create a lot of confusion for Navi. Now that it didn't, they have to go back to the drawing board. I think Assassins again.
Rinmar, let's take a look at our second moment from the game. This will be the battle for the second Lord taking place.
Well, GXP was able to start it off well here, but this is where Rian was given a harsh reminder of if she does not watch her positioning and the formation of Navi is too tight around their Bruno, it's so much easier for GXP to fight into it and find their targets. Rian needed to go down in every team fight that GXP fought, and in that moment that was crucial because Navi didn't watch their footing.
And for the third Lord fight, Mirko, this is what set Navi up for a victory. They go in hard at first, it looks like they might be in trouble, but then they flip straight.
And this is where I think I'll be, I'll double down on the statement that I think Fa's just uncomfortable on this pick. She starts off with a heavy spin so early on instead of just playing around the neutral objective. We get to see a pattern here and there through the 3 clips. GXP, when they win, they go in straight up. They get all their damage onto the right targets, and then it's done. If at any time Navi are able to prolong these team fights, utilize their sustain, it's GG, especially with the Bruno in the late game.
Now, Rinmar, we take a look at some of the stats from game number 1 and starts to tell the story. It was a long one, 20 minutes, right? But it was Navi just edging out GXP.
So one thing that Navi needed to get right with their team fights is the placement of Aya Nami. Look at her damage taken, almost 200,000. That's because she's the one trying to disrupt GXP's formation, because Keishi and Mirai are staying back alongside with Rain so that Rian is well protected. If Aya Nami was a little bit too close to the team, that's what we saw in Lord number 2. It was easy for GXP to break them. But as long as they get their 2 separate fights, Ayanami in the back, the rest of the team with the Bruno, it's all good for Navi.
Yeah, and I think if you just look at the numbers, you look at the damage taken numbers, and it's like, all right, pretty similar both sides. The thing is, though, on Navi's side, they have an Alice, an Esmeralda, and a Marcel. All these heroes can go back and forth really easily, regenerating all of their health with just a few abilities. On the other side, it's not really the same case. GXP on the Akai, the Atlas, once you get chunked, once you use that big resource, you're out.
Have a standout player here from Galaxy Phoenix, a 10.88 KD. To me, coming from the games that I come from, seems hugely impressive. 50 kills, I assume, coming out not only from this game, but also multiple games. So Galaxy Phoenix clearly has a top slayer.
Yep, that's Fa. Fa needs to get back into the high-impact heroes.
Agreed.
The impact of Akai is different, but that's more of a Filipino playstyle.
That's right. Well, Moonton is doing a lot right, and MLBB has been ignited on the stage during the MWI. The most talented ladies have been competing, but that's not all happening at the Esports World Cup.
In the past, we were always in Asia. This year, we came to Paris. What stories are still left untold?
Kami sudah membuktikannya, tapi ini baru permulaan.
Tiada siapa akan ingat siapa nombor 2. We need the win.
Bukan sekadar keinginan, tapi tekad.
Hindi ang pag-abot sa top ang pinakamahirap.
What happened last year
became fuel for us this year.
This time, everything is to fight and finish it.
Front line យើងត្រូវការ
A new lineup,
អ្នកវាយ front line
new
យើងមិននិយាយអត់ហ៊ានវាយ front line
new fire. Once
បើយើង
champions,
វាយ front line ចោលគឺវាយឯងគឺមកវាយឯង
Hogan finishes. World champions.
ដំណាក់កាលនេះគឺយើងដំណាក់កាលឃើញមកវាយ
MSC
កុំ
champions.
ខ្វល់
As the final boss of MLBB, can anyone stop them? Names have been made, stars have risen. But now, they need to show the world
អរគុណការលេបជេបសម្រាប់បុកលុយ$1 អាមេរិក
this time. The world is bigger than ever. Like every year, new challengers step on to the world stage. Some carry the ambitions to confidence. Some fight for the pride of home turf. Some have never stopped chasing the throne. So who will finally rise to clinch the title? This is where unresolved stories find their ending. A new shot at glory. One more chance at redemption.
We are back. Kali ini sekali lagi.
Bukan atau tidak,
Pareho lang ang chance namin.
No one is untouchable.
Let's fight.
Bukan aku
Two champions, one game. Paris breaks through limitless
មានអូមិនមានលេខឆ្នាំមុនចូលមួយឆ្នាំថ្មី
លេខចូលសម្រាប់បុកលុយ25សេនបើក្រុមណាចាញ់មានហ្គេមលេងទៀតអត់បង
Best of 5 Best of 5ដល់គ្នាស្គាល់តម្រង5ហ្គេមឈ្នះ3មិនឈ្នះយល់ទេ Best of 5 Best of 5ច្រើនបំផុត5វគ្គឈ្នះ3វគ្គបានឈ្នះ webcam ខ្ញុំម៉ានហ្នឹងនេះ Osbot OBS bot.
Like I said, the Esports World Cup, we have a lot happening. This is just the first for MLBB. The MWI has been electric, and we are nearing the end. Tomorrow will be grand finals time, but you've got to get through your matchup respectively if you want to make it to the grand finals. Who's it going to be? Right now, NAVI currently has a 1-0 lead in this best-of-5 series, forcing Galaxy Phoenix to answer back.
Yep. And the answer has to be simple. Just again, similar to what Navi experienced throughout MWI leading to this point. Remember who you are. I don't mind if a team tries to get out of their comfort and tries to do something different, because you need to show that flexibility, especially at this point. But it felt a little bit too far from what they're used to.
But Miracle, honestly, even though their hero selection was too far from what they're used to, speaking in regards to Galaxy Phoenix, I felt that game 20 minutes long. It went a bit back and forth. I still felt they did incredibly well. So if they go back to their bread and butter, I think this matchup could be very difficult for Navi.
I think so too, you know, because the way they did it, the way they flexed that hero pool of theirs, they also did it in a way where it denied a lot of the big picks, like the Akai away from Navi, who again have been thriving around these Akai picks, these high-tempo, early-game compositions. Thing is, though, Navi know how to adapt even with the Assassins. I think they're coming into this tournament thinking about the Assassins already. So if we can see them go and improv their way into a Game 1 victory and having their picks tonight, I think they'll do pretty well here, even if GXP get on those Assassins.
We go from flying cloud now to dangerous grass.
And it is going to get more dangerous if ever Galaxy Phoenix does decide to go back to Assassins, and if they tweak their drafting priorities a little bit. That Atlas and Akai pick, I love it, but it felt like they were just trying to block off Navi from being able to get something that they want
instead
of playing around what they want themselves. Again, it's not the worst opposition in the world.
Let's go!
They still got their comforts in the Farsa and Claude. They allowed Ling and the EXP Arlot to do what she does best, but that little missing sauce actually ruined the dish.
Exactly. It's not that it's a bad composition. It's just not GXP, especially now in MWI where we've been talking about how each team have their own identities. I think we need to stick a bit more to that, especially now that they're behind in the series. Navi, comfortable, banning out the Marcel, knows it's a crazy pick to let go. GXP, they take away the Phobias and the Baksha, so it's more on the same kind of page. They still want to take away these early game dominant heroes from neutral objectives away from Navi.
Seems like we're going to be getting a potential rush for either a Paquito of the Esmeralda's gone or a Freya for GXP, which would be a little bit more towards the GXP playstyle for Ling, although no Freya game just yet for her, but if I'm not mistaken, it does constantly get banned out by their opponents.
So the Guinevere gets banned out again, Navi. Wouldn't be too surprised if they even ban out the Beleric together with the Guinevere, but I think at this point it's okay.
Yeah,
right?
you can let one through. You've already banned one of the other main components.
The Harith gets banned out, and honestly, this might be a GXP first pick Claude, knowing that usually when they do this, they need the Claude to be picked up. If they don't go for the Claude, I think Navi are going to be very happy taking that away from Winnie, who's only played Claude and Harith. The Beleric still gets banned out by Navi. They just don't like Lemma on these kind of roams.
It's a great playstyle for GXP as a whole once they get that Beleric. They're a little bit braver knowing that the fighting them gives them more damage. Sora rush right away. This is a bit of a throwback and a little too far back.
The Sora first pick, it's been good.
អរគុណផេងថានេះសម្រាប់បុកលុយ$1 អាមេរិក
100% win rate yesterday until Vitality shut that down. But Ling on Sora could be pretty deadly.
Could be, but I think Navi, they can have, plenty of answers to the Sora, right? They can go for the CC and the XP went down and lane against the Sora. They could go for the Arlet that does well against the Sora, the Paquito as well. But first things first, you take away the Claude from Winnie's hands and you ask the question to GXP. What does your gold lane play aside from the Claude and the Harith that you banned yourself?
Oh, we're going to be seeing something really different here from GXP unless they're thinking of going double fighter sides.
And again for Navi, it's back to the same Renmar. It's all about picking these gold laners, picking these damage dealers that are safe to the assassins that they're expecting from GXP. Go ahead, pick up a lane. Go ahead, pick up a Haya, Hirara even. Claude, Lilia, we've got survivability for days, and it almost just seems like Navi are saying, you pick that up, we're going to go for the Atakai. We're going to go for these big stoppers.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to get an entire series where Rian's just, excuse me, not Rian, but Rain, very similar names, are going to be, she's going to be playing Lilia all throughout. It's just a perfect stopper for what GXP wants to do. Are they going to go double fighters and then just go for something like a YSC? They're going to get that Ling, and they will get the Hilda Dangerous Grass after all. And this is gonna have a really good look for the early to mid. Honestly, when you have a Sora and the XP and then a Hilda in a roam, there's a good chance you'll be able to help your Ling farm comfortably. It's just that how will it look like once it gets to the fights? GXP, they can get the farm, but if the Ling is uncomfortable during the team fights, okay, it's not just gonna be uncomfortable in team fights, it could be also uncomfortable just trying to roam around the map with the chip, which Navi finally got to make work yesterday.
Oh god, so they take the Claude and the Lilia, they want to have these vulnerable backliners, the vulnerable backliners that can actually escape.
Yeah.
But then you add a chip into it, so you already deal with the kill threat. Now you deal with that macro control that you have with the Lily.
សម្រាប់បុកលុយ$1 អាមេរិក
to just rotate around and get those leads the way she's able to all this time in MWI. She has to play it safe and, more importantly, she has to snowball from the get-go.
Yeah, directly and indirectly answering the lane, whether it's through the individual 1v1s, if you look at the hero pieces, or the overall composition as a whole. Now, with that safe, this gives a lot of room for flexibility for Navi in terms of what kind of heroes they want in the EXP and jungle, depending on what you see for the last two picks. I think for Navi, they'd want to maybe consider picking up their EXP first and then just adjust your jungle pick for last so you get the best one possible.
And I'm thinking of those picks in the jungle. What's still up for Navi? I mean, there's plenty up. I'm thinking of the Akai instantly. That's why I thought the Akai would be red 3. Flex it, roam jungle. The chip hasn't really seen too much screen time here at MWI, but they certainly have a plan. Usually when you go for this kind of composition, it's like a Masha in XP.
Yeah.
With a Fredrin in jungle. Now the Fredrin has lost a lot of prio after the nerfs onto him, but I wouldn't actually count it out just yet.
Yeah, but I think the clear sign is there. If they ban out the carry, then they're most likely setting up for the Fredrin and the potential Masha pick, which Ayanami has already shown. So that route is open. Let's see if Galaxy Phoenix senses it and take out the Fredrin, meaning that the pool gets even smaller here for Navi in the jungle.
It could also be Barats.
អរគុណអាតពឿនសម្រាប់បុកលុយ5រៀល
There's no more option of you potentially going up against something like an export jungle. You already see the lane. I think Barrats would be perfect here, honestly, for Navi. And with Galaxy Phoenix already showing their cards in the jungle, then there's not going to be a lot of counters left for it unless you pick up, like, what, a Lunox in the mid? But then you're up against a Lilia.
That's why it really just seems like Navi have it all covered. The Fredrin gets banned out again. I think Navi shouldn't be in any rush to pick up the Barats, but they shouldn't be in any ruch to pick up a crazy pick for not Ayanami and XP as well. So just comes down to what they want to reveal first. Do they want to reveal the Barats or the Masha first?
Yeah, it's preference at this point. Because of the wide pool of not Ayanami, they have so much options to go for. I think that's the main discussion right now.
I forgot.
Yeah, Freya is still open. That's why we thought earlier Freya would be picked up in the very first pick for Galaxy Phoenix.
Well, okay then.
Yeah.
I wouldn't even be too surprised if they just go and pull a crazy Leomord Freya. It's been a while since we've seen Leomord, but you know, those nerfs has hit him. But with this kind of composition, it fits. Just go all in.
Leo Freya, then you add the chip there. I think if you want macro, would I be too mad at the low you pick for GXP? Team fighting wise could make it difficult once they get out of the chip portal, plus the Freya's there for the constant pulls. They go for Sophia on the Selena. They ran for comfort instead. It is very mechanically demanding to make this work, but it's one of those things where if the arrows hit, it's great. If the arrows don't, kind of GG.
I wouldn't even be too mad if they just run it back on the Alice jungle again.
Yeah, that could work out too, because of the very close to mid-range nature of the composition of Galaxy Phoenix for team fighting. Alice, the Throne of Ruin, is going to stop the tempo of the team fights that could give a little bit more space for their Claude and their Lilia.
Yeah, just lock them down for the AoE damage to come through. And it's the Bauman. Oh, physical shred, physical defense shred with a Freya and a Claude.
Ouch. This lineup just screams like it hurts. They have a good amount of crowd control. Not direct crowd control, but this is very damage focused. We know Galaxy Phoenix, very mechanically focused.
Ooh, I like the sound of that. Mechanically focused, the underdogs must once again fight back to protect their tournament life. They've still got a bit more leeway since it's a best of 5, but not much if Navi can take this next map and lead 2-0. After all, they're already up 1-0. Again, I raised a question. Who's ready to rise above? Let's find out at map number 2 between Galaxy Phoenix versus Navi. Brigida, Gideon, take it away.
As we head on into the land of Dawn, the first statement has been set. Navi take the first match here as we look towards GXP's response to that. How do they turn things around? How are they going to adapt to this upcoming game? Because right now, the draft doesn't seem to be in their favor. And here at level 1, Rain and Mirai are already telling Lima that first blood is already in our pockets.
Oh, this Lilia on Navi has been doing so much. Ever since game number 1, another stunning potential kill if only Sophia gets to walk out, but no. It's an early 2-0 for Rain on this Lilia.
Too early, and honestly, the fact that they've already gotten everything that they need, it's starting to snowball already. And I was expecting GXP to be that guy, to be that woman who takes them all out. Even Mirai, confident, doesn't even have to flicker, recognizes that, Lima, you don't have the base damage. I'm a full level ahead of you.
And how does that change the conditions for GXP? Because you're no longer on equal footing, you no longer have to anticipate whether or not the early comes out from the these arrows or not because they're already at an advantage. Mirai will get out of this. Still some glooms left. It's tough for the mid duo of GXP.
It already feels like Rain is asking the rest of the teammates, just hold my bearings. I'll do the rest. Don't worry, Mirai. Just open up that map and I'm going to hurt him big time. And with that passive, heals right back up to full. So great control as they freeze that mid lane. They're starting to lead as they want to attack the top side.
Okay, Nami just going in for the dives, even under the turrets. But Mirai will be the one to finish the job. That's far they actually find.
I think this game is starting to look pretty doomed. Pretty doomed very early on because this has to be by far one of the most critical starts. Like this blasphemous to people in Mobile Legends. First 2 minutes we're already having 3 kills on the side of Navi, all centralized towards the most important roles in Ling and Fa.
Okay, fortunately an Abyssal Arrow does land over there. Sophia trying to dive, but it's an outplay. Everything has just not been going their way. Every single attempt. And now Navi might just take away this purple buff even from Fa, who's not even level 4 yet.
I'm getting the vibes back. This is why everybody was so excited for Assassin. And Ling able to find the solo kill despite everything that has happened already. The extra assist from Ayanami just wasn't enough.
Okay, that's a bit of a glimpse of hope for GXP right there. At least they get some trades one way or another through the EXP lane, but how else? Because even here in this jungle camp, you just could not farm as peacefully. Fa could barely get the EXP that's necessary. It's a 2-level gap.
This is so dirty. This is particularly dirty. KG knows how to play this Balmond, or has at least gotten all the tips and tricks. You're using a lethal counter. You're also trying to contest with Retribution. It's just an easy way to steal camps at a high rate against your opponent and just ever telling them, yo, fear this. Shortcut connects.
How could they do this? They're just everywhere. Mirai, fortunately for GXP, they don't actually lose Winnie out there, but does it actually become an opening? Now they get to find a kill. Fa finds Mirai. Tempest of Blades already committed. But they don't want to fight this. They don't want to fight around the spinning power point.
No, they don't have the items. They don't have the damage. Rain doesn't cancel it. No, they're just gonna set up this dive.
Oh, it's Sophia left all alone. Trying to escape. Abyssal Arrow does land.
What the heck, bro?
He's just gonna buy some time.
Yeah.
Yo,
again,
what?
Really elusive here. Unless Rain or KG can actually apply some kind of movement speed slow. It's just going to be an taxed jungle. It's just Navi's walking in and they're like, hey, you owe me money. Interest. Pay up.
This is so tough. It's always Mirai plus another one. Oh, but a second solo kill from Link towards not Ayanami. Navi fail, or they actually do take... No, they don't. They don't take away the purple buff for the second time, and at least for Fa, they're slowly able to keep up bit by bit.
It just means that Retribution is going to be down. Not like Balmond really cares whether Link has Retribution or not, but generally speaking, this has been a pretty tough game. I'm looking towards Link's side of the map. How can they get Link involved? Unluckily, the turtle is spawning down on the bottom side. They're forced to get Link back in, and not Ayanami. He's already got solo kill twice. Wants to shove that top side, and Navi understand this. Let's slow it down. Wait for the shortcut.
Understandably so, you see Ling here, but Mirai has an idea as well. I thought that was gonna land too. Mirai didn't necessarily try to catch it, but they lose out big on energy shields up top. GXP are the ones actually leashing this turtle towards their side, and without not Ayanami, they probably would have very little ways to contest. Once again from Ling. Do they want to fight Brian goes in with the blazing duet, landing it on 3, forcing out the flicker from Winnie, and actually finding one. Lemma goes down, but Sophia escapes.
Oh, wait, hold on. Link might be in some trouble, and now they can set up for a potential dive. Sophia's nearby and will peel, but Link can only do so much. How many seconds until the ult comes back up?
They really want this turret, but Ayanami still going for it. 1v2! Both had to flicker out.
God bless. Flicker saves lives, people. Flicker saves lives. These flickers have been essential for their escapes. 5 to 6, however. Structural damage has already been applied. Navi making sure that the bottom side has been cut. Now they're going to send Rian towards the top side to bring that other tier 1. But I would have imagined at some point Navi might want to start double waving with this Claude.
So far, Right away, they're 3-0 on this Claude. The participation has been massive for them. Every single time we get to see a team fight. But someone who hasn't been really participating as much is Keishi. But right now we might actually see that happen as they lay down another portal. Win is the target. And it's not looking great.
Yep, it's not safe. The river is not a safe space to walk in, and I think definitely GXP needs to start opening up this map or Sophia needs to start. Oh god.
Oh. You thought you were safe.
I thought you were safe, to be fair.
Yeah, but there was a chip trying to intercept you from behind, and a lethal counter in your face. There's not much you could expect from a Hilda at this point, no matter how much he tries to open up the map. Navi are just at the most unexpected places possible.
Yeah, I think that GXP, unless they get some clean wombo combos like they did in the previous fight around that second turtle, it's not gonna be easy. Definitely not. Like Foz is probably gonna get solo killed by NAVI if he takes some prolonged fight against them. So at this stage, another shortcut.
Winnie again! Winnie's just not having a good time. The first time we see her on a Bruno and she has to go through all of this.
It's just constant pressure. Constant execution. Oh wait, they don't actually take it back. They realize and recognize the top side is actually where a majority of the resistance is coming from GXP. They should have the purple buff is up, and here they come on the run.
Not NAVI leading the charge, forcing out the Tempest of Blades. Now they are forced to just get back. There's then the Abyssal Arrow, but that's just about it. NAVI are not really going to stop the pressure from coming.
They're gonna try the ult next on towards the back line. However, Ling unfortunately can't see close to distance. Didn't want to commit the flicker as well, but they've got battle spells out of NAVI. And honestly, at this stage of the game with a 3.8 in 8 minutes, it could have been a lot worse.
Yeah. At least if you look at it from the perspective of having a Ling on your lineup, you could play around the map a bit more, but just how could you? If NAVI keep forcing these kinds of fights and just surprises all over, at least for now, Faz trying to stay composed by doing exactly what we mentioned, but even Keishi's just a bit too quick to expect what's about to happen from GXP.
Just into it. Oh, can't shift though!
Oh, the cancel. Now it's Rian having to get away from that. Not NAVI left all alone against 3, and she could not take out at least one. Rain eventually shows up with a flicker. Winnie too having to dash away, and Mirai! Another intercept! That's the 4th time we see them take down the gold laner.
Again, great target priority here. And no time being wasted by Mirai. It's like, all right, I see my low target. I know exactly what I want to do. And this lead now, as we pull up the item list, we're already leading time completed. 9 minutes pretty early on with rapid boots as well. Explains why, not only with the passive, why Mirai so fast. Okay. Thank you. It couldn't get worse from this point onwards. I mean, don't worry. That purple buff was always now.
But I wonder who else is not safe. Winnie again.
Oh my god!
She's been holding on that bush for too long. Marai's been staying in that bush for too long. And even with the Storm Man setup coming in from Ling, I don't think they will get the value out of it. They'll just lose out on more and more members. Ling falling down as well. There might be a and that's going to be Rian.
They can't scale. They can't scale. They don't have enough EXP to stay above them, even Mirai having a full level ahead of Lima. The early game is completely gone, and technically this is where we're expecting Fa to start really picking up the slack from the rest of the team. However, with such a big lack of and an interception from Mirai, what are you supposed to do?
She had another ultimate available.
Fleeting time, what can I say? Especially when you're this far ahead.
I was just trying to fly over from one wall to another, and all the while that was happening, it was a free objective over to NAVI as well. Just look at the gold difference already existing. At least it's not that far behind. But the gold lane, I think, is where you feel it the most.
I want to say it's not only just the gold lane, but at the same time, I think the fact that this Chastised Pauldron is already built. I think at this point, Chip can get disrespectful, right? I don't think anybody has enough damage to kill him, and even if they do, the Chastised Pauldron passive will just keep him healthy. So at this point, Mirai, look at them. What happened? Literally just having a tour.
Yeah, just doesn't mind those bits of damage you get to receive from Lima as the only person who could possibly walk up and not get bursted down by NAVI, not unless they just go full commit. But now they have more and more waves coming in. Not Ayanami showing up as well. Lemon just trying to scout where they are. They pretty much have information of what to expect. But still not enough for them to go and try to engage against Navi, because even in the damage department, consider winning to even have enough damage already.
Not yet. I mean, not even a Berserker's Fury. That's what we're talking about, right? Literally, unfortunately, no purple buff, so he has to sit there and wait for it to come back as Navi take the initiative and start putting more structural damage.
Yep, they're keeping the pressure. And now it's Lema who, for the first time after he gets bursted down, has to flicker out of that. Worldly already committed as well, but they're just trading space. They want this space turret. That's the setup coming in from Ling, but she had to go down alongside with it.
They actually make this an endgame scenario. They still are able to kill it off. And luckily on the opposite end, Fa was able to pick up a purple buff for herself. Yeah. It's still a rough game.
It's an exchange of a base turret.
Yeah, it's like, man, not the best in the world, but hey, we'll take what we can get. And luckily the team, they like splitting the gold at this point of time is probably not ideal. Like Fire understands, you know what, even though I don't have as much gold, it's important that I stay even in EXP against Keishi.
Yep, and these placements, these traps are becoming more and more important. Fortunately for them, they have that tool, but I don't think they've been able to maximize it as well. Ooh, Fa! She tried to take that away, but it was still Keishi who got it.
Yeah, but still gonna be dancing around for a little bit. I don't know if
they didn't check. Winnie fortunately had the flicker. But that's the thing, they forced out the flicker. We only have about 12 seconds before the next Lord.
I mean, they're conditioning them, right? They're conditioning them every single time, and I think that GXP need to start setting some real protocols here. This has happened way too many times. You cannot expect Winnie to always have her flicker available. Now Navi is in such a powerful position. They're going to have only 2 members actually deal with this Lord while everybody else is on guard duty.
Not Ayanami holding the wrong side. Mirai just standing there.
She has
the immortality too. I think Fa will be okay though, yeah.
Especially when you have iframes, you're just so unimportant as a priority target for a chip. I can't figure out a better way of saying that. You just don't want to deal with that, right? You want Winnie, you want people who can get punished by this. Arguably even Lima as well, but that's only if that flicker is down. And knowing that Winnie has been losing her flicker consistently every single minute it comes back on, I think that so far Mirai is ready to start trading. Maybe even not even hiding, just flickering into the middle.
Just putting up the portal right then and there, but that forces out the Tempest of Blades from Fa. Won't even be confident enough to deal with the cut as well, but Lima, together with Sophia, are decently dealing a bit of damage already towards Mirai. I think that's a bit of a win.
It is a win, and I don't think Navi is getting as much value as they wanted to, right? They now desync the waves that they were trying to prepare. Finally loses immortality.
But every single member of Navi just jumps in to make sure that Fa goes down and doesn't get a hold of the purple buff again.
The chain CC was a little too good, or maybe the pitch points came up a little too late. Either way, Navi is going to be starting to crash down on every single one of these inhibitors.
Was that a bit too expensive of a kill for GXP? But Navi are not going to risk it just yet. They're not going to try to go for the end. And they will fully respect GXP right under their base, but there is another wave coming in mid. It's going to crash really, really soon, and that's a lot of space created. Ling only finding one, but Rian only has her eyes on the turret, and the lethal counter! Finding Ling! It's a shutdown towards Keishi, but will that be enough? Missile arrow to Rian!
You pick.
Changing play right here for GXP! Tempest of Blades really, really low, and another free hit from Winnie! Turning things around! Trying to stay, but she cannot!
Oh my goodness, I can't believe it. As Redbar mentioned, the arrow, it just needs to hit. Once that arrow connects, there's so much more you can do with it. And this time, despite GXP showing just a sliver of hope here, Navi have already taken out 3 of their inhibitor turrets. The macro is going to be a little difficult to play once the next Lord spawns. And Navi, they don't mind it. You got that first shutdown. fine. That's on us. But look at this replay, right? The conceal,
Hôm
we are
nay
making sure you're
bị
getting
đau
pushed out of the way.
mistake,
But this
thường bị dân
engagement
succeed
coming
nữa
in
thế.
from Link initially was looking good until they got executed. However, you see the mistake come right about. Oh no! They timed it out before the arrow was about to be thrown. But even so, you can tell the frustration on Navi's face.
Yeah, but it was just a pixel away until we weren't able to see it. But you know what happened at that moment. It was a unfortunate sequence for Navi. Even as they just tried to really attempt for an end angle.
Phải cùng team map á, phải cùng clear lên team map á.
They have been placing these traps around the areas where Mirai is really
expecting
throwing them out just to ensure that they will have so that's GXP playing it safe, but is Fa gonna be safe? She's having to deal with not Ayanami.
No.
I mean, Fa unfortunately just literally cannot 1v1 this Freya. Not without that.
Play safe,
not
guys.
like
Play
how
safe.
we saw it earlier. And worse yet, Navi, this is what we call the chokehold. Like, how do you even win this scenario? No matter what you do, Mirai can catch you with the shortcut, and which they're about to see right now.
Tempest of Blades used right before the portal gets laid down, and Mirai will no longer try to go for the chase. But that was really smart from Navi as well. Okay, wait. Fa not gonna fight that.
They can still technically chase this for a little bit, but the more attention Fa is able to bring to them, the better.
Okay, that's BMI and Rain alongside Mirai trying to go for Fa. They're not letting him return or her to return to the base. As not Ayanami, Mirai and Keishi too are just dealing with the waves. Down! And the portal gets laid down. Now the rest of the members can catch up and just go for the Sophia trying to jump in. It's Mirai who's actually targeting, but the Blazing do it! And now it's Winnie using the wind of nature, but they do not care. They're after the base. Lethal counter, and that's the end.
Oh, tough one. Really tough one. Well played here by Navi. Solid game overall. They made sure not only from the drafting section they had answers, but more importantly, their macro was on point. That's how you set up for a rear naked chokehold, man. No getting out of those ones.
Could barely farm. And I'm not even talking about a single player. I'm talking about both of their carries, both Fa. And even Winnie on the Bruno, who again was forced to play a different hero, and Navi have dealt with it so well.
It's so well, but at the same time, we need to see more. Right now, Navi is looking like they're setting a very high standard here at GXP. It's either they need it or they're going to drop that game. We're already at match point, but now we're going to be throwing it back to the studio right after these messages.
Nó có vậy đó thì đâu bật sân giọt miếng nè P kill early đằng té đằng sau giờ ấy game này.
Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Navi are off to an absolutely incredible start, now leading 2-0 in this best of 5, putting them one map away from securing their spot into the grand finals. Welcome back into the studio. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by Rinmar and Miracle. Boys, Navi, a big win once again. Rinmar, you got to protect that voice. You're screaming, man.
That wasn't me. That was another guy in the crowd. That was Reptar. That was Reptar. Devilishly handsome. Yeah, that was Reptar, not Renmar. If you know, you know. Man, how do I feel about the fact that it's 2 games now where it feels like we can say we told you so with your drafting priorities?
Yeah, I think it was also just exactly as we assumed, right? Game 1, GXP try to subvert our expectations, try to subvert Navi's expectations with crazy picks, denying a lot of the win conditions from Navi. The gamble didn't pay off. Game 2, they went back to their assassins, and Navi had prepared for those assassins. The Claude and the Lilia picks were so good.
So how does Galaxy Phoenix find themselves now? Because it's 2 back-to-back hero selections that they didn't do well. Obviously, the coach on the back lines is doing everything he can. But Galaxy Phoenix, they are knocking on the door of dropping down to only play for 3rd place.
I feel like there's a bit of an overthink on the side of Galaxy Phoenix. There was one ban in the first phase, that Harith rush ban, which we thought meant that they were setting up for either the Freya because the Phovis was gone, or they would pick up the Claw themselves. They subverted expectations, but then it felt like it was a different writer, so the middle of the new trilogy doesn't make sense of the big picture of it all. I'm not throwing pot shots at anything.
We know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah, we do, Miracle. Let's take a look at the stats, though. Ooh, we get a bit of a different graph this time.
Yeah, we get a total gold. It's a gold chart all around. It's just Navi taking control of the early game through the Bowman. I think it's just classic. Then we see a bit of a slight movement over there on the right towards GXP. But as even the casters mentioned, there's not much that GXP could do even with that team fight win, right? Even with that almost wipeout.
Yeah, we did get to see the role that Sophia needed to play here and what could have been the bad part for Navi, which is if those arrows landed over and over again. But in MLBB for so many years now, it's always about simplicity. How much simpler is your lineup to pull off compared to the opponents? If you have good crowd control, good damage, and it's simple, that's great. If it's a bit too overcomplicated, it's not good for you.
Well, it looks like Rain is in the building, and I don't mean Rain physically, but hey, Rain! The co-streamer, how you doing, man? Let's bring him in, because Rain has been covering the action. He's been hugely passionate about MWI naturally and giving all the coverage not only to his fans, but also to even us at times joining us on the desk. And Rain is an integral part to the MLBB scene, and I know he's been supporting a couple of different rosters, but when we get a chance to speak to him, I want to know what he's thinking about this matchup here. Navi versus Galaxy Phoenix. Rain, how you doing, man? What's going on?
I'm doing good. I'm doing good. I actually quite enjoying the match just now. For me, Navi PH playing better as a whole. They have better draft, have better early game, better targeting. Yeah, I'm quite enjoy the show right now.
Hey, and that's actually what they've been talking about. America, you mentioned it. When it comes to Galaxy Phoenix, they're just falling behind on the hero draft.
Yeah, it really just feels like that's the case. And King Salman has really gotten the read on Galaxy Phoenix. So I want to ask you, Ray, what do you think GXP should do for game number 3 to turn things around?
I think they need to think properly their draft, especially there's like certain heroes that might quite questionable against Navi composition. For example, that Hilda against utility jungler. And also, because in terms of when we're saying about mechanical skills, right? I think GXP have that quality that can fight Navi PH, you know, but overall as a team, because right now overall Navi have better targeting, also better wave management, and also good early game. So these 3 things GXP need to fight them.
All right, well, let's see if the words of wisdom from you, Rain, will end up paying off for the team of Galaxy Phoenix. Thank you as always, Rain. We really appreciate everything that you're doing. Absolutely, and I hope to shake his hand eventually. I haven't actually had a chance to see him in person just yet. It's always been virtual, even though he's quite literally just right up there. So we're going to have to connect. Let's take a look at some of the players' emotions from that game number 2. Meeting room, I'll discuss some strategies, get out there and fight.
They have to keep up the discipline, though. We've seen them in the similar position in the Southeast Asian Games gold medal match against Team Malaysia when they were representing Team Philippines. They fumbled that. That hurt them. But they did admit that they learned a lot from that, and they have to show it here. They have to end this series and make it to the grand finals now.
That's it. America, let's take a look at one of our great actions from that second match that we just witnessed. We're going to go towards the mid-game, and I believe close towards the mid-fights for the Lord, at least eventually coming up. What are we noticing in this engagement?
I think right now it's just the fact that Navi are just so calm and composed, right? They don't need to go for the neutral objective. They don't need to send the Freya over because they have the shortcut. A couple of times, though, it did happen where GXP were just quicker and they were able to just pull the trigger. But at the end of the day, it's kind of the same story we saw from game number 1 as well. It was Navi just baiting all these resources with their front line so that their backline could come in late with the shortcut and clean up.
Renmar, Galaxy Phoenix did show some life. It was a bit later on in the game, but they successfully defended their base. It didn't amount to much in the overall scheme of things, but they were still fighting till the very end.
Yeah, it was a preview. That Selena of Sophia, which did already get to have a great showing in MWI, arrow after arrow, and this is a rare moment in the series of Navi slipping on the discipline, not respecting the gap closing capabilities of Ling on the Sora. It was able to get taken down by Navi, but once that arrow hit, bang, and it landed on Rian as well. So you know that the Selena comfort is there. It's just that, again, overall, this happened way too late.
I think it's just the early fundamentals built up again. Something that Rain mentioned too, right? It's the drafts. Now, what specifically in the drafts should they fix? It's not just the Freya picking up these prio picks, but it's also setting up for the Selena. If you're already planning for it, you need someone with mid prio, someone that can clear fast in the roam, like a Cho instead of a Hilda.
Well, as we head back to the stage, the ladies once again get set back up to go toe-to-toe with each other for what could possibly be the final round. Navi wants to close it out now 3-0. Galaxy Phoenix, however, needs to reverse sweep. Not an easy task across any esport that you're playing, especially here in the MWI. It can sometimes be an impossible task. Galaxy Phoenix has already achieved the impossible, being the underdog pick, making it to this stage. But is that enough? Are they satisfied with their performance so far? Or do they want a little bit more? As far as the fundamentals go, I understand Galaxy Phoenix is losing the hero picks, but do their fundamentals look good enough to where if they can, in fact, battle Navi in the hero selection, do you think they can actually take down this Navi roster, at least for one more match?
Oh, definitely can. We've seen moments, especially in game number 1, where it was more prevalent, where it looked like Navi looked uncomfortable fighting GXP. There were certain angles that they didn't take into account for, didn't realize GXP could even go for. There were moments of discipline that makes me wonder, how come GXP can't do that consistently? If they can find that consistency, then the fundamentals will show.
You did question Sora for the side of Galaxy Phoenix. Do you still question it now?
Yeah, as a first pick, I don't really like it, especially with the Freya up, with the Claude up as well, something that's just integral for Winnie, you know, something that's just so important. I'm going to play devil's advocate though, for Ranmar and say I don't think GXP have the fundamentals against Navi. No, fundamentally, they are worse than GXP. What they thrive in is chaotic skirmishes where they can rely on their mechanics. I'd say mechanically, they can go toe-to-toe. Maybe they're even better than Navi PH.
ធីមហ្នឹងបើឲ្យធ្លាក់នៅពេលដែលប៉ះ Falcon Dicey ហ្មងល្អបំផុត Falcon Dicey អត់ចេះឈ្នះ game 3 ហ្នឹងឲ្យគេ comeback ចុះមិនគៀងហ៎
That's a tough one more map against Navi. You made it this far. Make the most of it. After all, top 4 is a massive accomplishment. But making it to grand finals, looking at trophy is even bigger than you could possibly imagine. Map number 3, a fresh opportunity. Will Galaxy Phoenix take advantage?
Are they still a little bit too reactive with the bans?
Exactly. I don't know about this.
You're rushing bans on Chip and Navi is in the heads of GXP right now.
I mean, desperate times call for desperate measures. GXP certainly in that desperate time right now. It's match point in a best of 5. They thought they could slowly get into the series. So far, it's just been a wipe.
Navi have been fast and they have been ruthless. If it gets to the point where you are just fielding some of the best meta picks all out there in the open, trying to overload one another of choices, and maybe that's where Galaxy Phoenix is just leaning onto now. Let's have a lot of choices open so that we could miraculously find a way. If they're even banning X1 first, are they going to try to take a page out of the book of other teams where they're trying to go for the away? That's too much.
Even so, if it's not the Barats Mathilda straight up, I think it's going to be the Baksha, an Akai maybe. It's going to be a utility battle. And again, we've just spoken about this. Me personally, I don't like it. I don't like it when GXP play
អរគុណទៀតកែសម្រាប់បុកលុយ$2អាមេរិកសូមឲ្យបងស្រែកកូនក្រខំប្រឹងឡើង
កូនខ្មែរខំប្រឹងឡើង Let's go Let's go
They're going to try to go for speed tempo early game, but Navi, we've seen this plenty of times. Atlas Akai into the Baksha. Shut the Baksha down with pure CC.
If Navi PH go for those 2 picks right away, then most likely Galaxy Phoenix will have to respond with a Valentina. But Navi, they are relentless. They focus on the Lilia and they get the glue, so they don't get that guy Atlas combo. There's still a potential room for an Akai maybe later on. But I like that they have been consistent with this. They know the strengths of their mid lane with the Lilia. This allows them to get mid prio and be really annoying so that Lemma and Sophia will have a hard time rotating. Ooh, I like this Alice.
I really like the picks now. Coming from GXP, right? Like the Boxer pick first. Was
Ellie
alright. I didn't really like it at first, but then Navi responded with just Lilia and Blue. So that gave GXP an opening to punish them. The Alice pick is great for the Glue. The Farsa here as well. Really good poke and some more range that they didn't have in the previous game.
Let's go!
Want to play around the solid formation around their mid laner than they around their gold laner, excuse me. Maybe a Moscow with red 3 would be warranted. When you pick up a red 4, you just take away the Claude if you feel like the Claude won't have enough firepower to deal with what could be a very fast scaling Boxer Alice Farsa together. I'm okay with that. At the same time, you take away a pick. Oh, but instead they still go for the carry. They wanted that melt damage, all that damage that you need to deal with the Boxer and Alice together. So now they should probably take away the Claude and the Moskov.
Yep. Should be the Claude and the Moskov. There's already too much magic there. I think it's fine to go for the Harith. To go up against the Harith with the carry and the Lilia anyways. So for Navi, it's just back to basics. It's back to, all right, now what do we go for in XP and jungle? Is it the safe 2 double frontliners here, or do they go kind of crazy with it? Because it could just be a Barat's Mathilda on Navi's side as well. Chomp down on the Boxer, don't let him get on the red trees, and then win out through playing for your backline.
Yeah, they can still swerve that glue to the EXP and get the combination that is looming right now.
Get Lapu for the Farsa.
So again, there's so many options. So this is the gamble that GXP wanted to play into, but at the same time, they're still leaving a lot of options available for Navi. You pick up the glue early on because you want that flexibility. You make it hard to read whether or not it would actually go into the rope, or is it a flex pick potentially for the EXP. Lots of picks. So Galaxy, they're respecting power right now. The Freya.
I'm not a fan of that. You know, I think with the Alice and the Boxer, you already have the anti-regen, you have the sustain, and also the burst from the Farsa to try to deal with the Freya. You're leaving so many heroes open for not Ayanami. There's already a Yuzong that we mentioned. This could possibly, hey, if they really want to go for the lock, the Terizla too could work, right? There's just so many picks.
Could have a really solid front line in the end that makes it nigh impossible for Galaxy Phoenix to make it through the carry. Even if you commit the Throne of Ruin and the Gleam, one dash out, and if you have no other hero with you to try and jump the carry, then it's going to be a great day for Navi.
If it's an assassin in the jungle, we'll see the Terizla. If it's a fighter / tank, then we're going to see more of that Lapu Lapu and dive heroes. Yuzong, even. Atlas gets banned out, so there you go. At least a bit of respect given to GXP, knowing that the glue is still very vulnerable to lockdown.
Even though naturally Alice did come back into our visions when Yuzong started wreaking havoc maybe a season or 2 ago for our MPL leagues. They still respect the Yuzong. Okay, but again, we've mentioned all the EXP laners that not Ayanami can pick for. She is back into the position of I can pick whatever I want. It's pretty much okay. It's kind of awkward though if you want to consider something like the CC with the Farsa there. You want to be able to latch onto the Boxer, but with Alice also you don't know. So still, options are available. I like the flexibility of the Rogue Blue pick. I think it's difficult for Galaxy Phoenix to really read into it right now.
That's why that flex pick on the glue is really... I mean, it's a mind game, for sure. GXP, you're thinking about it, they've already banned 2 XPs. It could just go to the XP lane and they go for another roamer.
The Claude will still be open, and Claude does benefit greatly from the little mini glulets. You get your stacks much quicker. And they show it. They do get the... Again, this is another flex pick. This could surprisingly go into the roam all of a sudden.
It'll be a roam, a Kai, and a glue XP into an assassin jungle. Yes. And it could be a jungle Kai to a roam glue. To then something in XP, or again, it could also just be a damage in XP with the roam glue. Going roam, Irithel. I am not a fan of that.
We've seen some Irithel performances here, and she does hurt, especially once she gets Berk as her first item, Berserker's Fury. But this feels like something the Galaxy Phoenix really prepared for. So maybe there's an angle that we're not seeing right now, but I think we're in agreement here that maybe not the best option to go for at this moment.
What do they even go? They go for Rome.
Yeah, it's the Rome.
Minotaur.
AoE presence. Their Irithel. Oh, this is all in for the Irithel. The good thing is they have some great damage with the Irithel and Farsa together. But once that Irithel goes out, you're just going to have really tanky dudes wondering why they can't kill anyone.
I think it really should just be the Lapu Lapu, someone that can dive in the back line through the Irithel and the Farsa, break that formation as the carry and Lilia shreds through. This tanky
អរ
composition
គុណ
up front.
ទៀតកែសម្រាប់បុកលុយ$10អាមេរិកបងប្អូនទាំងអស់គ្នាខមមិនកូនក្រកំប្រឹងឡើង
But that's more of like an ego thing.
ខ្មែរខំប្រឹងឡើង
I'm really feeling myself today and I want to show off.
អរគុណច្រើនសម្រាប់$10មកពីជាតិកែវ
I think the Benedetta should
លោតតែ5ដងមកលោតការនៅបន្ទប់នេះមានរង្វាន់មកជ្រុះខ្ទេចលើ
Oh yeah, the
យកការចាចុយសារ៉ាគេខំធ្វើយ៉ាងគ្រប់កន្លែងហ៎យក Baxia គេយក
Jungle
កលូហើយនឹងលីលីយ៉ា
My goodness, what a hero draft. But wasn't enough for Galaxy Phoenix to take down NAVI. Who knows? The underdog story is still alive, but only just. NAVI is looking to reclaim what they lost a couple years ago. Be back in grand finals. Be a champion once again. And they are one map away from entering the grand finals. It's Galaxy Phoenix versus NAVI. Brigade Gideon. Let's get it started.
History has told us that maybe
NAVI
just didn't have what it takes, but this year it's different. With competitors from all over the world, this competition has only gotten better, and NAVI are one game away from qualifying to the grand finals unless Galaxy Phoenix can extend this series. Let's jump into this right here, right now in the Land of Dawn, as we hope that level 1 doesn't go as badly as game number 2.
They're so close to making it back, and that's knowing that all these new regions, all these competitors have been stepping up in their own ways. But even in their most desperate moments, NAVI right now, that they're back on track, they're just not letting go of these more unique types of roamers and compositions, and they're making it work every single time. That sudden flex now to reveal the Kaja, but a great start for GXP, forcing out the flicker from Riyadh.
Okay, a little unfortunate that Winnie did not get the gold crab, but Mirai was able to steal it away. But at this stage, you can see what exactly they want to do. Sophia is a little underlined here.
This has been the trend for every single early game. NAVI with the Lilia not changing their mid-hero for 3 games straight, just constantly spamming all these pokes. And now that it's with a Kaja, it's a lot more annoying in a sense that even the Kaja is just going to walk up straight to you, apply these slows, and potentially even a bit more damage.
Yeah, what I can't understand is at level 1, why was the first rotation down towards the goal when it should have been here in the mid? The mid is struggling right now. Unless Sophia can close the distance and land that stun on terrain and get a full commitment with Lima in the jungle, that's kind of the only problem. But Winnie here might just get solo killed, no problem as well.
Oh, so close!
Oh!
First blood over to Riyadh, no flicker. Lima actually take her out. Blast will actually be enough.
God bless, God bless. At least they were able to get it back, and now it actually is slightly in Winnie's favor because they're going to be able to make it to that wave first. However, the gold is still in favor of Riyadh, as now the Colonel gets out. Let's see how it plays.
Going already casted, but the heavy spin, 2 pins down their jungler.
What the heck?
Will go down, but
what the heck is that? What the heck?
Junglers traded by these
what the heck, motherfucker?
Or not Ayanami, rather. That's going to be another kill over to GXP.
Not Ayanami, unfortunately, not finding the perfect split down. Time being, though. This is what I was talking about. Now, getting control over that wave. After the solo kill, initially, most people are going to be thinking, equalizes the lane. It actually doesn't, assuming that everyone's able to survive right up till the dive. Now you can see the level lead as well as the gold lead becoming more clear as Winnie is trying to just lock out this lane.
I feel like GXP too, after what happened in game number 2, are just like, yeah, we cannot just let Winnie experience the same thing all over again.
No more.
This isn't a chip lineup anyway, but the fact that they are a very hard lockdown type of composition who can just pretty much combo with either the carry and the Lilia are still going to be a massive threat for Winnie as the main damage dealer later on. So now they are somehow showing us more and more rotations towards the bottom lane. I think that's also why you got to see that in the first minute of the game.
Yeah, I think Winnie at this point is probably just praying, like, please do not let me get hit by Divine Judgment, like, anything but that. I don't mind. Heavy spin, I got but now the next
fight begins. As expected from Sophia and the rest of GXP. Even GXP lanes being managed really well by Link right now.
Bởi vì chốt vì lột chạm này ta bởi dương vay muốn nhận đăng hàng chắc là rốt rồi rồi. Bởi rốt ngọt. Đây bởi chắc phải chạm mấy bạn ngọt. Kết trán. Kết mình tránh thôi dương phải chất mình tránh dương ngọt tới đôi mà bạn phá skill rồi. Anh chạy dây đấy rồi. Anh đang trăng mẹ này. Vơi nào riêng mùi mùi. Mùi mùi. GXP thơ bạn.
But this is where it really should have mattered.
Đó à, ca cha này nghe ngay cho má. Chưa thư giống à, phát siêu mà đây biết à. Hey, ca cha mình pha là lại à nó.
Mike P à?
Oh my god. À, vai VS. Chỉ có cho màu. Chỉ có cho màu. Chuẩn! Lang chiêm. Quay vinh.
And they survive. It's a 1-for-1 trade.
Counter engage from Ling is saved. They right at the very end. However, Rian still 2-1 score, trying to keep back up. Just to get enough of the care package. Some aid to stay even.
All these ultra-reliant heroes from GXP though, they probably will get back a few moments later, but NAVI are just for sure going to be confident enough to get back in this duel. It's only the heavy space that's been taken out alongside the Divine Judgment.
I don't understand why Ling is still trying to pull the wave. You know that they didn't have their ults earlier? They could have started zoning out way earlier. Also knew they didn't have the battle spells. And now they're giving up the space open to Navi.
Miền HP, miền đá slow, miền chẳng có chia nên thiệt.
All over again, but it's gonna be
Linh ơi, lướt mà đây, xanh băng. Toàn ấy miền ultimate, lăng chiêm. Tinh cho đến chỉ còn là cái bao webcam thì đánh rồi mà mình khơi. Vai mau, reload fam, bỏ vô một lần.
Honestly, Navi played as good as they can to kind of get out of this situation, but that first initial whiff
chơi biết lướt à webcam đi mau, anh bớt khơi chỉ còn
really unfortunate to say the least, but Fox still made it work. Steals away the Lord just in time, because Keishi had pretty much all the advantages.
Yep, they're really working at this point. Now, a quick
Galaxy Phoenix
GXP are just
focusing
so much of their resources towards in that entire sequence where it feels like they barely paid attention to the other parts of the map, just as long as they could win it out in that turtle fight.
Sophia! Oh my god, Sophia rút lại nè, mình đã check map IT.
NAVI, you slowly
But some of the bad habits are starting to show. The way that GXP is opening up the map is honestly getting them killed more often than not. Oh, good flicker and a pull!
Oh, what a timing! He still gets brought back. Now it's another kill for NAVI. It's both mid duos.
Yeah, Lima tried to use the Minoan Fury as a means to not get displaced because of the anti-CC, but just did it a little too late, unfortunately. This punish is good, but that battle spell, I don't know. If you're already a flicker anyway, you might as well just let it happen.
And Nana Yanami will just get it back real quick. We're looking at the points right now. Not much in terms of the gold lane, not much in terms of most of the lanes. It's really in the macro that you kind of feel what GXP wants to do differently this time.
But at the same time, it feels like both Navi and GXP, they've sharpened each other enough after these past two games. They're really bad habits.
Oh, once again, we find another isolation. Sophia gets caught here by not Ayanami, but will get to wings by
Lang chiếm này, Lang chiếm quay bình chui ở pha phong
an unfortunate sequence for GXP.
Really sad, but well played from Navi. They are not going to take this city down. They're going to make sure that they're being when they take this game away. It's 6-6 so far, and Navi are in full position to take the Lord as well. Divine Judgment is not up, and Split is still on cooldown.
This is just so interesting to me how Navi are able to deal with either the utility or assassin comp from GXP.
Right? I totally agree with you, because again, we're seeing many different sides of Navi. Usually, we see a lot of big personalities, but a very very linear and clear idea of how they want to play the game. Navi, not only have they shown how tall they are, but they're showing how wide this team composition and the styles of play that they have in their pockets are.
Oh, they're going to go for a
the match tranh to nè ơi.
To just make sure that GXP are not able to push forward. Rhea joining in the fight too might make a huge difference right now. GXP lose a little more in the process. That's going to be a 2-for-1 trade right before the Lord.
That was a pretty good idea initially from Navi's side. I think there was a little bit of hesitation from Rian. Let's pull up the item list. I want to just get a double confirmation on whether or not the Trinity has been complete, and that's why she would have to commit to her full ult to ensure that at least they get a trade back. But without the DHS, it's going to be a lot harder to get through the Limas and the Faz if you're only hoping that your passive is going to be enough.
They're going to burst it down real quick. They do not want another instance of GXP just potentially trying to fight back, considering what you just mentioned. They still don't have the DHS, but at least for now they get a bit more advantage in the first Lord of the game as well. But it's interesting, at least for GXP, they're able to really push the sides, but Mirai, all alone here, gets a bit of protection from Keishi, and now 2 members at least brought really close under their very own territory. Throne of Ruin casted by Ling, not Ayanami trying to target. But the Diamond Dealers aren't here. GXP are just turning things around. Rian finally holds the point, but then Sophia, Mirai from behind. Who does she find? It's Sophia, but she doesn't have the Divine Judgment. Rain and Rian are making it work all by themselves.
This is what I was talking about. Bad habits. GXP, they keep calling us they're not thinking about that huge top wave getting demolished by the Lord.
And now Navi are just chasing after them, so they couldn't go for the defense. Veterans are trying to help out Link, but it's not going to be enough.
This is the 101. When you are fighting in the front lines, you must understand what your supply lines are, the logistics to get there. And right now, Navi have attacked them in so many different areas. GXP, you can tell the tunnel vision, the peripherals is getting darker and darker. You have to wake up. Take a moment, just breathe.
Because we're so used to them being really synced up in terms of especially prioritization, the targets that they go for, and how they're always almost on the same page. But we're not seeing that from GXP at this point. It's more so from Navi as they find another kill. Sophia knock up from the Minoan Fury together with a Throne of Ruin. But the relevant members are just getting
ôi chửi bà chứ ôi đây một đầu pi điện đầu tiên ở đây mấy bờ reaction này lên man lứa này mấy nhóm có khơi ở moment bao hờ ca cha nó là lột chạp này 100% hay Sophia của Vita chạp này mấy bờ lột toán này cover ban 100% nó dưng nhạc mớ rồi
so many targets at once, and luckily from the front lines of Navi, they have enough armor to tank the explosive crossbow.
Mấy reaction đằng cái lột chặt Sophia mùi liên phía rồi, nhưng mà mơ mấy đằng cái lột chặt. Coi cái na hiên ọt.
Navi barely had to
bờ hiên mấy risky này.
They just let him walk through the top lane, and every single lane too just pushed forward just because GXP kept forcing the fight.
Yeah, I mean, majority of the hold on. Has already blown them up. Throne Ruin tries their best to back line. Here comes Sophia, finds one chase, she gets another, and now the chase. Navi uses the heavy spin, locks down Fa, and there you have it. Navi say, no, you took 2 of our members, we take 3.
And GXP just wanted to repeat the exact same thing. Probably not the exact same sequence in the sense that Lema actually got to cast the Minoan Fury, but it was follow-up from Ling that eventually, in hopes of them converting it into a successful team fight, but Navi were just a bit too prepared for that. They knew who they wanted to target, and they just kept pushing forward. Now, it's a massive loss as GXP had to let go of the Lord.
Nothing much that they can really do about that. Again, there's a certain level of protocols that need to be put in place, but you can tell that GXP are not 100% sure what that roadmap actually looks like. They've got some really good ideas, but sometimes when do you actually want to find those initiatives? Before they tried to initiate after Sophia was caught, they were thinking about, hey, if they get a little bit closer, we can make something happen, and all of a sudden the Flicker Divine Judgment was the real play. So I think that GXP right now, they're trying to set the priority order. Do we worry about this Divine Judgment? Can we get Sophia in a better position so that Winnie can follow up immediately after?
Hopefully they figure it out, not to, because we've been questioning the priority order for the longest time in this entire game. Who does GXP really want to go for first? What is the game plan, considering that they're mostly revolving around Winnie and Sophia, but Navi, even if they decide to go for their front lines and not these damage dealers, are actually making it work. Now they have an entire Lord with no energy or holy shields left up top. They're on the verge of losing so much more.
Yeah, with the suppression as well, it's just really difficult for Lima, especially.
Winnie finds a double.
Chị co bánh lói bỏ vô. Bọc san. Anh ơi, chị ngọt này cái này.
Actually finds a meal.
No way, Winnie ended up killing her own teammate because of that. They could have just stopped the auto. They were just so desperate to make it work. Literally anything would have been put there.
Tục bàn để linh vì tục bàn dừng cả bay muốn này. Ca cha cho mình lùng.
Now it's like this is my revenge. You've hurt me enough.
Yeah, I was worried when she went back in too, but the fact that GXP, I feel like they just panicked and clicked their buttons and unfortunately cost their teammates' lives there. It's not a good sign. It's not a good sign. GXP definitely have to somehow reset and get back in this game. They were slowly finding their way around things, but it's Navi all over again, all across the map.
Yeah, Navi has adapted a lot better to what GXP has been laying on the table in terms of their tactical plans and strategies. And I think that Navi, just a little bit more clutch factor within them. I think it's the awareness, right? The awareness overall about not only the battle situation, but what's happening across the map. It just feels like Navi is just slightly more efficient and more flexible in those moments. GXP, it's got to be step 1, step 2, step 3, step 4, and they've been changing the order up, but it still feels a little clunky.
So what could be the best order at this point? You would really expect it's just either Leva or Link. Does someone have to be left behind to at least be some sort of protection for Winnie and Sophia? They do have the purifies for themselves. But it just seems that as long as Navi get that one pick off done, then there's nothing stopping them at all.
I think step number 1 is to control this mid. Oh, wait, actually, Divine Judgment.
Oh, is that one pick off? Is that the pick off? Link tries to stop them from getting that pick off, but despite that, the heavy spin still gets committed. And GXP find one. They somehow find one.
Mùi đá.
They've lost one of their main damage sources.
That is so unfortunate. It takes 2 people to engage upon 3 in the back lines of Navi, but it just takes not Navi to keep both Sophia and Winnie away, and still able to find that kill onto Sophia's side. Like, if not Ayanami, people are like, oh, she's going back to her old ways. No, she is a completely different player.
Yeah, look at how she's playing the glue.
Ridiculous.
Redeeming herself after that early game. I mean, look at her. I mean, she's not really resetting. Another Divine Judgment onto Lema. There goes the burst from Riyadh as well. Do they really want to risk this? Okay, they actually find one. It's going to be Father pushing her out of this Lord pit. And that's enough to secure the objective, but it's in exchange of not Ayanami.
And that's totally fine. Look at the timers. Look at the timers. The wave is going to spawn. If they wait a little bit longer, it would have been nice after the 12 minutes, but since then, even so, not Ayanami has gotten everything they've wanted. Lima doesn't have a flicker. Ling still doesn't have the flicker as well. And by the time the Lord actually makes it down into the base, she's still not gonna have it.
Yeah, I feel like GXP wanted to go for something there, but they saw Mirai and were like,
nah, it's good.
No, and we have a Lord. I'm glad they actually realized that they may have to pull back a bit because they have to deal with a Lord. And Navi are
might as well just stare at Mirai the entire time because again, with the Divine Judgments have been immaculate.
Okay, they get to clear the Lord. Navi not really going to make use of it just yet. They also have to wait for not Ayanami, I feel, if they really want to risk a 5-on-5 engage. So GXP are taking advantage of this, and at least after 18 minutes are still in the game.
Would you say? I would say that Navi understands their. understands their composition, but they're also giving a lot of respect to GXP. Like, despite everything that has happened in this game, GXP was going even with Navi, despite the score leaning into Navi's side for at least 8 to 9 minutes. Now here in the late game, despite having an advantage with that long lane already wide and exposed, Navi's still pressing in the matter.
The combos you see from both of Barca and Rivel, I feel like we already saw a glimpse of what it could bring to the table when they immediately bursted down Rain. Because Rain typically on the Lilia has been always very aggressive. She's been showing up on the front lines, a lot of help towards not Ayanami, but during that moment, I think she also didn't expect to get bursted down as quickly, so they might want to pay attention to that, because that'll definitely change the way they approach their team fights for even just a bit if they don't want GXP to find an opening.
Yeah, let's quickly look at the items here so far. The Malefic Gun is already done, but I'm looking at the tanks specifically because I'm already seeing that they made sure that they have the right items. A decent amount of armor, but just enough magic damage to start burning down the squishies, which is probably why Ayanami isn't dying as quickly in comparison to Ling having to deal with the damage of carry.
This could be a problem too. Immortality took up for Winnie already. Just letting go of the boots and understanding that she definitely has to be the one to survive in these fights. I think Sophia's also building a winter crown very, very soon, so they'll have more tools to survive if ever Navi does go for another surprise Divine Judgment play, which puts a lot of responsibility on Mirai. She has to be very particular. I know she has been, but even more so now when it comes to who she uses the Divine Judgment on.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? So far, Mirai not only needs to use it defensively, but more importantly, have to be very proactive on the map. Because you already have the freaking time, you might as well just let it rip when you have the chance. But if that window, and you don't have that follow-up, isn't good enough, GXP, again, might even up the score 18-18.
Yeah, the punish is very much possible for GXP with just a single mistake, but now you're forcing the lure. There goes the heavy and they could not react. Not Ayanami finding one. Does Navi still find this flicker out. They want to run away. The Throne of Ruin captures one though, and it's gonna be but Lego finds the knockups on multiple members. But the
and the rest of Navi are body blocking one by one as they turn this fight around in the end now, taking one auto attack at a time. Your battle lines are down. I will take the space.
Sophia has to fly away because they're already losing out on so much. Fa and Lema are down the front lines. It's just Ling who could serve as that front right now.
Unbelievable peel coming up from Navi's side. They've created an endgame scenario. Winter Crown is already purchased, but the situation is dire. All waves collapsing at once.
Rian down to half HP, but the jump from not Ayanami. Winnie had to get out of that. Sophia too with a flicker. Sophia popping the immortality and the sweep coming in for Navi.
What a game. What an absolute disgusting game coming out of Navi. Not only have they shaken off the rust of day number one, they're coming in here saying, no, you better remember the name. It's going to be at the grand finals.
They find their way back to the grand finals. Unbelievable runs, not being able to meet expectations, especially when they first started out here in MWI, but look at where they are now.
And you watch their entire history, from their inception to their success to missing out an entire year to be back here in 2026 to redeem the names. This is going to be an impressive storyline, but let's quickly look at this replay as these fights go on. Desperation got a hold of GXP. They saw, they lost the Lord, they needed something back desperately, and that's a great mentality to have. But at high level play, you got to count your losses, and you can tell it's devastating, but at the same time, hey, you know, there's always another year. This has been a great showing from GXP. Let's throw it over to our interview up on the stage.
Heartiest congratulations right here to Navi Philippines. They have clocked in their ticket to the...
Congratulations once again. Now, for you guys to reach here, definitely it has been successful thus far after the decider bracket. But, you know, what are certain struggles that you guys faced?
I think the
the first we play in this stage it's kind of shaky, but yeah, we made it here.
You guys made it here even though it was a little shaky. So yes, now you get to enjoy the fruits of your labor. We would like to invite Galaxy Phoenix to please pass your tournament key over to NAVI Philippines. Galaxy Phoenix, you did Cambodia proud, but your journey ends here still with the best finish for Cambodia. Well done. Your journey ends. Thank you. And now, wait, I still have tons of questions. I know you're excited because Galaxy Phoenix, they were the ones that put you in this predicament, in this ordeal. They sent you down to the brackets to crawl out, and right now you're here in the grand finals. You know, what were the adjustments made that you guys did to face them today? The exact same foes.
I think we just play confidently, that's all.
You just played confidently, and now that you have their keys here in the hand, the very ones that defeated you in group stages, what do you have to say? How do you feel?
I'm so happy because it's my dream to play here in stage now, and also I'm so proud to my team because we made this so far.
And the Philippines is really proud of you as well. And final question, can we, you know, the fans of NAVI Philippines and the fans who are watching you guys back home, can you tell them confidently that this is NAVI PH in its competition from the championship form?
Guys, please support us tomorrow because we're gonna claim the championship.
Let's see if history will repeat itself. Ladies and gentlemen, this is NAVI Philippines going to the grand finals. Take your walk of victory.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, NAVI officially in grand finals. Congratulations. Go ahead and drop that key in there. This is a moment in history for NAVI. Congrats. She said, thank you. She's hyped up. I can feel the aura. I can feel the aura coming off you right now with good reason. Team NAVI officially about to go ahead and crush that key. Yeah, let's make sure we got it. Make sure that we safe. I will make sure that you protected from this huge explosion. Oh my goodness, ladies and gentlemen, it's about that time. They fought valiantly, but oh my goodness. Ladies and gentlemen, Team NAVI getting it done. Congratulations again for qualifying for the finals right here at MWI. Will they be able to punch their ticket? And more importantly, for the time being, who will end up being their opponent? Ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and send things over to our highlights before we get to our next match.
Mấy hai chị ní con vậy na con tầm lại khác nó lên kim muối sao lại lên kim muối mấy hai chị đai mau bị lệch đi. Cô nó vậy đây tha anh miễn bập sọt lên lơ cha tập về ngày thì muối thầy. Ngày thì muối thầy.
And the first semifinals has concluded. NAVI gets a clean sweep 3-0 over Galaxy Phoenix. A tremendous win. They will officially be in grand finals. A big moment, not only for the org, but also for this roster.
Yeah, congratulations to them. It's been a long climb back. Now they have a chance to reclaim the crown, especially for the two or three players that were part of the roster in 2024 that won it then. Dude, I mean,
I think we could all just call it here. We assumed the right things as well. We got the analysis right. Game 1, 2, we got it. But even in Game 3, where they went for the overcomplicated drafts that we were criticizing from Galaxy Phoenix in Game 1, Game 2, they still were able to make it work. Fantastic performance from the NAVI girls.
Let's take a look at our first action of the game number 3, and it is going to be on the right-hand side here. We got a lot going on. What's happening?
Yeah, this was the little trade that Miracle pointed out to me and made me fully realize, yeah, in terms of the fundamentals, it's NAVI. How they were able to drag this out, the push and pull. It looked really good for Galaxy Phoenix.
ជួយតរណាអ្នកគ្នាឆ្នាំមុនយើងរយៈពេលយើង2ឆ្នាំណាមិនដែលបានឡើង play off ណាលើកនេះឡើងបានវាយលលេខ3លេខ4នេះលេខ3 50000លេខ4 30000ជួយច្រើនណាស់ $30000 មិន $30000 រៀលទេណា $30000 ណាគ្នានេះយើងនៅម៉ាច់លេខ3លេខ4នេះយើងនៅនេះយើងនៅក្រោមនេះអញ្ចឹងអ្នកដែលចាញ់នេះមកជួបយើងនៅនេះហើយអ្នកឈ្នះគេលេង Grand Final ហើយស្អែកយើងវាយមុនគេលេងម៉ាច់លេខ3លេខ4 vậy đó like mà chấm nát thằng này bàn tay không lôi kia $20000 trời $20000 chán nó nè còn này sao vậy là thế mới này team thông mà cái nó lẽo này đi trận thông miền ma tụ kỳ anh e là bay khlang chân ai rong nè chân ai rong chăn món nè chân chi chân ai rong chăn món lẹ này lên 4-12 này vì tu pro mena Việt Nam cả chăn món vay CU sẽ đi thi dân bắt co này lấy lẹ bao này cái dòng đằng này lẹ bắt đây nè đồ mà lê chân lẹ không này giờ người phân đằng ngay nào kia lực chất luôn này
of GXP because they got tilted trying to chase her.
Those are 10 ankles.
It's hard not to be tilted, right? Yeah. At the end of the day, and for our commentators, hey, we were watching you. Let's see what they were getting into during those tense moments.
Oh, that was a flicker in, but Mirai does get cancelled though. Does have the immortality, is gonna be okay. Feathered airstrike as well as Limino and Fury trying to defend as much as they can. Teishi, defensive heavy spin, but Winnie finds a double. Navi have to run away, wings by wings towards not Ayanami, and they go back right in. Do they really want to fight this? Not Ayanami actually finds a meal.
No way! Winnie ended up killing her own teammate because of that. They could have just stopped the autoing, but they were just so desperate to make it work. Literally anything would have been good there. Oh man, there's not Ayanami. Despite having a horrendous early game, now it's like, this is my revenge. You've hurt me enough.
Yeah, I was worried when she went back in too, but the fact that GXP, I feel like they just panicked and clicked their buttons and unfortunately cost their teammates' lives there.
At first, I thought Gideon was a little bit too still until he exploded. It's always great to see Brigida as well, because I'm used to having her up here for the analyst desk where she's poised, you know, nice and calm. Up there, she's exploding with energy.
Yeah, and that was an explosive play. I mean, what Ayanami did there when you're up against a team that loves to team fight. Glue is the perfect tempo breaker hero. And the fact that she got away with it too, oh, that felt criminal. It was beautiful to watch.
Well, two great organizations are still in the tournaments, NAVI and Vitality, which means the club championship race is now starting to heat up. And we've got Trev to break it down.
Behind me is 3 years worth of history. EWC 26 is looking for the best esports organizations, and with the club championships and 2 years worth of history, it seems we may have found some of the best. Here with me, let me introduce you from Gen G. This is Ashley. It's great to have you here, but I gotta ask you, this is the 3rd year of the club championships. I mean, does it change the way you're gonna be representing the organization, or is there no pressure?
Well, as you guys know, this is my first time representing Gen G, which is a huge opportunity for me because Gen G was one of my top dream organizations to join, and to be able to represent my home country, America, as well as my root origins, Korea, it means the world to me.
Well, I mean, I would love to leave it off at just that, but we also brought in the one and only from Team Vitality, the mother of tanks, Vivian. Vivian, this year's MWI is taking place here in Paris. Does that make this tournament feel just a little bit more special?
Sangat spesial karena kita turnamen di Paris, di mana tempat timku berada, tim Vitality.
Now, this is going to go to the both of you, because both of you were here in the grand finals, but Ashley,
What do you think it's going to take for your team to make a really deep run this time?
It's a good thing I'm from the country where dreams come true.
Vivian, do you have any final words before we end this interview?
Keep dreaming, Ashley.
Whoa!
Ashley? Are you still in your dream? Come to my dream! Come to my dream!
And there you have it. Vivian and as well as Ashley, two heavy competitors here at MWI representing both organizations, all for the club championship.
Go. Mắt đến chọc. Dương tăng ấy, chạy tên lower phải
Tên lower thì bay vô liệt bay.
Bay vô liệt bay buôn rồi làm lower, bay liệt buôn. Làm bạn bên. Họ không gian mà phải nặng kim.
Men một ông tết tàu.
Tàu đốt ba đây.
Ăn mà mới. Phải vậy. Mơ phiết.
Sôi. Man.
MWI is special for a number of reasons, and I can't think of a better way to break it all down than with such a special guest such as Ray Nung, the head of esports ecosystem for Moonton Games. Ray, a pleasure having you up here. How are you doing?
Great. It's been a great lineup so far, so I'm happy to be here.
Well, look, this is a special event. It's my first time being here, so thank you so much for allowing my opportunity to learn about this great scene and this game. MWI continues to expand opportunity to learn a special event. It's my first time being here, so thank you so much for allowing my MWI's growth so far. And can fans expect more regions in the future?
First of all, it's the third year we're working with the eSports World Cup, and we're looking with the on the women ecosystem in the long term with the eSports foundations. So we're looking ahead. We are definitely looking to see how can we make like a better inclusion ecosystem. And MWI has always positioned as a very unique product as part of the eSports World Cup. And in fact, we are already scheduling how the next year's schedules looks like for MWI and also for MWC. So can't wait to see how we can further expand the product.
Ooh, that's exciting. Okay, so what has made MWI 2026 so special to you? Because I've had a blast watching the best ladies MLBB has to offer join that very stage. The energy is incredible. So from your perspective, what are the biggest highlights of this year?
Yeah, I would say definitely like what we are setting up right now for the storyline telling is very good for this year. We have NAVI, like the first edition of MWI eSports World Cup. They were the champion and then make it again to the finals. That's a setup for the storyline. And now we are having a lineup of Vitality having a next match. If they can make it, I think that will be a very good storyline, having the two champions to face again at the at the finals tomorrow. And on top of that, I think moving to Paris also give it a special meanings. We have Vitality, French eSports club, and also have the super fans here cheering for the teams. I think that also add on like additional meanings in this city of love.
That's so true. You mentioned the two traditional powerhouses that we have, Navi from the Philippines, Team Vitality, of course, here from France, here on the home court. But we've also seen emerging new regions challenge these powerhouses. You had teams like Galaxy Phoenix make it this far, Geltec, Saita all make it this far. How important is it for the future of women's MLBB that you see these new challengers?
Yeah, I think we continue to, like I mentioned, inclusion is some of the unique position of the product. We want more regions to be part of the ecosystem, to be involved, to be in the tournament. So that's why we are having like Western Europe a slot this year, to having them to have teams to compete at our MWI, a very unique product. And moving toward to that, we are already seeing some teams you mentioned from China, from ECA, and also from MENA. They make it all the way from group stage and knockout stage. And if we look at all the teams' competitiveness level is getting closer to closer from each other team. Even though it's like a 3-0 from the last match, Philippines versus Cambodia team, I think it's still very close in terms of competitiveness. So this is the scene that we see how it grows from the beginning of the women initiative we started like 5 years ago until now. We're seeing a lot more teams coming in. I think it also ignites the dreams of our player base that they are female. They have stage.
That's amazing. Ray, you clearly, this product is special to you, obviously, for MWI, and I really appreciate you coming up here. I just want to hand the mic to you one more time so you can just say what you would like to say to the MWI community, MLBB as a whole.
Yeah, I think to wrap up, I do like to thank all our community continued support to our ecosystem that we are building. Building an ecosystem, especially women ecosystem, is not easy. Like we have to be very dedicated, and together with the Esports Foundation, we are looking at this for long term. So we are very looking forward to the futures for MLBB women.
Well, so am I, Ray. It's been a pleasure having you on the desk. It's been a pleasure being here in general. And we got a monster of a matchup about to take place, and it's going to be Vitality going on that stage, and we had a chance to catch up with them before the matchup begins.
Hey guys, as we enter the second semi-finals match of the day, Galtech Cyber Team and Team Vitality is now in the arena. Hello, how are you?
Hello, I'm fine.
Now, a lot of people are very happy to see Galtech Cyber Team in the top 4. How are you feeling about that?
We feel excited, very excited, I know.
How do you feel about going up against Team Vitality? Do you feel any pressure?
I think, yeah.
EWC.
But are we confident? I'll see you later. Good luck on that match. And you know what? Over here, I think Team Vitality is still on the bus. So maybe we could go and see if they are coming down right about now. Let's take a look, guys. Let's take a look.
Admin.
All right, perfect. Team Vitality is now getting off the bus, and I think we should definitely talk to our defending champions as they entered their semi-finals match today. Fumieko, you know what? I haven't talked to you today. You're walking too fast for me. How are you?
I'm good, thank you.
Are you excited for today?
Yeah, I'm excited because I meet Kiyoai.
Kiyoai is so pretty, but so are you. Fumieko, I just gotta ask, are you confident that you can actually win against Galtech Cyber Team and defend your championship tomorrow?
I'm very confident today.
Good luck. I'll see you later. Bye. Guys, she is so cute. Thank you very much. That's it from us. Throwing it back to you guys.
Asian game, League B, MWI. Right now, quay League B được 4. And then we areនៅ secure top 4. 4 ក្រុមចុងក្រោយ What's else? ទីឆ្នាំនេះនៅចាំបានទៀត What's else? MSC, let's see.
Thank you, Rose, as always. It's always so awesome seeing the players arrive on site. They always have a smile on their face, but they're vicious competitors. And these two competitors now, because there's only one spot in the Grand Finals left, and it's either going to Team Vitality or Galtech Cyber Team, both undefeated.
Team Vitality, my goodness. I thought they'd go on a completely perfect run, but they still ended up dropping that one game to Team Falcons ID. But I never really felt like, as a Vitality fanboy myself, there's any cause to worry. Like, I would cut from the same cloth, me and Mirko. But Galtech also have been quite impressive, and I'm very happy for them that they made it this far.
Galtech Cyber Team, they're very impressive, you know, again with these assassins, with these unorthodox picks. Heck, the Hanabi showed up, the Aulas as well, and the fact that they made it work is even more impressive. So we'll see if that chaotic nature in the drafts can hurt Vitality.
Well, the CIO of Team Vitality, Danny Ingles, had a chance to catch up with Trev. Trev, let's hear what he had to say.
I'm here at the Vitality booth with the best dressed man in the place. Danny Engels, the Chief International Officer of Team Vitality. Obviously, welcome to the Esports World Cup in general. I just want to ask firstly about what your strategy was when it came to stage 4 the Allianz spot, with heavy investment in fighting games and obviously you're the favourites in MWI at the moment.
Yeah, correct. It was clear to us that on this stage we can turn into the Vitality stage with obviously the favorite in Mobile Legends Bang Bang Women. So I hope that we hoist at least one trophy, maybe more, because I'm excited about the fighting games, of course. We had a fantastic story with the Creek Twins last week already. Even though it didn't work out to raise the trophy, it was still amazing. And we have like TFT coming, heavy favorite in Trackmania as well, which we're super exciting. So looking forward to really
yeah, absolutely. So obviously in the past couple of years, you haven't had the result you wanted. Not a bad result by any means, but you want to come out on top against Falcons this year. What was your game plan for the Esports World Cup as a whole to take them down?
Yeah, obviously we also are fighting against the gamers, right? So we've got to beat them all, and for that we heavily invested into new games, new teams. We have managed to qualify a total of 18 teams, which is so much more than last year. So really investing more to hopefully get enough points to beat the Falcons. I keep saying it's going to be a big challenge, but
Đấu cái hai bên bạn chỉnh lại hay, AK với Chen á. Bữa nay xin ní bên nó bị rầm lên game đó, mạng slap.
So that will be very exciting and a lot of pressure on them as well.
Yeah, they do seem to be struggling at the moment. The Falcons in general dropping out of the competition. Obviously, in MWI yesterday they had 2 teams in it, and none of them managed to get through the semi-finals. So do you think this is going to be the break you need to really get going?
Grand final lên nhau mà.
Break their keys, right? So
Grand final nhau mà.
No, I think the pressure is definitely more on them than on us, and I hope that we can keep it up like that. And as soon as we are in the comfort zone and make them more uncomfortable, I think it gets more and more exciting heading towards all the 7 weeks of EWC.
Absolutely. Well, thank you very much, Danny.
Thank you.
And obviously, good luck in the Esports World Cup.
Is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower.
Mấy cái riêng chọn à, counter tả, counter play style. Cái đắng cái đôi dân trâu, đôi dân farm sủi thế chẳng lỡ bởi farm, farm ấy tiết, đó, farm ấy tiết.
Danny, it was great to hear from you, Trev. Thank you for the interview. Committing so much for the club championship trophy. They want to defeat the Falcons, who went back-to-back in the club championship race. For Vitality and Celtic Cyber Team, they now face off against each other. And I got to ask you, boys, especially you, Mirko, are you a fan of either two of the teams?
You know, I'm somewhat of a Vitality fan myself. It's been a long run. The girls look great. They're the ones that always manage to break my expectations in a good way. The guys have been less successful, but recently, boom, MPL champ, domestic, bringing it on to MSC. I'm excited for Vitality.
We see me pha con váy.
Of course I am excited for Vitality. I mean, if ever they do go up against NAVI PH in the grand finals, I am Filipino first after all. But Celtic Cyber Team, if we're going to be talking about them, I have so much respect and appreciation for them. Their brand of MLBB, what they've shown, the journey that they've undertaken, making it this far, making it to the semi-finals yet again, leading a squad with names that we're not so familiar with, but carrying attitude with them, a courage to them, which I always respect.
Ooh, Celtic Cyber Team banging on the table. They've got intensity, and they have the energy to match Team Vitality. I asked you, Mirko, are you a fan of Vitality or what?
Yes, I am. And Mr. Danny just gave me a special gift just earlier. Let's see. Whoa, he told me to unbox it live, so...
Okay.
Hai tôi chỉ riệp mấy cái đó kia, cái trang counter play style như ấy tỏ như bot ban phím mà.
Yo, that's actually dope. And from what I'm hearing, by the way, the Vitality fans are running deep Damascus. Who do you got over there?
Taylor, the vibes are immaculate right there. I can't even know if you guys can
hear
me.
Team Vitality, Team Falcon, cái miền fan bạn cái nơi nặng, hay cái chia khúc như xa. Get khóa lên. Hắt khóa lại dân như xa, ấy score lại cứ cái chia sầm nạp team một game mà. Nè Vitality à kìa. Vitality thằng Falcon nơi nặng, cứ miền fan bạn mà. Cứ cái chia khúc như xa.
Les champions en titre qui arrivent sur la scène et la foule qui est absolument en feu. 2-0 contre MVPR, 2-0 contre Genji, 2-0 contre Navi. L'équipe qui ne peut pas perdre, l'équipe qui ne peut pas être touchée.
Genji, Navi, cái dòng miền fan bạn.
Et elles reviennent récupérer leur trône pour l'instant absolument
liquid
les 5 graines qui montent sur la scène et vous savez
que le plus maximum
sur la scène, on va kiffer aujourd'hui.
Cho cái nhảy prang này đây ra sao mà Philippines គេរៀប strat ល្អ
This has been a matchup that you guys have anticipated even before
តែសារដែរគេ keep an eye លើយើងមិនន័យថាគេផ្ដោតលើយើង
what she wants to see
មិន
in
ដូច
MWI and now wish
អត់
granted
មើលយើង
here in the semi-finals
ប៉ល់
anything you would love to say to your
2-0
opponents
Please don't make us sleep in the middle of the game.
Oh, locked and loaded and ready to go. And with that, thank you so much. Please head on over to your battle station.
Team Vitality is clearly ready for battle, ladies and gentlemen. But as close as they are to their dreams, there is a team that is standing in their power and hoping to achieve their goals. Please welcome to the stage, Galtech Cyber.
ទី3ស្លាប់កាត់ដល់គាត់មកយើងតែមិននៅតែអត់បើដោយសារតែតតមួយ gameplay មួយគេបែកគេបែកគេអត់all in មកយើង
វាយថយទេអត់ឃើញទេវាយថយ
energy in this arena just with her presence. We've seen their mastermind Coach Osprey has transformed this team into the titan that we see today. And now of course we do have a quick interview. Right now, you're so close to achieving your dreams. But in order to finish it off, you have to go against what a lot of people look at as the favorite to win this tournament. How much pressure are you under and how confident are you?
Ну, мы постараемся сделать максимально.
Well, we will do our best to make sure that we play on our maximum capacity.
Okay, and I'm sure you will. Please go ahead and have a seat, ladies and gentlemen. It is about that time.
That's right. On one hand, the queen bees of the hive, and on the other, the ice queen herself. Two apex predators are on the prowl in the jungle, but only one can emerge victorious from the land of dawn.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to find out who is going to take that seat in the grand finals of MWI. Let's get things started with the semifinal.
Cheryl Damascus, Hollywood Rob TV, thank you for setting the stage. The competitors are out there and they're just moments away from competing toe-to-toe for the last spot in the grand finals. It's Team Vitality versus Galtech Cyber Team, and it's getting louder. The venue. Why? Because Vitality fans have shown up and they are banging on the drums. They're getting loud. They're going crazy. It's going to be a great matchup, seriously. Again, I set the stage earlier. Both teams undefeated so far, but one must face defeat after this.
Yeah, home court advantage for Vitality. You pointed out behind the scenes that they may be looking Galtech Cyber Team, excuse me, are looking kind of nervous. I would like to think it's their more stoic, mysterious nature that they'd like to show off, especially Kiwi, the Ice Queen. She's called the Ice Queen for the jungle, not just because of her cold-blooded gameplay, but of course what she does behind the scenes.
Well, I tell you what, Miracle, if he's going to bring up the Ice Queen, let's bring up the High Queen, Vivol. You've got two queens about to battle it out.
Absolutely, the High Queen Vivol has been, I mean, taking all the attention from the fans as well. I've heard some chants already from the Vitality fans in the building screaming Vivol, Vivol, Vivol. You saw her playing a plethora of different picks. We've seen players just stick onto the Assassins. Vivol does both equally well, although
I like
the Assassins, especially after one of the matchups we had on day number, I believe it was 2 or 1. So fast-paced, absolutely brutal. And speaking of brutality, this is in fact the boss fight for Galtech Cyber Team. In fact, for all rosters, of course, every contender must meet Team Vitality to claim the trophy. And fun fact, Vitality has yet to miss a grand final appearance in MWI. They're always there. But is this time going to be different? Is Galtech Cyber Team going to take them down? Well, obviously, it's up to them to decide, but it's two massive battles about to be underway. And again, both teams undefeated. Will it be smiles? Will it be heartbreak? Well, again, it's based upon how they end up playing. Fun fact as well, both teams also eliminated Falcons from this tournament. They will no longer get more club championship points than what they got making it to the knockout round. That includes Falcons Mena and Falcons Indonesia. So the history between the two is immense.
Galtech Cyber Team, what they were able to show off yesterday against Team Falcons Mena, it was just strong-minded. mindset. They had a difficult game number 1. It really looked like it was going to end quickly, and it would be Team Falcons Meta in this semifinal today. But then they held strong, and they showed off why they've made it this far.
That's right. And Mirk, I got to ask you, man, losing a map. Now, for most teams in a series, we don't really bat an eyelash at that. We'll mention it. It is what it is. For Vitality to lose a map against Falcons Indonesia, it was said on the desk, it was almost like the world turned upside down.
I do agree, you know, it's a bit concerning, maybe a lot concerning if you're looking at the track record of the team and how dominant they've been throughout MWI history. But I think I'm pretty happy. I think the Vitality fans should be pretty happy as well that they got a reality check very early on in the knockout stage and they were able to recover. So I think more props to the women here because they were able to recover in such a short period of time after getting come back like that. The mentality stayed strong. They went back to the drawing board and they cooked up a fantastic early game draft to close it out.
Renmar, I was hearing rumors that when Vitality went back on stage to go into that final map against Falcons Indonesia, they were shaking. But after watching them beat Falcons Indonesia, I think it was pure anger.
Yeah, we saw Vivian on her show. What more can you ask for in a backs against the wall team Vitality who are fighting for tournament life with all of the pride? She gets her most iconic pick, and she had an iconic performance. So if they were shaky behind the scenes, it definitely didn't show in game.
Nope, it was I think pure anger. That's what we saw. Oh my lord. Amazing, like the amount of times she was able to catch Zev on a Harley, it was just ridiculous. An orange buff steal at the start of the game. So for Keltec, I really hope they've studied that. I really hope they take it away from Vivian.
Let's see if there's going to be a way for them to deny it. Maybe even not try to overthink it. I like that, especially up against a team like Vitality. We talked about Vivo earlier, who is very flexible in the type of jungler that she'll get. My personal favorite, and it is because of a bias of mine, you know my favorite pick, the account, taking it away from her, I feel like it's a great call by Geltec's cyber team.
Vitality have really just relied on that Panda to get through a lot of these games. Heck, 3 games out of 3 just yesterday up against Falcons ID on the Panda. So I like it, but also it's kind of like the Claude for Winnie type of situation. I feel like for Vitality especially, it's if it ain't broke, don't fix it. If you're going to let the Akai go, we're going to pick it up. Now that it's finally banned out, we get to see some more of those prio picks, maybe some more of the picks that were hidden by Vitality from the group stage all the way to top 8.
Let's see if Vitality has much more left in the tank. Oh, they're taking away the Hirara, of course, from KOA. We've touched on the Aulus earlier, the pre-match discussion, and that should be a possibility here for Geltic. I want to see them consider their options. I want to see them get creative, maybe even bring back picks like such as the Julian, if it works out well for them. That was the pick that put KOA in the map 2 years ago.
That's Coach Osprey, who has been absolutely phenomenal in leading this roster. Coach Osprey, going into this hero selection, you've already seen some of the bands. What do you think his game plan is going to be?
Well, it looks like right now Geltic are just taking away some of the most annoying picks to deal with. If you're an assassin, if you're a team that wants to play somewhat steady so that your side of the river and jungle is safe, and then you'll find your moment, go for that explosive play, and then snowball from there. All their 3 bands scream. They want to protect their river. They want to make sure they have a good XP matchup.
No tempo control, right? Like they want to have that. And it's equal amounts of respect from Vitality. We heard the spicy comments from Cine. Don't put us to sleep with the game. So we'll see here with the hero. It's going to be the Bakusha also taken away, knowing again Geltic, even when they're not on assassins, they rely on fast tempo gameplay. So it's all about that Bakusha.
All right, with Esmeralda gone, up in the air, obvious priority as well. I want to take it away from Geltic Cyber Team also to later on show some flexibility through their mid lane pickups. There have been some teams who have picked up the Sicilian. I love MWI because a lot of my favorite picks, even though quite cheesy as they are showing up. But teams who are willing to play that risk have shown some good results. Whether or not they won the game, but they get good results in game with high KD. You see the opposing team struggle with it. So we mentioned some of the power picks. Let's see if they'll go another way.
Geltic Cyber team are taking a while for that first pick. Valentina as first pick for Geltic Cyber team.
First pick Valence again.
I did not see that coming. I think they're looking way too closely at what Cine could potentially show up in the mid lane with. Either like Eve or a Farsa. This feels a little bit of like an overthink. But then at the same time, you have the Atlas who you're trying to turn off the possibility of Vivian picking that up.
I think they're setting up for the Atlas pick themselves here. possibly a Sora as well.
Controlling
that neutral objective has been one of the main winning conditions for Vitality, so taking it away from them could be the play. Freya, though, and the Atlas, they don't care about the Valentina. They'll go straight through, brute forcing their way through a Fatal Link steal.
Oh, they checked the bluff of Geltec and they said, all right, go ahead, we don't care. We're still going to go for the Atlas, even though we're giving it to you. Still, though, that means that Geltec can have an idea of what to expect, especially from the pick of Shell later on. Whoa. It will be a gold laner that would want to pick up Purify. Be careful with shaking your teammate's arm there. You don't want to yank it off accidentally.
You know, I said they look nervous coming into the venue, but after that little ordeal, I think they look just fine. They're feeling comfortable. They're in their zone. Yes. And Geltec Cyber Team is ready to take on the previous champs.
There you go, carrying the Balaric picked up for Geltec Cyber Team. Now, could be the opportunity for Vitality to go for the Eve again. Could be sold by the Valentina, but I feel like they picked up the Atlas so that they can overwhelm the Valentina with as many big ultimates as possible to kind of like make it difficult.
Yeah. But now with the Beleric there, this puts a lot of pressure on XP and jungle to have the mobility, because Team Vitality are going to be going around the map much quicker, which plays so much to the playstyle of Vitality. Quick, fast rotations, dominate, and don't give your opponent any breathing room. While for Geltec, the first 3 picks, as good as they are for the current metagame, we've talked about Beleric, especially on Stream B, as one of the best role picks to go for now. I do not see that tempo match from them just yet. They need to match the speed that Vitality are going to be going for, and that makes it even harder knowing that in the center of the map, you're getting controlled by a Juice in.
ខ្ញុំឃើញចាប់អារម្មណ៍ជាងគេស៊ីសលៀនកាមីឡារបស់សេតាមកតាហ្នឹងទៅណងមែនតាហ្គេម2ពេលប៉ះយើងគាត់ជួស៊ីនលើកអត់ចិត្តងាប់កាមីឡាស៊ីសលៀនលេបយុទ្ធប័ត្រ
Where usually we see the flicker, we maybe will see a vengeance, and it's technically still flex for the Freya.
Yeah. And the tough part is, if ever they're looking for more of an item-heavy carry in the jungle, let's say in the back of their heads they're thinking, hey, maybe we could put in a Yi Sun Shin for Vivo so that you can match his damage somewhat, a little bit of a mid-range option. That's the beauty of the Beleric in this current metagame. You have picks like that that could be great, but then you're always overthinking, what about those damn thorns that's going to be coming out of this tree? How do we stop that?
Phobia's ban is great here, so if they want to flex the Freya, it'll be good into the XP now, because usually a lot of teams, especially before the patch drop, before the Phobius nerf, would just go straight up carry Phobius to limit the Freya instantly. Wherever you go, you're going to be into a bad lane matchup. So now for Vitality, I think they're going to have some of their prio picks banned out, mainly for Chell. Those weak side picks should be taken out, as again, they've already banned the Phobius. It really looks like they want to put the Freya in XP.
Geltec,
unless it's set up for like an Arlet pick or something.
Yeah, I'm trying to get into the mindset of Geltec right now, seeing that, yeah, they take out the Phobius, you don't have the EXP counter, but it still wouldn't be too crazy to see a world where in that Freya still somehow ekes it into the gold lane. Maybe I'm just missing a pick to fully add the evidence to that idea, so let's see. Because even if they go for something like
2022 ឈ្នះ 3-1 2023 ឈ្នះ 3-0 2024 ចាញ់ Omega ណា 2025 ឈ្នះ 4-0
You'll have a lot of dive. Maybe that's what Vitality is thinking about.
Maybe we go back to that discussion we had earlier about the Hive Queen and how I personally like her on Assassins a bit more.
អរគុណជឿនដារឹកសម្រាប់បុកលុយ$5 អាមេរិក 55 សេន
But with the juice in, a utility mid, with the
Atlas
and the Freya,
I
the possibility of a Ling, a signature, old signature of Vivo, a Hayabusa to walk up as well as they try to get a lane bully to get carried low, a winning lane in goal.
There's no crowd control just yet. Okay, so Geltec read the Yi Sun Shin and still want to take it away as an option. Even though they have the Beleric with them, they're still, you know what, play it safe. You mentioned the Assassins, without any hard crowd control, single target, a Lancelot would be alright, get those iframes up. You can extend team fights to the point where you're uncomfortable and they might lose their position, and you suddenly find Tokyo wide open and that carry left alone.
So let's see it. Vitality, what's the decision gonna be? Coach Casius thinking about it real hard here with Cine, discussing the possibility of an assassin pickup. No marksman in the jungle, but it will be the Moskov picked up first. They will indeed move the Freya into XP. And now the big question is, Will Vivo finally get her hands on a damage dealer, or will it still be
very basic attack focused on the side lanes of Team Vitality that I wouldn't take it away from them from still putting in something tanky in the jungle, but at the same time, damage with all that damage sounds kind of good. Maybe it's just like a little greedy nature sometimes in MLBB. But for Geltec, I think it's to ask of them for more range. So they will just lean on the idea of them having a lot of dive. So they need a strong team fighting comp. And of course, who is stronger than the Aulus of Kiowa and Liubon's Paquito, who I told her myself personally, I'm a big fan of how she plays the Paquito. Still though, against the Atlas, kind of scary.
For sure. I mean, you got the CC immunity for the Aulus, but not for the Paquito. That's, I think, the reason why we've been seeing a lot more Atlases, right? With the utility jungle and the Paquito. It gives the Atlas so much more ways to just lock people down. But the Aulus for Geltec works in a different way. It's kind of like a third carry. Yeah, the Paquito up top, the gold lane on a carry, and the Aulus is kind of there as a bait. We saw that bait just yesterday. It looked really bad. It looked like Kiowa just face checked out of nowhere, but she was able to CC immune her way out of the skirmish, and the whole team just collapsed on everybody else who've already used the resources.
Yeah, commit too much on that Aulus and Geltec's gonna be very happy with that. So they still do lean in on the tank, which theoretically does have the damage the more you hit him. So in a way, they sort of balance it out, just not traditionally. They have a lot of crowd control and some great setup for the Moscow and the Freya.
One team knows what it is to be a champion. They've done it many times. Can they do it again? If so, they've got to get through Geltec's cyber team to be the boss. You have to beat the boss. It's the battle of the undefeated Team Vitality versus Geltec's cyber team for our last spot into grand finals. Brigida, Gideon, let's get it on.
Thank you so much, Reflections. We are looking for our second grand finalist, and it has to come down between these two teams so far. Geltec have fought so long, and now they face up the current defending champions in Team Vitality.
They also have stuck with their very own identity throughout this entire tournament, and not a lot of teams have found their way around that, if not really struggled up against Geltec. But there's one thing we know, Vitality too have shown some cracks in their armor. They're more prone to the longer games, so I wonder if Geltec can afford to do the same against the quote-unquote team to beat.
Yeah, that's what I'm interested in as well. I mean, I didn't get to personally witness it on the stream or cast that game when they decided to whip out the Aulus in the first place, but it's absolutely correct. It does work as a secondary carry with the help of the true damage. Now, luckily, they've actually made sure that Aulus is a little bit more auto attack reliant to get his damage out, but that's where the curiosity comes through, because when I'm looking at the side of Vitality, as much as I love the fact that they've got fatal links, there's just so many like quote-unquote micro CCs to deal with. Your CC immunity is like great, but there's a limit to it.
Yeah, and how could they really time these engages as well? Because I feel like GCT has a very melee type of lineup who really just wants you to close in on their opponents, might just be willing to fight you directly instead of them trying to find a workaround around, let's say, the angles or potential entries. So let's see what the timings are going to look like, because even now you're seeing how Jimmy not having the best experience in the mid lane.
Yeah, I mean, that's not surprising to anybody. We'll always get that first move. So what? What can we do about this? And now, at least from GCT's perspective, you know what? Since we do get that first move, let us at least try and contest for some of these smaller camps on the side, whether it's EXP Crab or even Gold Crab. Ideally, EXP this time around, because they want to make sure that their junglers stay ahead of the game. Aulus, he needs those levels on top of those items, but if you don't have the gold, at least get the levels.
And there's a bit of help now for Fumi Echo coming in from Vival, but will be there too to anticipate the rotations. At least they go to level 4s already. They will both be ready for this turtle, but it's currently just Vivian to hold it down. Oh, wait, Fumi Echo actually gets bursted down. That's a first blood for Geltec Cyber team on the EXP laner.
I was a little weird. They didn't get the ult, but now they're going to look
all
alone in that
game
moment, and the fatal links copied by Geltec, but Vival actually
chưa là
chưa mà bạn.
Anh biết rằng game 1 game 2 cái vô vậy đấy. Trời vay vô tờ lên cái Fredrin vay mùi à lo. Hey.
might not want to commit to this fight anymore.
And they don't have to. And just
I
look
love
at the positioning
Paquito.
of LeBron on this Paquito, right? It's really important for Paquito
Đấy
into
là
the
mơ
Freya
play
matchups to not think, hey, I'm here to kill
Tầm rong
the
đi mau
Freya.
thế nè.
If she makes a mistake,
Tầm rong đi
sure,
mau
but
thế nè.
90% of the time it looks like this.
Yeah.
You lose her abilities and she's beating you down the lane.
Oh, Chell got to dodge that taunt coming in as well. Potentially another advantage for Geltec, because so far they've already gotten some sort of advantage in the XP lane. Gold lane 2 is looking like they're starting to put a bit more attention there.
It's a perfect amount. It's not enough to completely dominate, but to make the lane obsolete with the help of that first kill going off to Lubon. Man, Festival of Blood already active. You're getting a lot more spell vamp. So no matter how bad the trade is, as long as there's a pathway from your side. First item more axe as well. There's no way they can make that happen.
And there's nothing interrupting Geltec from doing what they want to do across the map. Like,
Freya,
Joe is just able to accomplish the
miên
farming
lên
that
hậu
you
rồi.
really would want to get in for the Olos.
Dương bà đã đai
Vitality,
chân.
on the other hand, it's more
Dương
of
bây giờ
like
nó
us
stop
expecting
trash
the
đó.
more
Đã ban liền.
proactive approach from them this time around, but at the same time, Geltec just don't seem like the best targets to do so. Vivian's already committed. Raven tried forced out from Quadro, but Vivian's already very low to look for anything further.
There was a moment there, but both sides, it's like the Wild Wild West. You're waiting for that bell to drop. And once it hits clock hits 12, they're going to start unleashing shots at each other. It's so dangerous because you can see that whoever accidentally uses their ult first is probably going to lose that fight. But even so,
what the heck?
The axe cleave, Kyoe has no clean entry to get
lôi
on
thằng
into
Lút
these
Man nó ra
control
kìa.
objectives. And that's something that we have to keep in mind here. Kyoe has a lot of things to worry about, so they need other people. Ideally, maybe the Belric. I would say maybe even Bait will move on this Paquito to try and get the first motion from Vitality.
Yep, so it doesn't all come down to them being scattered by Fumi Echo,
Vitality
also
là
just surprising them through the into the back they descent. But as it's looking right now, Conceal's already coming in for Geltec. They're on to Vival, but they decide to change targets. It's actually Vivian right now looking for one. She's trying to set up two. The going to be available, but Vivian bursted down. Both with the damage coming in from Tokyo.
The three saw này okay.
Securing the objective, but they are going to lose Tokyo in the process.
It's
Fumi Echo trying to get trades. Double kill for her, and that's the disengage.
Communication is starting to break down here. Paquito ended up chasing away, but finding the kill eventually here, and that's the important thing. They're still getting these trades, but I think the better decision this time around was actually to still peel back. You cannot afford your win conditions, that late game scaling and true damage from Kyoe to go to waste. And the same can be said about Tokyo. So both of them have to be the ones remaining. Everybody else is dispensable.
Yeah, I thought it would have been really bad because Vivian was literally trying to go right in front of their face despite her already being shredded down. And mind you, it's just 6 minutes into this game, but you already have to see the amount of damage that Geltec are able to do. These are just basic attacks we're talking about. Oh, even Chell is struggling by just a bit. Crimson Beacon in! SOD will land onto Lubon. Does Vivian want to go for the setup? Doesn't have the fatal legs, and now it's just going to be Quedro. But even then, she's also going to be able to escape.
And finally, a moment to get that breather in. That's the thing, right? When you are so close to the grand finals, simple mistake could just be due to desperation or just getting a little overly excited. They have to stay in the perfect median. As we see, we're trying our best to clear this wave. She was willing to put her body on the line for a tier 1.
It's like she even skipped the minions and literally went forward, but that wasn't enough to really push Geltec out of the turret. So now they're able to at least get trades up top, because I feel like that's also something they saw coming. But so far, Geltec, it's a surprising way that they're able to deal with Vitality in the early game.
And I love the fact that they're so hyperactive. They're not allowing Vitality to have that moment to be like, okay, let's look at the information, dissect it, and then come up with a plan. GCT, they're in your face. You make the choice now. Whether it's good or bad, at least make a choice.
And look at where they're positioned. Currently, the control they've shown in the river is insane. It's Vitality who we're seeing struggling to actually get control of majority of the map.
Look at this, with the lead developed by Luba on this Paquito, that top side already cleared out. Chell just gets the golden stat, but it's really not going to be about Chell. kind of far behind here. And Vitality, they're trying to slow down this turtle take.
Yeah, at this point, they're just really trying to mirror, but Cine very low now on the Jusin with just some punches here and there from Liubon and the pokes from Sonchke. Vival, how is she even going to find the right entry? Sonchke taking the fatal links as well. Fumi Echo does have the Valkyrie descent, but it's Vival who is on the retribution. Cine too very low on HP, but Sonchke finds trade on Fumi Echo. She'll have to go down. But Chell might not want to fight anymore. There is going to be some respo from GCT.
They get something back from this, but they connected. And Sonchke almost won on with the flicker. Just in time.
Vitality are being forced into these positions by GCT. And who could have imagined seeing this outcome? Heading into this matchup.
The best way to explain how GCT is playing, it's all about tempo. They are the ones setting the pace of the game. Vitality merely react to it every single time because GCT, they're lining up the questions. Hey, how are you going to deal with our split push on top side when our neutral objective is up? How are you going to deal with 2-item Paquito already setting themselves up really, really good? Even Alla's 2 items as well.
Their ability to kite is insane. The way that Vitality seem to always be ready for at least a potential engage, but every single time, look at Cine. Majority of the time, she has to go through the worst positionings just because of how GCT are dealing with the team fights. And they almost are the ones mirroring what GCT are doing.
Almost. Like it's close, but not far enough. And that's where Kyoe is super dangerous, right? That Wrath of the Dryads, as much as we hate Fatal Links and how you can't really react to it, the same can sort of be said about the Wrath of the Dryads as a counter-engage tool when you're so deep in that sauce. And not everybody has anti-CC here. Vival, doesn't really matter as long as you survive, that's great. But Cine in particular, with no Purify and only taking Sprint, it's a risky gamble. But at the same time, if Vitality can dodge those ults, they can chase them down like right now.
Okay, but Quejo will be very tanky to deal with. And Vitality are always forced to send someone to their sides just because of what Liubon has been doing across the map. It's a 3-0 Paquito who is just slightly ahead of her counterpart, and that's Fumi Echo. But the first on Vivian!
Oh my god.
The roamers down for Vitality even before the Lord.
A beautiful piece of chain CC.
Ultimate chop con một chết.
What can I really say about that?
Cine doesn't have maybe she just used it, but it's not enough. She just has her eyes set on the Lord as Quejo and Liubon deny Vitality of any contest.
Beautiful game so far, but this is their style. GCT, early to mid, just nasty stuff, and they're still trying their hardest to crack open this mid-tier 1. The floodgates open. As soon as mid-tier 1 opens up, the rest of this jungle becomes a lot easier to start fights against Vitality.
Yeah, Vival is definitely not going to be able to freely do what she wants anymore. But I think it's not just on Vival that we really have to pay attention to anymore. It's how Chell and Cine are almost shut down in their individual lanes. I think there were some attempts here and there, but even then, not even Fumi Echo is able to open up as much for Vitality.
Yeah, I already think that it's a mistake that Cine had to take the sprint this time round, and unfortunately the laning phase did not go the way they were hoping for. But at the same time, as long as they can scale towards the later half of the game, like Chell right now really needs to get those 3 items down. The endless battle as Kyoe is in pretty strong shape. I don't think there's a lot of people who can 1v1 her right now. I think even arguably Fumihiko, without her vengeance, will lose to
Kyoe. It's a killing spree too that you actually see on Diablo. So I think the longer the fights, as long as there won't be any direct burst, which I don't think you're seeing from Vitality, Kyoe is pretty much gonna be okay. Like, she just keep throwing out these high mobility skills and basic attacks to survive. But can she do that against 3, even with additional layers of crowd control? She actually is able to, even in the face of a Valkyrie descent.
All right, let's pull up the item list. Last time we checked 3 items, like, excuse me? Excuse me? That was all it took to deal with 3 members? As Vival just isn't too far behind. Wait. Do they have enough anti-heal? Wait, let me just double check this. Cine has the glowing wand. I don't see anybody else with anti-heal at this point of time. So there's only 1 applicator of anti-heal.
Yeah, that was insane. You already used a Fatal Link. Oh, here you go. It's another Fatal Link, though, but this time on the other side. Taking down Cine for the 4th time in a row. Vivian flickering out.
Yo, what the heck?
There's
this Olus from KOA.
They're making it real tough, and now they also net themselves an inhibitor tower. Beautifully done by GCT.
Vitality are not even going to look for a fight there. At least they sent Fumi Echo up top to somehow manage and trade, but it's not enough. It's a 7k goal lead already in favor of GCT, and Shell had to prioritize the wind of nature more than the damage.
I think right now the biggest issue is the fact that GCT really took advantage of the miscoordination of the mid trio specifically, right? Like, something has been taking a lot. So much so, and I would have imagined that the mid duo at least would be communicating more with each other to be able to like peel one off of the other. But separate roles in the team fights.
It's not the best of heroes. Seeing an Atlas alongside the Juicin, but right now, Geltic are just exposing so much more.
What the heck?
My goodness, Vivian had to pick up an immortality after that.
Alright, true damage is already in, and the Trinity build is done. Currently with 7.4k lead GCT. If they can figure out a way to end it right here after this push, that would be the most perfect time for GCT.
That's going to be a statement. It's going to be a statement right there. Sent out from Fumi Echo, but I think they are going to try and chase. Kyoe is just too quick to move. With this Aulus Quecho will be there too. Doesn't have the rest of the drive, but it's enough. Fumi Echo could not regroup with Vitality.
If there's one thing that Aulus is particularly good at, other than just dealing true damage and auto-attacking, it's chasing his targets. And I think most people tend to forget that. They think that he's just a traditional bruiser. No, he's kind of alpha-esque, except he just sticks on you.
Yep, alongside damage too.
Alongside damage. I mean, both do. It's true damage, you know? Your stats don't matter when the bar is one. But even so, Lord now about to crash into their base. This base defense is going to look a little rough.
Yeah, a lot of the wave here is just going to be from Kel, who's currently doing a lot of catching up, already prioritizing just the wind of nature just to survive, but does GCT force the fight? Quejo only half HP though, Leaving Axe coming in from KOA, gets pushed back by the Spear of Misery, but from the sides, trying to go in with the Valkyrie Descent. Still alive, and now it's a Maniac from Tokyo, but they don't care about the Savage!
It's not about the ego, it's about closing out this game. This ain't just a simple sprint, it's a marathon. 1-0 so far as Caltech take the very first game from our defending champions. This is gonna be a real series.
That was a bit too clean against the defending champions, and I no longer know what to expect. After that game number 1, we got to see from GCT.
The tempo, that's the problem. Caltech got them early to mid-game with the way that they played their tempo, and they never let the foot off the gas. Beautifully done all across the board, and the technicalities of it, attacking the mid lane, making sure, yes, you have a couple of bad matchups, but we can compensate if we have control. But we're going to be throwing it back over to the panel to break it down for you guys right after these messages.
Okay. Anh ăn chuối à? Nhưng phải ra cu nó cứ chân nha mà. Giờ ta bấm xong mấy nha và con với gã đang có về thằng là thi ai chơi này ta chơi nè từng vừa này có thơ nó là khó mơ tịch. Chẳng tới về thằng là thi ai thành chẳng mang đây này cứ kêu vay và đánh nè bao nhiêu mà. Tai game phí chơi ai nè.
Oh, things are shaking up in a way we never expected it to do so. Geltech Cyber Team have taken map number 1, and Vitality is now behind in the best of 5 series. Is this the start of the unraveling of the Vitality roster? Welcome back into the studio. I'm Taylor Reflections, Eterna. Good to see you both. Eterna, my goodness, Geltech, they get it done, and they did so in a relatively dominating way.
And I'm really happy that we get to see that, right? Finally, we see someone
break
that formation, I would say, from the defending champions, and it's none other than QA herself.
Kiowa has been a big talking point, of
Tôi mang trong tầng mơ
course.
cao của anh
Well,
khá
she
hàng mơ lần
seems
trong
to be
khúc
leading the
cốt rồi.
charge for Geltech Cyber Team, and Vitality has to
Nhưng mà
find a
trong
way
khúc
to
cao
do
cốt rồi này.
And honestly, I kind of feel like this game, not gonna lie,
Free
is kind
Fire,
of over for the
League
first 20
Legends.
seconds. Because honestly, looking at the draft just now, there's just not enough damage coming in from Vitality. There's so much heal coming in from GCT. But hey, Osprey, man, he sure knows how to draft.
He does, and he definitely has done his homework coming into this. Obviously, there was a big talking point about Coach Osprey and how well he would be doing. He's already done well at this Geltech Cyber Team
Champion the team Unlimited របស់ជប៉ុននេះណាហើយដល់ពេលValorant 100 ទៀតត្រូវ direct score យកមកនៅក្នុង ENC បាន 6,000 point. Holy shit.
The very best against
What
the
a
very
TH,
best. And I really do agree with what LaFell said earlier on. It all came back down to the drafts. It's an interesting position to see for Team Vitality that they get drafted in such a corner because obviously after the first few minutes of the game that you mentioned earlier on, you'd expect Fumi Echo on the sidelines on a hero that is so OP like the Freya to actually be able to carry it through, but unfortunately I think they were just really falling behind on rotations.
So could you imagine a roamer like Kuejo dealing more damage than Freya or Fumi Echo?
No.
Fumi Echo only did 29,000 damage. Kuejo did 35,000 damage in that game. And part of the reason is because of her passive, where you attack me, I hit you back. But the problem is, you attack me so many times and I just don't die. So you take all the damage.
Obviously, for Vitality, they've got to find an answer, and they need to do so very quickly before the series falls away. The Vitality fans, though, are unwavering in their faith. They are still out there, even after the loss, screaming and going off. Coming into the venue, Geltech Cyber Team, I thought looked nervous, but I guess it was pure concentration. They got on that stage, then they started joking around and having fun, and I knew, okay, they're comfortable, they're great. And even for the side of Vitality, a couple of smiles. One of the highlights, LaFell, yesterday was the fact that Vitality, even though they dropped the map to Falcons Indonesia, what went wrong, they recognized what their faults were, and they came in to fix them. But did they truly fix them? I don't know.
Because personally for me, I think this is a very easy thing to fix because they noticed that the jungler was hit. So I feel like just putting a jungler earlier, don't get to all the way to the red flag, and you have no other choice than the Fredrin, and it should be fine because Indonesians, they like to fight. So when they have a draft that don't have enough damage, I feel like game number 2 not gonna happen again.
Mike 3-4 nàyចាំលេខ Mike យកលេខ 3 លេខ 4 មួយក្រុមនេះណាគេចាញ់ធ្លាក់ទៅជួបយើងលេខ 3 លេខ 4 ឡើយនេះជឿថាវគ្គក្រោយ Kim ចេះតែជ្រះទៀត
Truly a phenomenal game indeed from the side of Geltech.
ខ្ញុំមានអារម្មណ៍ថាគេជួយវាយហ្គេម 2 វិញមានអារម្មណ៍ចឹង
Okay, we're 14 minutes in, so it's already a little later in the stage of the game. You can see the Lord marching down on the bottom side of the map as well. And unfortunately, at 14 minutes, it feels like Shell just really didn't have the damage yet. Either she was lacking behind on the farm, or she just really didn't have her items down. But you could see her being the only person to clear on her side. There's not really much that she could have done in this moment. But what I found really surprising was this SOD hitting and her actually going into that. And that's huge because in the interview that you were referring to yesterday about them taking accountability of their mistakes, it was actually Shell that was like, you know, okay, that was my bad on my part. And I felt like in that particular clip, we see Shell kind of faltering as well in terms of her decision making.
What about City? Now, City has been a big talking point from the side of Vitality, and from what I'm hearing, she's the IGL. What is City's game plan? What do you think she's telling her roster going into this match number 2? Because she's going to need to get a team behind her.
Well, honestly, for game number 1, it looked like her role for that one is to control, make sure that the front lines was disrupted. But in the early game, we can see that she didn't have enough time to really farm her own lane. So I really feel like in game number 2, I think she has to be a bit of a carry role because I feel like in that game, all the weight is on Shell's shoulder. And I think going up against Geltech Cyber Team, that should not be the case. I feel like 2 or 3 members need to do damage. Fumeko could, but she was disrupted so much by going on that outlet.
I agree. I think for the moments that we find Vitality in a position of success, even though we've been talking about Vivian so much, even though we've been talking about Vival so much, it's usually Cini that holds a pivotal role, but based on the hero that she's given. Now, we were talking about it during the game as well, the fact that Jushin was nerfed out. So it's a little bit more difficult for her to do the playmaking role. And so when she's given a hero like something like the Valentina, that's a little bit more creative, a little bit more, you know, difficult with a higher skill ceiling.
Maybe that's why Valentina
So what do you think hero-wise? Because you actually said it was lost within the first 20 seconds, which I've started to learn from both of you and everybody else here on this MWI team. Man, the hero pick and bans really does make it or break it from your roster. No matter how good you are, you fall behind in the hero selection, you're pretty much done and dusted by the very beginning. Where did Vitality fall behind? Because you're convinced it was over before it even began.
Honestly, Eterna, I think this is showing the growth of the female scene here in MWI. Because before this, Vitality was so strong. Even with bad drafts, they can get away with it. Now everyone is at the same level. You make that mistake, you're not getting away with it.
And I thought that they learned from that. I thought they learned from that from last year. Because when, well, not last year, 2 years ago rather, 2024. Because that was the run where they lost against Smart Omega Empress with a different set of coaches. They had Coach Susugaja at the time, and in that best of 7 or best of 5, I completely forgot, but in that series it looked like they were falling behind on in terms of, you know, drafting, and that's how they really lost against Smart Omega Empress. So with the change of Cassius, you know, him stepping up, they've been undefeated, and then we see a draft like this. So we can say that from the beginning of the entire competition that Vitality had a target on their backs. That much is definitely true, because in that first phase, we saw so many of the important heroes from Team Vitality being taken away from them.
Well, they are the boss after all, and everybody has to eventually beat them in order to get the grand finals. This could very well be a historic moment. Now, I know I'm counting my chickens before they hatch, but if Vitality does not make it to the grand finals, this is the first time in MWI history that Vitality has not made it. And that is a big deal. They already dropped the map earlier just yesterday to Team Falcons Amnesia, something that didn't happen in last year's MWI. This year they have now dropped a second map, this time to Celtic Cyberteam. And we've kind of talked about how the competition amongst the regions and different various regions have been improving. Is Vitality's end and reign starting to come to an end?
Like I said, they are the boss. And usually what happens to bosses is they're not invited into the group chat. I really feel like, because honestly, if you go to the player lounge, you see all these players, they hang out together, right? So of course they'll be talking, and everyone has theory crafted how to deal with Vitality. And Vitality being the #1 at the top. Everyone wants to take you down. They're not a part of that conversation. So when a team loses against Vitality, they're like, you know why we lost? Because of A, B, and C. So other teams get to learn from that.
That's true. And Eterna, this is something I noticed across multitude of esports. And that if you are the best team and you have one of the biggest fan bases in a game, such as this case with Vitality, when you go out there, any team you play, it doesn't matter if they're one of the top dogs or the underdogs, they are going to give 150% because they want to be the ones to say, I beat Vitality. So every single matchup Vitality goes into, whether it's day 1 or the finals day, every team is giving their all.
No, for sure, for sure. That's definitely what is happening right now. You can even see it every time they get into a certain matchup. It feels like the next opponent that they always, you know, happen to oppose is a lot stronger than the one before that. So it really goes to show how much homework everyone is doing on them, and specifically so in game #1. Team Vitality has found so much success, not just this year, but also last year on Akai. Akai specifically for Vival. And we're starting to see a lot of teams deny the Akai away. So do they want to still stick with the tank jungler system? Or will we finally see Vival on one of her really strong heroes like the Assassins?
Vival is known as the Hive Queen, but on the opposite side, you got Kyoe, the Ice Queen. It's the Queen battle. Who will end up ahead? Let's find out during our pick and ban.
Yeah, right now it looks like Celtic Cyberteam is going to be first pick, Vitality on second. They're going to be playing in dangerous grass. Looks like the Guinevere has been banned quite early, as well as the Marcel from Vitality. And honestly, Kyoe, so far, she's been doing very well with the Aulus. I believe she hasn't lost just yet. If she has, maybe it's just once, but I don't know. Do you think Vitality would just let her get that again? They're not letting Vival get the Akai.
Super respect. They're taking the Guinevere away. They're taking the Akai away. And I think they should actually consider the Aulus. Or, you know, I mean, this has been the pick for Kyoe. I don't think that Cassius has not thought about it. Right? If they didn't decide to ban it in first game, maybe they had an idea of how to take it down. Maybe it didn't work out. Maybe they want to go for something different. Because, you know, Benedetta was her thing last year. Now she has the Aulus. So we're going to see whether or not Cassius will actually start to respect it in the first phase. But the Hirara goes as well. So is this starting to eliminate my hopes and dreams for an assassin matchup between these two.
I feel like it's not completely over just yet until we see the EXP. Because I feel like if Vitality picks up something like an Esmeralda, which not going to happen because Esmeralda gets banned, it looks like both teams actually trying to do this is smart, right? Because both teams are opening up the Paquito as well as the Freya, kind of forcing Vitality to just pick up tanks. And maybe Kiwi just prefers that because Aulus, after the revamp, is very interesting. He has a way to cleanse crowd control, and when he uses his ult, he has damage reduction, making it so that he can basically fight forever, which is great against tanks. So maybe this is just Osprey's way of saying that please pick up tanks, that's what we want. Oh, but no, never mind.
It could still be flex.
You know what? You're right. You're right.
Definitely, it still could be flex, but I think for Deltec Cyber Team in particular, Kueju really hasn't picked it up so far. So we're looking at the idea that this should be jungle, but just for those of you guys back at home and for those of you guys in the venue as well, just keep your peels out for that possibility. Team Vitality though, earlier on we did see the Valentina being prioritized by Deltec. For Vitality, do they want to take the Valentina for themselves here, or do they want to look for a winning lane of their own? Because I feel like that's what they really lacked in that first game.
I feel like you still, personally for me, I would actually pick up Carry as well as Freya. It's very honest. You're showing your opponents where each other is going. It looks like they're going for a different route. They do pick up the Carry because Carry as of right now in MWI has been amazing in turn. And now they probably just want a little bit of control. And maybe they're saying no way, Geltec is going to pick up Freya, but I kind of feel like Freya should be picked up here.
I feel so weird about this though. I feel really weird about the gold lane matchup and how, volatile it is. Like, obviously, there's an argument to be made for Moskov and the Claude, and the carry is great if she gets going, but I feel like in the grand scheme of things, the Claude has a little bit more value, especially in these team fights with her, with his AoE damage, but it looks like they prioritize the carry instead. Geltec as well understands that with the choice of the carry, she's a little bit more, low range, so she'd have to really dive into these particular team fights. So they also see the Atlas on the other side. I think Beleric is a good call, and they again take away the Valentina. Just really putting Cindy in a position to think, alright, you're really good, but what happens if you don't get a hero that can really accommodate?
I feel right now Vitality needs to get lane winners. I think that's the biggest problem because right now they're kind of winning the mid trio, right? Boxia, Valentina, Beleric. They have Atlas, that's a good start. The problem is, they only have one slot before the other bands come through. So I think Coach Osprey is attacking the mid trio game, making sure that they don't have enough damage, they don't have enough tanking as well. At least they pick up the Eve Atlas, honestly, pretty solid.
Exactly. That's what we were waiting for, right? That mid trio. You talked about it as well in game number 1, and it's definitely true. And that's the adjustments that we're seeing Coach really go through. Oh, so that's where he went.
Hey, they love MLBB.
They do. They love MLBB, and we are here for it as well. So coming into the second phase of the drafts, the Eve has already been taken down. Viva, what does she use in this regard?
Vitality,
honestly, the draft is so flexible because they haven't picked up the EXP later yet, so I feel like Vitality is actually considering whether they do want to use some kind of damage dealer in the jungle, because right now, if you're looking at the tanks, there's only really Barats as well as Balman. I think Balman is a pretty solid choice here, but, can they use it?
Because jungle?
Yes, because here's the thing. Balman isn't great against crowd control heroes. Unfortunately, Valentina as well as Beleric has a lot of crowd control, so maybe not the best for Balman.
Vitality ត្រូវតែដក pocket pick.
If Boxia goes into the jungle, that's definitely an option that they can take. And I think, back in the day, we had the option of Alpha.
Yeah.
ចាំមើលសិនងាកបើថ្ងៃហ្នឹងវាយដល់ 4-5 ហ្គេម GCT ហ្នឹងអស់ចាញ់អស់ហ្មងអស់លីងខ្លួនហ្មងហើយយើងស្អែកយើងត្រៀមមកឲ្យដល់កន្លងការនេះយើង reset ឲ្យស្អាតទូទឹកភ្នែកឲ្យដើរទៅមុខទៀតកូនកុំខ្វល់ប៉ុណ្ណេះឪក្នុងនាមជាឪជារៀមច្បងជា talent សប្បាយចិត្តនៅលទ្ធផលរបស់កូនណា
the laning phase from carry
បើជាកូនស្រី
they do still eliminate that possibility with perhaps the reasoning of denying that burst potential from the gold lane. The Balman does get banned either way, so even with the Beleric, they don't want to take the risk, they don't want to take the gamble.
V for victory, V for vitality.
Or do they want to play a little bit risky? And do they want to play something more damage-oriented in the jungle, like an assassin or a YSS, despite going up against something like the Belleric?
Honestly, I feel like YSS is probably the safest one, right? Because if you pick up the link, it's strong. But going up against Valentina, Boxy as well, it does not seem like a good idea. And honestly, them banning out the Moskov, does this not feel like they're setting up for an assassin? They're banning out the Claw, they're banning out the Moskov. I feel like worst comes to worst, maybe a Heart, maybe a Heart, but that's going to be a final pick. So we probably will see an EXP first. I kind of want to see something like a Zong, because they need some kind of dive. For Vitality.
That makes sense. That makes sense. Really great follow-up. I think Pumi Echo would do amazing on the Zong as well. And that's the one thing that I really need from Team Vitality. Pumi Echo needs to be given a hero where she can create crazy plays, like something like the something like the Alice. Arlet as well, one of her power heroes right now in this meta. But we talked about the YSS earlier, and they're like, nah, we're gonna deny that first. So Vival.
I feel
like we spent so much time with Osprey in these years. We called 4 out of the 5 bans, right? We called out the Akai, the Esme, the Balman, as well as the Yi Sun Shin. It's like a good friendship. We haven't seen each other in 1 full year, and yet we still know them.
It's like
So now Vitality, here's the question. I feel like to be safe, you do pick up an EXP later. The problem is, most likely you're gonna get countered, right? I feel like the Alice is difficult because there's a Basia, you gotta be careful of that. But they still go for the Alice. Man, we call out the heroes, so now Geltech. I'm thinking Carry is, Harv is not bad. The other one is Bruno. I don't know, I'm kind of feeling like Harv here.
Imagine being Sonja Canaldo. She's like, which ultimate do I pick up? Do I pick Alice's? Do I go for real-world manipulation? Do I go for Fatal Links?
I feel like this draft, I think it's best to take the default. Because picking up the Alice, I think you're going to die fast because of that carry.
And it's really great because you want to outrange the carry.
You're really great.
Thank you. You are too.
So now Geltech.
Reflections.
You too, Reflections. You know what?
Thank you.
I got to say, when we look at you, it's like looking at us back.
Me too.
Is that right? Yeah.
I feel like I'm seeing myself.
We see ourselves. By the way, Bruno gets picked up as well as the CEC. This is pretty smart because, again, Geltech, they have like a singular style of the draft for this one, which is, let's make a lane, right? Bruno wins against the carry, CEC wins against the Alice, and then Dimitrio, amazing.
I
thought that she was going to pick up something like the Twin because she's picked it up before, but they go for something even more extreme like the Bruno, and obviously Bruno has a great window in the early game and also has a great window into the later stages of the game, so it's not necessarily them putting all their eggs in one basket.
And now with Berserker Fury, even the tanks will feel squishy.
Ouch, that's all they're going to say. Or maybe they say something different.
This has to be an assassin, the only thing is why. Right, Yuzushin is already out. Do they go for Lance? Not the best, but not bad. They still go for the lane. I don't know how to feel about this. This does not seem like a linkable game.
ហើយខាកកំប្រឹងប្រែងមួយឆ្នាំហ្នឹងមិនជះចោលហើយត្រូវចាំឆ្នាំក្រោយមិនមកទៀតយូរអត់ពេញចិត្តនៅកម្រិតមួយហ្នឹងអ្នកនេះមិនមកជួយ report មុនផងឲ្យមកផ្កាយមកដាក់មកវិញមកផ្កាយយើង feedback ហើយបាទបោដែរមើលអា style ហ្នឹង Philippines ធ្វើដាក់ MLBB thôi đấy.
Cyber team secure their spot in the grand finals by closing it out 3-0. They've got 2 more maps to get there, but they're well on their way to doing so. It's Vitality versus Celtic Cyber team map number 2. Brigida getting on. Let's do it.
Thank you so much, Reflections. We go into the land of Dawn with the world watching. Everybody looking for somebody to stop Vitality's reign. But with the fans here and how much energy they give, they can only watch and bear witness as our competitors
I
know we might be worrying by a bit, just looking at how the Link could potentially be playing into this game, but you have to give out all your energy because if GCT gets on the momentum, it's gonna be tough for Vitality here.
Keep in mind, truth be told, as much as this might not be a winnable game, as long as Vival is able to take out Tokyo, there's a really good chance that Vitality still win the team fight here. There's not a lot of
big damages, nothing that really leans
into
what they want to do. This anti-synergy on both sides. But for now, at least the laning phase is going smoothly.
So they've went for a very specific win condition if that were to be the case. It's not a lane just constantly going for the kills all over the map, but more on making things difficult for one of the main carries, GCT, which is looking to be, once again, just the Bruno. But Kyoe seems to be on to Chell at this point. Vivian does show up though, but they're not really gonna go for the
yeah, this is more of a punishment on the GCT side. Like, look at the tax on the HP, right? Getting a lot of the regenerates out of them, while Chell barely missing any EXP or even gold in the lane itself. Now, Newborn, this is the real question here. The fact that they wait, hold on.
Oh, Vivian Tokyo glad to purify, but Vival shows up, and right on you mentioned it, this might be the game plan.
Ai mình đang chừng này đồ lên chừng này clear land hai. Oh, clear land off.
Like GCT need to recognize and
remember that đang mua về, đồ lên pe clear minion hai, dương đánh ta đang phải ở tập cách dương.
Stay at least above 60% of your HP. Anything lower, there's a good chance that Vival's gonna show up and dive you.
This is why they took out so much of the more safe options in the gold lane, the likes of the Moskov. They just wanted gold lane that was easier to access for a lane, but then right now we did talk about the EXP lane. It seems like Yubon does have a slight advantage over Fumi Echo, at least for now.
This is great vitality. All we gotta do is see whether GCT wants it more than us, and we're gonna start stealing camps away. Look at that, minimal. Give it up. Doesn't matter. Link's gonna get a purple buff on the opposite side, and still, unless GCT recognizes, hey, go for a fight and invade on the enemy purple side.
Vitality had enough time to get back despite that steal.
What?
Echo, though, and
Are you
Vivian
kidding?
are quite low on HP, so Vival just
Vival
steals it all alone.
គ្នាខលយទៅមានអារម្មណ៍គ្នាខលហើយឲ្យវាយបានឡើងនឹងវាយបានគេមកបណ្ដោយកាត់ស៊ីបើនឹងស៊ីអាទូមួយ
មិញValen អស់បោកគ្នាខលអស់បោក
Vival didn't even have the purple buff.
Shot ផង ល្អណាស់គេដបលឿនៗណាស់
decided, you know what, they're actually rushing it down.
អត់បានធំតែមកទូចមួយទេ
and just take him out.
ខាងមិញបើអត់ឈាមពាក់កណ្ដាលណាគិតចោល
I don't want to say that GC kind of let it happen, but it sort of feels that way.
They weren't able to really scout out what else Vitality was doing on the map. I think they realized it very late too. So now they're losing out on a lot of resources. Fortunately, they are somehow balanced out in terms of levels and EXP, but that was a good start for Vitality this game.
Yeah, especially since GCT already had all the advantages that they were looking for. Well, maybe not on the gold side, but other than that, they had first position, first move.
Quajo all alone here. There's 4 members, and Chell decides to go in with the ultimate and the setup from Vipino as well. There goes the real elimination. The follow-up is just too much from Vitality. Constantly finding more and more kills.
See that?
2 as well.
You know what I mean? How Vitality gonna fall? Gameមួយដល់ទៅមើល Dark System ទេមិនដែរឃើញនៅជឿខ្ញុំនៅ
And by no means, I understand by holding your battle spell, knowing that you are going to die, that you want to save it, but at the same time, the cooldowns and knowing that the next turtle, you're not going to have the right abilities just yet anyway. So, at this stage, Vitality control the tempo, not like GCT.
And is it a dream start for an assassin lineup too? Because even at this point, Chell just confidently taking on the 1v1 against Tokyo. That's where you see the Revitalize come in, but is it a bit too late? Doesn't have it now though, so she just might get traded out. It's a shutdown for Quajo.
Huge shutdown. Really sad that it happened.
Ai bị all loss game 2 ដូច 26 នាទីណាគេ
Most ideally Tokyo, because right now Tokyo is taking so much hurt. 0-3.
មកចាន់ជីហ្នឹងគេបាយយកគេឈ្មោះចឹងគេបាយឡើងយកហ្មងឲ្យឡើងឲ្យផុត
being handed over to
ពេលឡើងផុតហើយនោះទង្វើពេលប៉ះមើល Falcon វិញ
account, but even so, it's not the best position for any gold laners out there.
Yeah, it's been a bad day for Bruno. I think a lot of Brunos have been going through the most unfortunate of early games. We saw that happen too earlier on, but this time around, hopefully they do get to find some way to get back in the game, because again, it's still a very fast lineup, but just as fast, Vivian finds the target and they decide to pour in all of their resources there. Rapid Riot 2, burn it down, but it might not be enough. They only find Sonj for now, but the follow-up from Fumi Echo! Look at that throw to ruin and Tokyo in the top lane! So much risk for Vitality!
Oh my god!
A beautiful
my god!
Are they gonna dive this? Yep, Lubon.
Solo killer ban tiếp.
Out of them doesn't get the kill, and that's fine. Getting the flicker is good enough. GCT, at the very least, are punching back, but Vitality. This is a sweeping victory across the map. Top tier 1 already taken. Another neutral objective while they were at it. Not to mention, just really racking up the kills. 9-1.
Oh, that hurts. Shell just walked up straight to Tokyo, and you already saw how she brought her down to half HP, but Vitality have been heavy on the macro so far in this game. They've been very specific on their win conditions. They've accomplished it in their first rotation, and they need not repeat it a bit too much, enough to a point where GCT could read them out. Now it's GCT who we are currently questioning in terms of what the game plan currently is.
We just need to see a full-on team fight 5v5. We need to see how Yobon really
sai bằng cái lane nào thế, sai bằng cái lane lịch bay lịch 4 lane sai.
Right? Because so far we've only seen the traditional 4v4s and somebody is
sai cái lane bay 4 hay grand final.
And the chain CC on Vitality has been proven an effective strategy now that they've opened up mid-tier 1. They're just going to reapply that same script here in the jungle.
Whoa, Vivian decided to take that from GCT. Maybe at the expense of her life, or maybe not. But Quedro has the damage to do it. Fumi Echo holding down 2 members as they are that Belleric in the back line.
Mày Vivian trong bên đấy.
1 from 1 here.
Ôi cái chưa thôi.
Not too bad. They still have 20 seconds
Tomorrow
left.
Stream đi đàn này. Cú khmai lên stream.
But City picks up the kill.
Tranh fan tích ăn lính nè.
This is just such a fast
game. Anh nào mới đó này ở bên cú khmai tụi lại bay lại 4 giờ ló này. Lịch bay lại 4 của what sao không nhé này. Anh lôi vào không thế này, không chán lắm gì mơ mà.
From Vitality in this matchup. So relatively early at the 8th minute, we're already getting
Yeah, I can only imagine the amount of gold Chell has right now on this carry too. 8 to 11 is the gap between their levels. Tokyo, unfortunately, on a 0-4-1 KDA right now, and I feel like Chell could just confidently take on the tank problem.
Anh game này cái trong tranh cái đam này anh thấy tại anh mà. Hay tập máu khỏi kế đôi mình vậy là sao? Biết mình vậy à? Chắc tông Rambo. Máu khỏi kế bao tông chắc mang vào một bài bút. Anh cái bài hộp bạc. Anh cái vai vô piên nhưng vai vô lùi nóng. À lấy piên lên một khăn rồi với anh lùi một cánh. Ở đây còn nó lịch bấy á, mà dừng vô bán ông mình nằm 7 cái na, bảo nằm 7 cái na. Sao mà ơi, hai ơi, bà sân gì sang trong sang bên ngao cô rỉ thông một chân lôi nha. Ôi muốn thôn xong bỏ ơi, cả phun một tiền mà. À cái chưa được phải, là liệt sau là thêm. Swing.
Vitality win out big.
Lính lo đã tranh fan thích.
Oh wait, it's not over just yet. They might actually get a little bit more here,
but
it looks like they zone them out entirely. Cine and Vivian doing a very good job to make sure that GCT don't pull any rugs from underneath them and sneak behind.
Anh
đang hay tập rap mình chưa, này cái lùng bùng là chưa nhầm đấy, kèm mũi snack kèm phí, đi thang là thi snack. Hai đó mà bay mũi rồi, nó mới đi tụm nón đi bay mũi ai, bà nó đi bay mũi 10 rồi thì rồi. Nháp tụm mẹ, thì cái nháp tụm mẹ. Rồi mấy ai là kia mà, bạn một pha con đấy mà, rồi pha con sẽ bắt bên này lực phía này.
Oh, Belleric Wrath of the Dryad's already out. And now,
Đi dập địch nơi tụi muốn.
Mà dàn địch clean với hắn nó nạp pistol mà không.
I don't think so, because FUMIHEKO, he's got it covered down by.
I think they're very careful now that they have this lead. They've learned so much from game number 1, and they've been playing it relatively simple. Now that they've already gotten the advantage for themselves, now most of the holy shields are about to come fall for GCT, and I think it's just really playing for Tokyo that could be the game plan.
I don't know. I just saw Tokyo recently
vậy
just purchased the
vậy tao vài màu đó.
10 minutes 30
VC
seconds.
váy đó là game.
That's a really late
VC váy pistol này.
Xuống
flat
in comparison to the already completed Trinity goal on the opposite end, and of course got to make sure you got some mana regen because Chell wants to stay on the map longer.
Gyro lật game á, vẹt mạnh ngọt á.
Sao vậy? Tough though because that can deal with the front lines, yes, but that would
chị bỏ flag lên mình đọc rồi.
Items already packed by Vitality just to respond to the lineup of GCT or to whoever might want to start things off for them. And they might not even confidently do so because, as you mentioned, it's just the Haas and the Berserkers. 3K is the goal differential between Chell and Tokyo at this point.
Yep. If the math serves me right, I think it should be roughly around the 16th to 17th minute where we're expecting, okay, a bold attempt coming up from Vivian here, but do we see any counterplay?
Kyoei does try to go for a counterplay. It's City who she tries to set up for.
Whoa!
Flag quay lên off mà nè bà đấy
They weren't able to accomplish that first, but now they're gonna be okay.
Cười đại hơn.
Loss for Vitality at least one by one. GCT trying to be a bit more confident and pushing forward.
Yo, Fumi!
Oh my!
And the follow-up from Vival!
Mà bầu ơi!
With the re-engage! They're dealing with the front lines first.
Vành à! Ôi mai mà linh ghê!
Vitality! The spread of the damage! A triple for Vival! And
Vẹp!
What a huge engage coming out of FUMIHEKO. This small woman has some big guns at such high stakes games, and that is going to be it. Tokyo coming up in 7 more seconds, but the game is already done. A clean wipeout from Vitality to say, no, we're defending champs for a reason. 18-3.
Just when GCT thought that they could have found an opening, a single pickoff to boost their confidence, Vitality clapped back with the exact same sequence they've been doing to win out most of their team fights in this game.
Oh, the set plays here, the hesitation, I think that's what's really the difference here. If a team is not only proactive, but is decisive, that is going to be the big game changer. Because look at this, Fumi was already communicating, we're going to turn this fight instantly. And the backline, Vival, you just deal with them, the rest of us will melt them down as Chell. Chell played a perfect game. Perfect purifies as well.
You have too many guards. Chell is too well guarded in this game.
We're going to be throwing over back to the studio. Break it down for us after these messages.
Gameplay sẽ ra. Có xà hà khô khư khẹt khứ nó đây sao bấm sao bàn à Bison anh
Vitality fights back. They tie up the series 1-1, and now things just got interesting. That map was pretty dominant from the side of Vitality. What do you, I guess if you've been giving us a lot of euphemisms, you've been reading a lot of philosophy, how would you describe Geltech Cyber Team's action plan in that map number 2?
I would say for Geltech Cyber Team, they saw the future, but the future is many, and they tried to go for all of them. And that was the bad thing, where sometimes, this is what we call Occam's razor, where the simplest answer usually is the correct one, but instead, they tried to correct all the questions. That was the bad move.
I want to just say something, by the way, that was not planned at all. Lavelle literally just freeballed that. And he did such a good job. Very well done. I'm impressed. Eterna, let's start talking about some of these stats, because it's clearly very one-sided.
Yeah, so it goes back down to the drafts. I think even Lafell mentioned it. This looked like a not lingable game. Is that what you said? Yeah, a not lingable game. And when you're up against a composition with a ling and so on and so forth, well, basically any assassin of that matter. The early game, that window is so important, right? Because that's when the assassin is at its weakest, and that's when the opportunity arises for you to try and pressure the ling. And it felt like Geltec was unable to utilize it to their advantage.
And I feel like this is why they're champions, right? Because they saw a small opportunity. The moment they got that Berserker Fury, they're like, you know what, you gave us an advantage, we're not letting this go.
We just saw, just for a second, Kiowa versus Vival, again, that Hive Queen versus the Ice Queen. And it's been highly entertaining. Only one queen, though, will get to play for the championship. And Vitality is coming back quick. It's now tied up 1-1. We take a look at one of the moments from that matchup in map number 2, and I believe this is going to be towards the tail end when Vitality says enough is enough, let's take the win.
So this was an interesting, well, it was a big play by Fumi Echo, right? Because initially it looked like, before this we don't get to see it, but it felt like a botched Vivian play because she missed the Fatal Links, and Sonjika even emoted after that because she was able to deny that away from her. And you'd think in that moment, like, okay, Geltec is able to get the upper hand, they get a good team fight going for them, and then Fumi Echo just is 2 steps ahead. She waits at the back bush, we saw it in the replay there as well. She goes in, Thorn of Ruin, and catches so many, and everyone else was able to collapse over that.
I gotta say, we're talking about the story of MWI here. Fumi Echo has been getting highlight plays over highlight plays. She's been using, especially on that Alice, really setting up for her team for success. And my goodness, MWI is something different. Yeah.
Unstoppable. I don't know if the Terminator is the right call. We'll get a name for Fumi Echo in just a little bit. Our commentators, though, are giving all their emotion and giving all the energy they can for this great series. Let's see how they look.
Vival just does it alone! Vival seals it all alone! There goes the Real World and the Tempest of Blades, and Sonjik is nowhere to be found! What a macro play by Vitality!
What was that? What was that? Wait, I'm pretty sure that Vival didn't even have the purple buff. Yeah, Vival doesn't have it. They didn't steal it. They decided, you know what? They're actually rushing it down. We're gonna walk back over to the turtle and just take him out.
Again, they're giving it their all. Always love it when they lose their minds. It's hard not to when you're casting over 2 great teams.
No, especially, honestly, I was losing my mind as well because, honestly, at that point, Viva already gave up on the purple buff and then tried to go for the turtles. Wait, that might be the bad decision, but then Kiowa as well, she didn't rush at all that turtle, so that was... See, even you were still
We'll give them a little bit more time to figure it out because luckily Rose was on site, had a chance to speak to Zorn. All things meta-related.
Hey guys, Zorn here all the way from Malaysia. How are you?
Hello guys, I'm good.
It's nice to see a familiar face here in Paris. So how has Paris been treating you so far?
I feel like this is a very good atmosphere that I alami apa?
Experience. Okay, now, as you all know, Zorn is a pro player and not just a KOL. So I want to get your thoughts on, the meta that we have been seeing here at MWI. What are your thoughts on it?
I feel like the meta is currently, I feel like it's similar to MSC, which is the boys, which is, I feel like maybe because of the current patch is still on the same page, but I feel like there's some interesting heroes that they bring here, but I feel like there's so many heroes still not coming out.
A lot of heroes have not come out, but you said a lot of interesting picks has been picked here. So, do you foresee or do you perhaps think that some of these heroes will carry over to MSC? And if so, which ones?
Do you mean which one? What hero?
Ya, meta mana yang you rasa akan dibawa kepada MSC and kalau ada pun yang mana satu?
So I guess the meta which is the utility tank jungler, I feel like this basic meta for now. So this is the same
format
meta.
Nó kèm lower format EWC MLC MWI.
Zorn, you know what?
You're
here in MWI, you're
bracket
experiencing this, but I gotta ask you, what do you think about the level of competition this year? Do you think it has improved compared to the previous years?
Definitely yes, I agree, because I've seen a lot of teams that competing at a higher level, which is the difference is the gap between those teams is becoming much smaller. So I feel like there's a good improvement for women's scene.
I agree. I'm pretty sure all of us have been, surprised and disappointed with some of the games that has unfolded here at MWI. My last question, Zorn. We know that Malaysia is out of the contention for MWI, but who do you think is going to win it all?
This is a prediction for me, but I feel like it's either NAVI or Vitality. Those two.
Either one.
Either one.
រួមមកថា MWI ឆ្នាំក្រោយធ្វើខ្លួនឯងឲ្យមុនធនធ្វើខ្លួនឯងអត់មាននៅក្នុង EWC ទេទេគេនឹង replace ដោយ Valorant ស្អី
It becomes our superpower.
Valorant ស្អីដោយសារតែគេថាវាសារ MWI ហ្នឹងវាអត់ success ដោយសារតែអ្នកមើលនៅកន្លែងហ្នឹងតិចអ្នកមើល online ច្រើនតែនៅកន្លែងតិច
Thank you, Rose, for the interview with Zorn. His official predictions are in. Grand Finals, NAVI versus Vitality. But who's he going to cheer for if they're both in the venue? I noticed he was sitting on the Vitality side. How could you not? They are the loudest in the venue.
I got to say, he was pretty brave to be like, I don't know, could be NAVI, could be... Honestly, for me, I would just say,
Well, we're going to the stage. The fans are getting hype, and the Vitality fans continue to jump. I don't know how they do it. How do they have so much energy? I guess they're not 34 like me. They're giving it their all, and they've been screaming at the top of their lungs. And one name has been coming to the attention. It's Vivol, constantly chanting her name. And Vivol is about to play once again. Now, I've got to pick your brain, LaFell, because we were talking about the hero selection from before.
ក៏មានចចាមរ៉ាម
Please correct me if I'm wrong.
ក្រៅផ្លូវការដែលមិនដឹងមែន
that Team Vitality did fall a little bit behind in the hero selection. Yet they dominated that map too. So is this one of those rare moments where even though their heroes were a bit outpaced by Geltic's cyber team, their overall skill and experience ended up overdoing the hero pick from Geltic?
Honestly, that's an amazing question, but I would actually say it was Geltic's mistake. They made such a big mistake where the best way to explain it is they lost focus, right? It looked like they were autopiloting. It looked like brain fog because they started doing things that doesn't make sense according to the draft. In fact, the very last play, Fumi Echo jumped in. That was great and all, but why didn't Geltec Cybertech check the bushes, right? Isn't that like a normal thing when we go into the late game? So it really looked like for that one, I apologize, but this is a true analysis. They were just autopiloting for that one.
Which is why we were always talking about that window, that early game. The early game has been so important from game 1. The early game has been so important to game 2. And it was the execution of Geltec in the early game for game number 2 that really lost them the battle at the very end. Like that 10k gold lead that eventually built up by Team Vitality. That was because of the early game once again.
And that concerns me because now it's one of those moments where it's like you have the hero pick. You want the pick and ban, but now your fundamentals are starting to fall. You cannot afford that against the final boss of Team Vitality. Going into map 3, they got to pick themselves up. Now, the reality is we're here at the MWI. We're in Paris. And we are the home turf of Vitality in the finals. How much of an effect do you think that is happening for Geltic's cyber team? Because they got to listen to that. That's huge. Like, imagine when we just started becoming talents, right? The cameras are intimidating. The lights are intimidating. Then we started getting used to it. But for them, they got to get used to it pretty fast. I mean, like, Hilly, sure, maybe the Ice Queen, she can handle it. But it's a 5-player team.
That and also Kill is the only one with international experience. So she's here with 4 new faces. And I've spoken with a lot of the female players when they've made their debut from last year, even the year before. Every single one of them has mentioned the lights, the stage, the audience, it all has a mental impact.
It's hard as a competitor, but if you want to be the best, you have to ignore all that and play the game you know. We know for a fact Celtic Cyber team can win this series. They won map number 1 in a convincing fashion. If they can just play like that, who knows? They might take down the Titans of Team Vitality and be in grand finals tomorrow. But they've got a lot of work to do. We're tied up 1-1. Let's see how our pick and bans go.
Hey, Turner, let's talk about this. Cassius, Banner, the Boxia, the Owls, as well as the carry. Does this not just scream like, we're respecting you and we want to take this game?
This is a completely different system, or a completely different strategy, I would say, from game 1, game 2. The fact that Team Vitality have swapped sides with Geltec, they've really tried to facilitate the opening of this debut Hirara pick. Right, first pick here for Team Vitality. They're very confident with that, and the surprising thing is when you're up against Hirara, do you not think that heroes like the more of a problem compared to the carry?
I feel like that shows that they just want to make sure that both Vivian as well as probably going to have an EXP that's more tanky. I think they just understood in this game, as long as Fumi Echo has a good time, as long as Vivian is having a good time, Vival is just going to have a good time.
Okay, so we're talking about the EXP lane now. Because on one side we have Esmeralda, and on the other we usually see either Sora or perhaps a CC or a Yuzong sometimes even. What do you think is the best?
Open. Right, even Freya is open, so this is very interesting here because I wonder what the POE will pick here because technically 4 junglers has been banned. Now, Owlus has been banned, Boxia,
he mentioned that Munton is working with a eSport Foundation EF on the women ecosystem and already schedule how next year's schedule look like for underground embassy. Look like the rumor may have been debunked then.
Look at the AoE that Vitality has. It seems like they want to fight.
Tôi mean vậy anh lấy mean vậy mà kiếm cô bắt bản thân là bò.
Necessarily like the best of matchups for the Alice. If Fumi Echo wants to get a good time going, usually she's the one who's playing strong side instead of Shell.
Cô bắt bản thân là bò.
Just ignore the hater. You know, like,
cô bắt bản thân là bò. Chẳng mà đây tha rumor nó bị can lang chè. Cái việc ha lấy cái sải chất này cái phần đăng tê cái trong replacement bản phẩm thơ ecosystem xảy ra.
And then try to win the first turtle, and then after that, do the same thing at game number 2.
Okay, so we're expecting that kind of mentality coming into game number 3. And technically, it did work out for them in game number 2, so let's see if it crossovers to their 3rd game. But of course, we are still waiting the last pick in for Team Geltec. Okay, so really strong heroes for the first 3 from Team Vitality. They're picking up something of a momentum here of their own Lilia with highly fast clear and already really good base damage in the early game.
Do it now, honey. No wait. Next year, you do next year, you're gonna die, bro.
Going up against the Herrera because Lilia, out of all the heroes in ML, has one of the lowest HP, making it so that she's extremely squishy. So a good example, she's dead, and we don't know what the mid is gonna be. If the mid is something like an Eve or even a Farsa, this Lilia will not have a good time. So I think it's an amazing pick, but it's not without its weaknesses.
She needs to be very quick when and how she gets to that level 4.
Vậy tới cô bắt bản thân là bò.
Bên
này nè, EWC cái đặt cầm hạt này nè, cái trong replace MWI nó tranh bị EWC. Hỏi cái đặt cả vội bỏ ra xảy bình. Đòi xe tay nè mưa online cho nó tay nè mưa to tích. Chẳng bà xong giờ nó ta bắt to chẳng tiếp. Cái đọ tranh hơi. Chẳng bàn phải rê cái sầm phía nó tha cái bằng ca chỉ mùi nắng eSport Foundation EF đầm bay bằng ca chỉ ecosystem oi lịch xảy mình lịch là biết đâu oi ca của xảy nó vừa ngược lại một với nhá. Hỏi rương nó bị ai thành ca nó không xem rồi. Muốn là xem khỏi cái đâu bắt cho bắt đấy bro.
I'm not entirely sure what their roamer is going to be.
I agree. I agree. So much with counter engage was the Belleric. So that was a really good ban coming in from Team Vitality. And the second one, which I'm kind of 50-50 with, but it has won games, is the Minotaur. Surprisingly so, it has gained popularity, and it also can bring out the revitalized.
តែបាត់អាហ្នឹងត្រូវធ្វើតាំងពីឆ្នាំហ្នឹងនេះឆ្នាំហ្នឹងគឺជាឆ្នាំដែលត្រូវធ្វើ
after you see Vitality's pick in mid it's fine because
ឆ្នាំក្រោយមានតែតាធ្វើទៀតព្រោះឆ្នាំក្រោយ
if they pick up a
SEA
G-Shin
Game
which
នៅ
they
ហ្វីលីពីន
also have not banned that might be very difficult. Looks like Vitality is on the same page as us. They're taking out the Belleric as well as the Gato. Revitalized carriers, so now it's only
ឆ្នាំក្រោយមាន SEA Game ឆ្នាំក្រោយមាន EWC
in fact they can pick up a Gord and the Gord might still work well here.
Which is why I don't like the Hylos pick. I think they need a little bit more CC to work with, a little bit more tools to work with. I understand the Hylos still has that, you know, point and quick stun, which is really great, but it's not AOE. It's not ground-breaking like something like like Fumi Echo has on the Alice or the Fatal Links that, of course, Vivian has on her hands right now. It's not great for counter-engagement.
It's like, you walk fast a bit and it's like,
because I would say Cho if they want.
So it looks like they're setting up for either a Balman or a Barats. Most probably a Barats here, and I think it's going to be good. But this is high risk, high reward, Eterna, right? Because they have a lot of bursts. They can go in and out, but this is one of those drafts that requires high mechanical prowess and a lot of trust. If you don't trust your team, it's going to look very bad very fast.
And Matilda really has to be on point, I think, when she utilizes like all the resources. So with that in mind, carry was already banned by them. The gold lane is still wide open. They don't have any source of shred or burst just yet. So we're waiting on the next two picks. Without the carry, what would you utilize in the gold lane? Selena was not my first pick, but Claude still makes sense here.
It sounds like Vitality is rushing to go back home here. You know, Selena can just make the farm so fast, get Aurora moving, and then Geltec, they don't have a lot of HP. It's just the Esmeralda, even the Matilda, right? If she gets the blast of the Oasis, sure, she's kind of tanky. But before that, I gotta say, both teams here, they're on the same page. High octane draft, we win fast, we lose fast.
So, Barats?
I think Barats' choice, I can see a Balman.
Barats
if they go crazy,
anti-CC, right?
Yes.
No,
yes,
no,
yes.
okay.
So that's one of the key factors that they're thinking about, because if they do go for tank jungle, they really need to work around these neutral objectives. But the choice is Balman, and Balman is highly, highly sensitive to crowd control, which Team Vitality has a lot of.
Win fast, lose fast. We'll see how it goes.
Vitality also has a lot of wins, Eterna. So will they get another one? They're tied up 1-1. But Celtic Cyber Team refusing to bow the knee. They do not want to give up this match, and they are going to fight back. But the question is, who will be the first one on match point? It's a best of 5, and whoever wins will be up 2-1. And Vitality once again going toe-to-toe with Celtic Cyber Team. Let's get map 3 started with Brigitte and Gideon.
Game này bật hay tới bàn môn banh ball môn là hàng này.
Might overcome the defending
and
champions. Of course, Team Vitality holding on to the trophy all the way to the end. Only one spot in the grand finals to fill as we jump into the land of Dawn. The match score is 1-1.
And we will be witnessing another Selena game from Cine to top off this draft that Vitality has decided to field, which I think came as a bit of surprise for both of us and even the panel, as they've decided to go instead of any other source of burst and or even shred.
And I love the fact that they decided, you know what, the best way to deal with it from the side of GCT, we're just going to beat you up in lane. We've got a lot of pressure on every single one of these lanes if they play it well. I think EXP is probably the biggest sandbag, but mid lane there's a decent amount of control.
As we're seeing right now, where they do...
អរគុណយមគីចាស់សម្រាប់បុកលុយ25សេន Vitality គេធ្វើតាម SRG ដីមកបីកុំឲ្យ tournament boring.
Lethal Ignition are starting to pay.
តែខ្ញុំដឹងថា boring.
Now in the early game.
Yeah, they got to make sure they time those concussive blasts. And more importantly, if they happen to, you know, snag him with an arrow, catch him with a fatal link, even a simple stun, really, that's when you can follow it out with the Selena. So I'm looking at not just the Atlas, but I'm also looking at Vival and Fumienko, if they could set things up for City too.
Well, I think
Celtic are very careful of those potential setups. Purifies being picked up again. You're probably forced to, considering the amount of crowd control, which was also highlighted previously. That could be detrimental for even the Balmond of KOA. And how they are actually going to create an opening for this is something we're yet to see, because it's mostly been skirmishes in the mid lane just for now.
Yep, 10 seconds left on the clock before we do see the very first turtle of this game, and immediately what's blaring alarms is where's the level 4s? Again, the waves are about to crash, but this is the most important side for important level gap.
Cho tới ai bảo nó farm ăn nữa nó
They
lên
want
một
to hit
hill
level
lá nó
4
và
and
chết farm.
immediately start taking first positions.
Yeah, for the Selena, maybe you could argue that even if she doesn't, but at the same time, you do feel that it does slow down a bit when you have a Selena with the amount of wave clear that she can only provide. Cheldo will get to clear this out before eventually resetting, but the turtle goes over to Vitality and a setup from Fumieko. City landing another arrow as well. Joey have to get away, but she could not. Not even the lethal counter could save her. Guejo being chased even under the turret, and that's a win for Vitality.
Now, despite having some really good winning lanes here, should technically go there, but a double kill already achieved is not great. Vitality taking a 1.1k lead. We now look down towards that top side, and they're immediately taking away the gold. Devon will try her absolute best to try and stop the bleeding, but now you see a very clearly that hey, this Alice, it's going to be a really big problem. They have no way to actually stop the engagement. They just have to dodge it.
Because they also have so many ways to start it. Like anyone from Vitality at this point, I think should be confident enough to go in and catch GCT by surprise, which helps a lot in how the arrows eventually land. Because the things get just so messy, similar to what we're seeing right now. But Tokyo at least will be safe from that.
They're probably going to regank it at some point, right? Go for the recall for Vivian and then look to make it happen once again. Try to steal this camp away, but now really punishing KOA.
Seriously, Fumieko all alone. Might just go for the solo kill. A bit of help there from Vival, but majority of the work was done there by Fumieko all alone. Now it's a potential punish that GCT are looking for, and Guejo will get the job done.
Oh, a little frustrating, of course, but it's still worth taking out the enemy jungler. KOA is currently still level 4 to Vival's level 7. 3-level difference, and stealing away camps in front of their face.
She's been doing this since game 2. Game 2, a lot of resources denied from KOA, and that still holds true for game number 3. Only difference is probably you get a bit more help from Fumieko as well. She's been always in the face of KOA on this battle. She's not afraid even if KOA is on
tới GCT nè bên mình đấy là cái mà chạy chẳng có này.
This point of time, we're just gonna have to wait and see. Mid game is when we're expecting GCT to really start picking up the pace, especially since Tokyo has yet to get that first item down. And once that first item is down, it's only ramping upwards. Purify out early.
That was even before the first objective.
Purify.
She's been landing these arrows.
Oh my god.
Bay
Purify
so
clean
this is
Purify
not the usual aggressive Lilia early game that you're seeing from GCT. Ooh, little counter done right there. City another arrow connecting onto KOA. The guiding wind might help, but Vivian
từ nè Purify Linh ơi.
Be enough though. It's gonna be KOA targeted first, and
Flag,
they will
flag,
actually
flag.
find the kill from behind.
Ai chẳng lang.
Goes into
បាទចុះទឹកកពើឡើងលើខ្លាចូលព្រៃបលាឡើងសាបលិស Oh my god
that was so clean
អត់មានអ្នកចូលទេចាយជៀនហើយអាហ្គេមមួយនេះគេឲ្យសុបាយចិត្តទេណាធីមមកមកគេតប់ឡើងទួនេះហ្គេមនេះគេដាក់ឡើងទួបង
You know what yes we'll just do it underneath the turret doesn't matter Vivian's got all the big battle spells out and because
ហ្គេមមួយគេធ្វើបងបានញញឹមទេ
អញហ្គេមមួយញឹមអស់ចិត្តហើយមិនអីអស់ចិត្ត
all the skills that they threw the sequence was just too perfect
អញមិនដែរញញឹមស្រង់វៃម្លេះទេ
another try and that was the perfect time to do it
គីមកគីម
who is clearly struggling in the gold lane matchup right now another arrow the burst is just a bit too much Guejo steps on another trap as well Now we're starting to feel the lack of steam.
They need
another arrow connects into a fatal These are the little mechanics here, right? You're just buffering abilities upon abilities.
Vival trying to go after Sonjke.
A
lot of members of GCT you spot out there, but she's still not afraid to just make her presence felt.
They can't even sit deep in enemy territory, or at least move up into no man's land to pick up the minions. At this point, it's pretty impossible for KOA to try to go for a steal. She needs to close that level and make sure that the retribution is bigger. I'm going to assume probably close to level 10 would be most ideal.
Already used. So it's gonna be okay. So much can KOA to show up on the sides, but the damage on KOA is no joke. Boomy Echo gets to get away from that turret, but there goes the
Free Fire rồi nhưng bắt like nhưng bác mình like bạn tại chẳng vì kẹt rồi cho cả like stream nhóm cho cô streamer đấy bia xa lại trong cuộc bia xa nhóm cô stream ở về grand final rồi nhóm like này ở ngay đâm 7 vậy nè kiếm đâm 4 grand final
đâm 7 nghe tất ấy
đâm 4 này đâm 7 ngày sai đã đâm 4 ngày tất
hay mới click lại click ngay rồi lại
ở trong like grand final Chi chậm đó này
đồn ta cũng khỏi lắm
đồn ta sẽ đó đấy nghe nó grand final đấy nghe sai kìa nó
ai nghe lên ai nghe lên nick ma final na đây nó phi bên chứ
nick ma
they've pretty much shown us how the
Mỹ cái lên nó lên sai
Hirara being able to play around
grand final nghe tấp đó chọn thế chọn à tấp nó grand final
making all of this possible. It's everyone being able to just accomplish
lấy chăm cú này chăm riêng live free phải ok
and not allowing GCT to do the rotation they want.
And Vitality, at this point, they've got squatters' rights. They're basically camping in their home, sitting in their jungle, waiting for somebody to come, and just to be an absolute nuisance, they're not going to leave.
Looking at the items right now, you could, I think, see how significantly behind the EXP laner and gold laner is. It's the sides that are feeling majority of the pressure, but there could be
sẽ lỡ sau kẻ nó nhưng bắt like hay tao mới nhưng bạn của mình like free fire ok con là strike 24 không 27 bạn đã 27
Panther strike bị trở cái tục EWC tục bật cụt
bật chăm khi
để xa đi hết
ô điện hay
hạp của nó hai ba hai mà ô điện
I don't know. This is starting to look a little risky.
Here. A lot of the big resources have been thrown out by Vitality. They're trying to back this up. Cái thoi cái bà lại lên. Mới này. Cái bà lại lên cái chân trâu cái bay vô. Cái hay on spell cái nhỏ hơi dương over season. Cái đó lại gắn đôi cái hay ta playground bong Vitality và Chi PC Chi đại mà chạm nó PC cái mua bán lúc chi ngày mẹ này ngày đọc mẹ này đọc tôi chỉ khai nó khai khối này ngày phê ngày đọc khai khối đó tầm mơ lại chạm cái nó nhông bật like hay nhông bật like free fire like free fire đó mới à màn luôn nha.
Yep, they're going back to the fundamentals, reset up those waves. Look at that top and bottom side, both in neutral territory, and GCT are the first ones on it. However, with top wave pushing in, Vitality, are they going to get away with this?
They're letting it go. They don't mind that top wave pushing in. They just really want to secure this objective for themselves. GCT will settle with at least a tier 2 up top, but maybe not even because another missile arrow from Cine will connect. That's going to be Liubon, though, a very tanky XP lane. But this time it's not just Cine. Vival shows up. Vivian's here too. Cine tries to run away. That goes the Fatal Links just to make sure they get out alive and pick up a kill even before the Lord.
Oh, it's so good. And Fumi, she doesn't mind. Look at her. The unkillable EXP laner on this Alice. Absolute monster. Underneath the turret as well, Vival getting really disrespectful from all sides. I don't know if we're going to be able to beat the fastest game just yet, but I feel like Vitality are ramping it up to make sure that it's somewhat close.
If so, they'll have records of longest games and shortest games, both in their hands alone. But Vitality, that seems to be the case. They're keeping things fast. Vivian going in once again. There haven't been Purifies forced out just yet. Oh, there you go. Just as I mentioned it, 2 are already down.
Yep, big, important spells here. And We know what's gonna happen.
You know, yeah.
How much you want to bet? It's either the Throne of Ruin or the Fatalings. Which do you think is gonna hit more targets?
Okay, maybe I might just go for Fumieko right here, but they will focus on the turrets for now. They want to create space. They want to go for the base turrets, and that's exactly what they need to keep the pressure going for GCT.
Just letting it happen. No challenge. The arrow. It hits on the correct target. They move backwards, yet still they maintain this pressure. I love the fact that Vitality plays textbook because they know they can guarantee the win if they just take their time.
Yeah, they're not doing much of the risky plays. Everything seems very calculated from them. Even the moments
where
they
nhóm từ live free fire với này bật live tầm bắn
Fumieko already showing up in the back line. But there goes Vivian with the two-man setup, and Bivol is already gone live. It's a double kill, which actually picks up Moving on to a triple and a maniac. Can she make it a savage? Yuba's the only target left, but they're gonna respect. They're gonna play it by the book. Flying clouds to where? She wants to clear the wave, but she cannot. It's a savage for Bivol as Vitality take match points.
Insane game there. Vivol coming out huge with a savage, making it look easy at the same time.
អូខេចឹងនេះខ្ញុំសូមបាត់ live ប៉ុណ្ណឹងសិនហើយតិចទៀតយើងបើកមកវិញហើយខ្ញុំបើកទៅ YouTube ទេ Facebook ខ្ញុំអត់បើកទេបើក Facebook ដែរហ្មងបើក Facebook មួយទៀតចឹងខ្ញុំ live Free Fire ជាមួយនឹងការប្រកួតតិចទៀតឥឡូវខ្ញុំបិទភ្លាមខ្ញុំហ្មងចឹងអរគុណច្រើនសម្រាប់តាមដានទស្សនាចាំជួបគ្នាបន្លាយទៀតហើយអរគុណអ្នក donation ចាំ donation live មួយទៀតណាអូខេបាយបាយចាយជាងអ្នកនរ